Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
I hold the record for
What do you hold the record for?
longest bottle reused in my podcast.
Of water?
2 years I had the same bottle.
No.
Yeah. Until the guy I did the podcast with was like, the amount of carcinogenics must be running through your body.
So were you just adding water to it all the time?
Yeah. Every day I'd come in. I'm the ultimate environmentalist, really.
I don't know if that's bad for you. I think what's bad for you is just drinking out of plastic, period. Like if your bottle is sitting there filled with water for months and months on a shelf, wouldn't that leach
Soul
more
Calibur
plastic in it
6.
than water that you just pour in there?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it would seem to me that like the real fear would be, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm definitely wrong, but I think
Propaganda.
I think the real
From big water.
The real fear is the heat. I think when you like have plastic bottles or sitting outside in the sun.
Yeah, I leave them
then
in the sun.
That's an issue.
So I like them to marinate.
That's when you get all the phthalates and your dick shrinks. That's what's happening to people, you know.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We're
No,
starting?
we're already starting.
Okay, we're starting.
We're just.
Did
yeah,
you
we're
see?
rolling.
Well, I just read this. The dicks have enlarged in the last.
I know. I thought dicks were shrinking. I just saw a new study.
Yeah.
And it's a problem.
Mine's
They said
been
it might be a
shrinking,
problem. That was what was hilarious. Dicks are getting bigger, and this could be a real issue. Like, how?
Sure.
How?
Yeah.
Rulers got smaller.
Rulers
that-
got smaller.
So you might have
People
been
just started
different
lying.
That is the South Park episode where they go, yeah, we just changed the measurements. We went down to, we just started measuring. How did they get smaller? We started measuring in millimeters.
Bro, when I was a kid, they tried to put us on the metric system, which is a far more efficient system. You know,
I
it's a
agree.
system of tens.
Stanford scope. I said
An increase in penile length cause for concern? What are you concerned about?
Cause for concern for the
What are
ladies, you know?
Yeah, what are you concerned about?
Ladies are walking funny to work
Look at
every
this.
day.
Erect penile length is getting longer from an average of 4.8 inches. Go to that. What does it say there?
Oh, that was the best
Here's
article.
why it's actually a problem. It's a problem.
No, I think this was originally a Vice article. This is from a couple of years ago, and it was a guy writing how actually small dicks are kind of better if you think about it.
Oh, sure, buddy. No women are writing that article. It's so sad. The penis
solid
size
article.
is so sad. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. They can put a man on the moon. They can't make your dick bigger.
They have not. They do the enlargement, but it doesn't work all that great. There was a guy, I actually used to do a bit about. There was a guy. His name's Ehud Lanyandro, and he got the best dick enlargement money could buy because he's like a billionaire dude, right? And then he died during the thing. Died during the enlargement.
Oh, he probably died from the anesthesia, right?
I wonder.
Yeah, man. Getting put under's no joke. Getting put under's, they're very, 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 very good at it now. But it still carries some risks.
Or in the dick. They made him such a good dick. The doctor was like, I can't let.
Yeah, they poisoned him in case his wife saw that dick.
No one can. Yeah, I can't let like a Frankenstein situation.
My masterpiece.
I can't allow this. Walking the earth, just punishing women.
That would be the #1 industry in the country if there was an actual
Who
dick
nailed it.
enlargement product. Like they just nailed it. It would be bigger than Apple.
Yeah.
In like a week.
I mean, Viagra. It's like the amount of people that take that recreationally is very crazy.
It's probably their most profitable thing other than vaccines, right? For Pfizer?
That's a good question.
It's a good question.
Well, imagine vaccines would be Viagra if the government was like, you have to take it. Also, we're paying for it.
Imagine if the government just said, listen, more people have to fuck because we need more people. We have to compete with China.
Yeah.
And so Viagra is mandatory. So everyone just has wood. Everywhere you go, at every bar, everywhere you go, dudes just have raging hard-ons that are mandated by the government.
Mandated by the government, paid for by the government, and your chick's like, why are you always hard? And you're like, talk to Biden. You think I want this?
It's Kamala Harris's. it's her. She has an issue.
Yeah.
She wants us to do this.
No, this is
her issue she's pushing.
That's the socialized boners. It's not socialized medicine for anything but boners.
Well, there are people that do believe that more people are supposed to be having children because they do. There's just people like Elon, who's far smarter than me, who thinks that we have there's an issue with a possible population collapse. Like not enough people are having kids, and even though there's a lot of people alive right now, the numbers of people having kids are dropping off. and that if that keeps going, there's like a trend that happens if it doesn't like correct itself. It could be a real issue.
There's a lot of people that kind of take the opinion on that too, where you go, not only is it a problem, it's already like too far to fix. You know, there's a lot of people that are like, there's not even really a way out of this.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're scaring the shit out of me.
Well, I think the way out is probably, you know, technology and stuff like that, right? But
Yeah, probably.
if you look at the birth rates, they're I guess, you know, certain countries you can take more immigrants and stuff like that, but yeah, there is not.
Well, we're taking a lot of immigrants.
Yeah,
You know, it's really fascinating. The immigrant thing is fascinating because, you know, my grandparents were immigrants. So, like, watching immigrants come into this country from south
I mean,
of the
I
border.
am personally an immigrant.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Where were you born?
Toronto, Canada.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't count.
I mean,
You
have to
guys
get-
are our cousins.
That's-
You're in the family.
You know what? When I tried to move here, I said to that, I would go, come on, really? Is
Yeah.
it? But it is. You got to get the green card. You got to do the whole thing. There's a certain amount a year. They have rules about it.
Yeah, but if you just come in through the border, you're good. Just walk in. Just
Yeah.
fly to Mexico and walk in. What
I
are you
just
doing,
point to my
dude?
face. I go, I'm white. Can
Yeah,
we?
they just let you in. I'm telling you. They don't even care if you're vaccinated.
I go, cut the shit, bro.
You know you can't fly into the United States still unless you're vaccinated.
From Canada.
From other countries.
from other countries.
I
Yeah.
think. Isn't that true? I think that's still true. But you can just kind of walk in. Like, there's a lot of people just kind of walking in. Like,
Yeah.
there's too many people coming across.
From certain countries, you have to get visas for. Like, you can't just. Because I remember, you know, my friend who lived in Canada, people were going to, you know, Mexico or somewhere, or the U.S., and he was like, yeah, I can't go there. And we're like, what? We're just going on, like, vacation. We're going to go party in, like, you know, Nashville or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I can't. You can do that. Like, I can't do that. He's from India. He can't just go to America.
Yeah, you have to be vaccinated and you have to have some sort of paperwork, right?
Yeah, you got to get a visa.
You have to
but-
get a visa to
Yeah.
visit.
A visiting visa, essentially, yeah.
Isn't that wild?
No, it is kind of wild.
We don't even think about that. We don't, you know, we have it so goddamn good here. We really do.
Yeah.
As nutty as people are, and the crazy gender war talk that's going on right now, with it seems like there's like such a fascination with gender now, like
Yeah.
to the point where it's like what is like Douglas Murray talked about this on the podcast. He was saying that this happens in every civilization before it collapses. People become obsessed with gender for some reason.
And then it's also, as a comedian, you know, especially like the trans issue or whatever, right? You know, it's like, how do you not address that when it becomes the
Right.
number one? This is the number one. Everyone's talking about it nonstop.
Yeah.
And then they're kind of like, oh, look at all these guys talking about this. And you're like, how do you not? It's like an elephant in the room at that point.
Yeah, it's an ideology that's being enforced that you're not allowed to talk about something that may or may not be crazy. And I'm not talking about all trans people. I'm just talking about the possibility of crazy people being in any group is 100%. The
Yeah.
possibility of crazy people that are captains of yachts,
Of course.
crazy dentists, crazy everything.
Sure.
But so you have to leave room for crazy when it comes to trans people too. And right now they don't. They're not leaving room for crazy. This is why you have this guy up in Canada with the giant rubber tits.
I love him.
With the shoulder straps.
The goat.
It's amazing.
Do you see? I don't know if you saw the picture. He looks like Tim Dillon when he has the tits off.
I think he's running a con.
Yeah.
He may be running a con. I mean, this is just my opinion, but it seems like he dresses up like a man during the day, which of course it's a con. I mean, the whole thing is so funny.
Wearing
He's-
those titties all day long would be nuts.
Bro, it's nuts that you can do that. It's nuts that you could do that.
He's a
and show
shop
up.
teacher as
Like,
well.
This is where I'm saying, like, you have to leave room for crazy in everything.
Yeah.
You got to leave room for crazy. And if you don't leave room for crazy, then we're in a cult.
Do you know-
Okay, now we're in a cult.
Do you know how, like, in Russia, they'll have, you know, Putin will play, like, hockey games and everyone lets him win?
They let him do judo too.
Yeah, they let him do it's kind of
Yeah.
Steven Seagal style. Well, he's
Yeah.
900 pounds and he just, these demonstrations.
No,
where
he's
he just-
actually legit with judo.
I know he's.
No,
or
he's
Aikido?
really legit.
Aikido, right?
No. Judo.
Is he judo?
Yeah. No, he's a black belt. He's an actual black belt. Putin is a legitimate black belt. Like when you watch him throw people
Okay.
around, watch video of it. Pull up Putin does judo.
But the hockey-
100% he's legit.
So he's so he's legit that?
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that part.
He used to be a KGB guy. You
But
know
the
what I'm saying?
hockey, he plays against, like, you know, high level professional
Oh, they
hockey
kind of
players.
let him. They let him do hockey.
Let him win. He gets 11 points against, you know. But I feel like sometimes the trans stuff's that where everyone just kind of
Right. It is. It is the same thing because everyone's scared. But when you watch him do judo, like 100%, that's real skill. Like 100%. Like he definitely knows his shit. Like if I saw that guy teaching at a judo
Sure.
academy somewhere, he's a black belt and he's an instructor, I would say yes, legitimate.
Nice.
Yeah, the Putin really knows judo.
What about Seagal? What do you think of Seagal?
He really is really good at Aikido.
He was the GOAT, right?
Well, no, but he was very talented. Like if you just watch his fluidity and his technique in Aikido, if you go back to the early days when he was running a dojo in Japan, and I think he was legitimately the first American to run an Aikido dojo in Japan. No bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think he was married to the daughter of one of the main senseis or something. So he was like deep in the culture, and he was really good at Aikido. But Aikido is a martial art that was developed to disarm people with swords. So when someone's coming at you with a sword, you don't have a sword, you're disarming them. The
Okay.
idea is to try to use their momentum against them.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's kind of a reactive martial art, and it's like it's using your momentum and then using leverage and using technique. But it's not like offensive. And what he did in the movies is he made it offensive. Like if you go to like
Yeah.
Above the Law is a fucking great movie.
Well, he turned it into
This
a
is
tool
Seagal,
to get tons of
This
pussy.
is him when he's older. Okay, this is Do-Rag Seagal.
Do-Rag Seagal is the best
Do-Rag
Seagal.
Seagal is not the best Seagal. You want to go to black and white film Seagal, because you got to realize like Above the Law. Go to old Steven Seagal footage. Above the Law was in Jamie.
Hell yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you, listen, the guy, you can say whatever you want about the guy now, but I am just telling
I
you.
love him.
Yeah, listen, fuck all this. Go to old Steven Seagal footage, because this is a lot of like, he's basically in a movie now, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's like, he's in a movie. Those guys aren't really resisting.
And one that he's written as well.
No. Old Steven Seagal Aikido footage. There's like legitimate footage of him in the dojo.
Just doing work.
Yeah, like when you see like his ability to throw people. There you go.
He had the big feud
Go
with
to
Jean-Claude
the
Van
top one.
Damme.
The top one's legit. I've seen this top one. So it's a lot of the movements and stuff, like very fluid, very fluid. It's just not that effective a martial art in real practice. Like in real practice, a wrestler is going to take a keto guy down like 100% of the time.
Yeah, no Aikido guy's ever won one of the big competitions, really.
I mean, you could have a guy who starts out in Aikido for some strange reason and is just extraordinarily physically talented. Like if John Jones got into Aikido,
Sure.
he still would fuck people up in the UFC. There's certain people that are extraordinarily talented. They're training at the wrong place. That does happen.
Perhaps a trans Aikido fighter would do it.
But Aikido is just not the way to go. It's a beautiful martial art. It's a beautiful thing to learn. It is a really effective tool. Like if you know Aikido and a guy has like a bat and he's coming at you, it's actually a very important thing to know. Like some of the principles involved in avoiding like these strikes, like you could apply those in a real situation. But it's just like it's just not the martial art that you would say is on its own what's really good for fighting. You wouldn't say Aikido.
I feel like the reason why even guys like him, aside from that, were so great was just like that they believed it a little. You know, when you see kind of, Jason Momoa right now as an action star, he doesn't think he's that guy. You know,
Right,
whereas
right.
like, kind of even Jean-Claude Van Damme, like it was getting a little wishy-washy. What was the movie? What was them,
Yes. Well, I think the audience capture like that, and especially then, you're talking about like the 80s and the 90s, where your connection to the audience is like so ethereal. It's so like it's mystical. Like why do they like me?
You're not
Where
seeing
are
this
these
guy
people?
every day.
You don't have any tweets about you. You're not getting any comments on YouTube. You're just like trying to figure out if people like you, and you're just doing karate movies.
Yeah. It is very easy to be like a god back in those days. It's kind of like more how music is, where I always say that even if you look at you know, kind of
Look at him.
activist stuff.
He's doing splits on the top of like
Oh,
a
that's
building.
Jean-Claude's. His split
Bro.
move is the move.
Bro, he's doing splits on the top of a fucking giant pillar overlooking the city. I'd be scared to sit there.
90% of Jean-Claude Van Damme was his splits.
First of all, he's a beautiful man.
He's the best.
He's a beautiful man. I mean, his body is flawless. So he's over there, flawless body, doing splits.
More than splits too.
Yeah.
It's like
Look at him. He could do splits on. He could do splits on 2 chairs, where he puts one heel on each chair and he like suspends his body. That's nuts.
Oh
that's,
my God.
That's really hard to do, man.
so
Remember
much
that video?
splits.
I think it was CGI. It had to be CGI, where they did it in between the 2 trucks.
Yeah, there's a picture of it.
That's CGI.
Both.
It has to be
They
CGI.
did do some of it, but yeah, they didn't.
I think he really can do that with his legs still. He really can do
I
a
don't think they
split.
were moving though. Yeah,
But they're not going to do that in between trucks, and he goes under the truck! And you lose Jean-Claude Van Damme in a fucking horrific semi-accident where his body gets turned into meat.
I think he's doing. He's doing some wild stuff right now. He's
Is
got,
he?
Oh, on the internet. Yeah, I think. Well, he had that. He did like a web series, and then he had like some porn star girlfriend. He was posting photos of him just like in a hot tub with just like rocking out.
Damn.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. But I was kind of even saying that the same way that it used to be more mystical with the action stars back then, like you were saying, that like it kind of reminds me of why I feel like activist messages work better with musicians than like, you know, podcasters or comedians. Because it's sort of like with musicians, like the, you know, save the children, whatever you want to say.
Right,
You know,
right.
very like, we got to feed those kids. And then, but you don't have to really answer anything more than that.
Right.
And then it's kind of like with
Or you could say something in between songs.
yeah, you get
You
your
know?
one comment in.
Yeah.
But then after it becomes
By
like,
the way, fuck the Supreme Court.
yeah, 100%. Woo, 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 woo.
And Biden needs to codify Roe v. Wade.
Yeah. And if you think women should be in the kitchen, you can
Yeah.
leave this concert right now.
Right.
But if you said that here, you'd be like, well, what do you mean by that? And it's
Lecturing dudes are sus. They're super sus. When dudes lecture other dudes, I'm like, damn, you're sus.
that was
Those are closet creeps a lot
that,
of the time.
that area where when things got like real wild in 2016, the dudes that became the big lecturers were because the girls, you kind of like got it a little more.
There's a few of them that I know that I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
What are
what's
you doing? What's that about?
did you ever? Yeah, I mean, did you?
Imagine it working. Imagine you say, you know, respect women, and all of a sudden the guy reads that tweet and it's like, oh, yeah, why not? Shit, I should.
Jesus,
should
dude.
respect
Oh my
women.
God.
I mean, thank God you wrote that.
Yeah.
Because
I
I just
changed
you know,
my entire opinion of the way I think of everything at
Yeah, I just
34.
didn't even think there were people until I saw your tweet. What the fuck are you doing? Believe all women. Okay. Believe everyone. How about that? Believe all the people all the time.
Do you think
Believe
that
everybody. No one's lying.
do you think that right now, I think your average dude that was like that has sort of felt a little embarrassed. The same way that the same way that your average dude that was all in on COVID, like
Yeah.
day after. I remember when COVID happened, I was kind of filming stuff, and I had a few buddies that like messaged me being like, dude, this is kind of irresponsible that you're like filming or whatever. And the guys that are cool, and I was kind of like, I think you're gonna be embarrassed that you sent me this. And
Years later, yup.
yeah, they were. But I think that, you know, some dudes that were like all in on,
Yeah.
you know,
Some
yelling
people
at
have
you.
a heightened level of anxiety, and it's not even their fault. It's like where you are, maybe you're at a 1 or 2. Some people are at a fucking 6 all the time. And
Yes.
So something like COVID comes along, and it just rattles them to like a 9, whereas you stay at a 6.
Yeah.
You know, you're like where they would be normally. Like, wow, the fucking world's fucked now. That would be them normally.
Yeah.
And then COVID comes along, and they go, wow. Some people just thought the way we all felt about it in the beginning. Everybody in the beginning was scared. I remember those days. Everybody in the beginning was like, whoa, this is weird.
Yeah, no one was. Yeah.
Right,
At the
but-
very least, you're like,
Everybody was worried. because they shut the whole country down. Everybody was worried. We're hearing the stories
What's
about
going on
needing
here?
ventilators, or running out of ventilators. We were all scared.
Yeah, I was robbing people's
But
houses.
In 2023, I see people driving with masks on. I saw a guy
Come
drive with a
on.
mask on. That guy's not coming back.
Driving
with the mask
the
on.
plane's full of them, and they've got the full, the Bane mask, the whole deal.
Some people are not coming back. They're not coming back.
Yeah.
we broke them.
There's a couple of comics.
not we, but life.
No,
the
society.
The thing that we just went through broke them.
3 years is enough to break someone too.
Oh fuck! 3 years is enough to break a strong person.
Yeah, like
a
when
strong person.
Well, don't they imagine you were going to jail and you go solitary confinement and they put you in solitary confinement for 3 years? Like how many? Isn't there a pretty good percentage of people that lose their mind in that scenario?
How do you do that to a person? Isn't it wild? I mean, I had a bit about this at one point in time, where I was like, this is how much we need each other. That we'll take people that are murderers and rapists and thieves and swindlers, and the worst punishment you can give them is leaving them alone.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Like the worst punishment you can give to someone is just leave them alone.
You can't talk to anyone.
Imagine you leave them alone with no books.
Well, you know what's it's funny because the best reward you can give someone for about 3 hours is leave them alone, and it goes from you know what I mean. For certain people, you go the best thing. Someone that just got too much going on. You got family, whatever it is. Like the best thing you could have is like no one's bugging me for 3 hours.
Yeah,
and that slowly becomes the best thing to the worst nightmare that you can imagine.
Yeah,
hell on earth.
Weird. We're so strange.
So that's why it
that's
did break
why
people.
all that people are like, well, I'm kind of alone, or shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's a weird one. You kind of like being alone sometimes.
Yeah.
But no one wants to be alone. And if you do, be careful, because then you're Ted Kaczynski. If you really want to be alone, you probably hate people and you're trying to blow them up.
And also the people that say that want to be alone, you're like, yeah, you want to be alone, but in front of a TV, Right. You're like, are you alone? It's like none of those people that are like, yeah, I just go to my basement, shut the lights off, and sit
That's
there.
it, in the dark.
Like a serial killer.
Contemplate my demise.
just think.
I try to feel my cells reproducing poorly.
Like a psycho.
Which ones are going to fail me first before I perish?
Yeah, that is kind of what it is, yeah. Just sitting there thinking of you having sex, not
Lighting
even hard.
matches, burning them down to your fingertips, alone in the dark. Blisters on your fingers from holding these.
Yeah. Okay, if you say that, you go, okay, you're kind of a loner. Yeah, that's correct.
That's a real loner. We need to keep a fucking eye on you.
Yeah, that is correct. You are.
It is fucking weird how much we need each other. We need each other so bad.
Yeah, so I watched that. I watched a lot of people get broken because of that stuff, especially in Canada where it was like way crazier. You know what I mean? Like my mom, I always say my mom was like a good pulse of what just like a normal person is. Because she'll I always say she watches like Fox and CNN, but just thinks they're both just news. So she'll literally watch the news and be like, the news can't make up their mind because she's like,
that's hilarious.
You know what I mean? Like,
Did you talk about this in your act?
I've never said that on stage.
Oh my God,
no,
you have to.
But
dude.
it's like makes me laugh because she'll be like, they can't decide whether they like the president, whether they hate. Like it's all, you know what I mean?
100%. You should write that down.
That's okay. So
that's like fertile territory. Someone
Yeah,
starts talking about something, you see a whole fertile field in front of them, like, oh, you can do something.
I
with
think
this.
I've tried. Well, so she would kind of at first be like, they need to lock it all down, and then there was a bit where she was like getting mad, been like, it's been 6 months, I can't see my friends, it doesn't even make sense. And I was kind of like, just go see your friends, who cares? There was a point where when they were saying you can only have 2 people, and then they're like, we upped it to 3, and I'm like, I mean, I don't know, make it 0. I'm not really paying attention to what the rules are.
It's easy to have hindsight and look back and think you would have done it differently. That's part of the problem too, because if you're the government and you tell someone something, changing course is so hard.
It's a big ass boat.
It's a big boat to steer.
Yeah.
You tell him everyone's going to die, and then you go, actually, very few people that are unhealthy are going to die, and the rest of them are going to be fine. You'd be like, what? Like, out of all the people I know,
Yeah.
Like if you're the government and you start like taking in information as time goes on, you realize, oh, we're way off on this. Like this is really just affects old people and overweight people.
Yeah.
Fuck. But we don't want to fucking keep this party going. How do I?
Yeah, and also if I don't keep the party going, I'm like I'm like the wrong, I'm like supporting
I'm a bad
the
person.
I'm a bad guy now.
Now you're encouraging people to get sick. Like you're not like if you've played to the people with the highest levels of anxiety, if you all of a sudden shift course and ask for courage, to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you up to here?
Like, well, why'd you change your idea? You were with us. We were like, lock it all down. There's a lot of lock it all down people. Lock it all down and triple mask up and no one moves. No more working. We need a redistribution of wealth.
Get in your closet. Yeah, you go, what was that? Yeah, that's so funny. You go, all right, we need to lock it down and we need to take all your money. You go, what was that last part? You go, and also, and also less men in, in tech. And you're like, how does this one relate again? You go, just shut up. They're
Redistribute
together.
wealth through the vaccine. Yeah, a medical intervention became a sign of being a leftist.
Well,
it did, and avoiding a medical intervention became a sign of being a right winger. It was really weird.
That
really,
was the wildest.
Really wild. Like if you just said like, hey, I don't think I want to take that. After what I've heard from people that took it, and people go, "What are you, a Trump supporter?" Like instantly.
Yeah,
like,
and it wasn't that wasn't really the
right-winger?
breakdown either. It was like, kind of like a lot of old hippie types, like a lot of my like urban friends in Toronto, like most people that I know that wouldn't take it was like rapper dudes.
Oh yeah,
and they were
Ice Cube famously turned down a movie. I think it was worth like $9 million.
Yeah. I'm sure he didn't like Trump. I would imagine that. I would imagine the Cube wasn't loving Trump.
People were fucking suspicious.
Or T, whatever it was.
People were suspicious because it takes a long time to figure out what the overall long-term negative effects are of drugs. That's why it takes a long time for them to license them. I mean, it takes for a drug to be approved, like generally. I mean, how many years does it take for a vaccine to normally be approved?
Yeah.
And something that's like very novel, a novel type of vaccine, it's so unusual that it got approved so quick. And if it wasn't for COVID, it most likely wouldn't have, right? I mean, it was an emergency use authorization thing. For people to be nervous about something like that seems rational. It seems rational.
Well, I know the other side of it. Well, I know a lot of, kind of maybe more right-leaning dudes that were like super into the vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
And they were like, if you're a Republican, you don't like the vaccine, and they were like, well, I'm a Republican, I like the vaccine because they're just older or whatever, more safe, or have a different view on life.
There's this narrative that you were an idiot if you didn't want to take it. Like, how do you guys know?
I know both. Yeah, I know
both
on both sides.
Yeah, how do you guys know for sure what's happening here? How do you know for sure?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much research are you doing? How much have you looked at the studies? Are you looking at like who it's affecting and what there's actually things you can do to kind of mitigate that? You can take vitamins and supplements, and they boost your immune system. And you probably should
quit
be exercising.
Vaping might help.
Quit vaping.
I didn't look at any of the studies and talked about it a lot, but
in the beginning, I think they were saying for some weird reason that people who smoked cigarettes had a lower level of infection. I was like, yeah, they're probably cooking the COVID out of their system.
Their body's like, hey, we got enough gunk in here. We don't have any room for any of this COVID stuff, Mr. Burns style.
I wonder if you're like a chain smoker, like you're filtering all that COVID through cigarette smoke. Like, I wonder if it actually kills the COVID that's in your lungs.
We all know someone that, is like in the worst shape, drinks, smokes nonstop, and they're the first guy up being like, let's go. And you're like, how are you not dead?
Right.
Some bodies just know how to deal with I think that is it. You just got to well, first of all, you have tar, you have like a legit, just like a tar, filter covering your whole body. Yeah.
Pores are all clogged.
Yeah, there's callus. It's like construction workers with the calluses. They have that, and then the alcohol. Your liver is just like covered in a filter of alcohol. So
your liver's just super powered.
I know
your liver's
people
like
that.
A power lifter.
Yeah.
Every day it's like pumping out like serious alcohol.
And that's your natural state. So I think your body too. And this is the total speculation, but there's a point where your body essentially. It kind of gives the reason for pain is to be like, hey, don't do that. Put your
right.
I think your body probably give so much, like, your lungs hurt, your body hurts, but they don't listen, so the body just goes, do what you want then. I'll stop. We'll stop sending the sensors up to your body that this is bad.
Yeah, your body just gives up.
Yeah, they go, sure.
Just a constant state of inflammation everywhere, so you just go numb.
That's what it is.
Yeah, there's some people that live like that for a long ass time. There's some like
Crazy, right? When those guys live.
heavy-duty substance abusers that lived for. How old is Keith Richards?
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't a boozer though.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
he
it's
wasn't?
Not hardcore. I mean, he never got fat. It's the boozers that get fat that seems like that's not good. You know, like because there's people that are overweight just because they drink too much beer. So the calories that they're
you're
consuming
drinking
in beer,
9
it's
baguettes
insane.
a night.
They're like, how much? What is like a Bud Tall Boy? What's the calories in a Bud Tall Boy?
I would guess a tall boy. My guess would be 480.
480. Jamie, what do you think it is?
4 low end,
Look
5
at
high
the
end.
screen, I might have pulled it up. I guess like 300.
Yeah,
I thought 300 was a normal.
I was thinking like 350. So you'll go 300, I'll go 350. And would you say 4 what?
I said 450, I think.
450. Yeah.
For a tall
Yeah.
can, though. Not Bud. Did you say Bud Light or Bud?
Bud.
Yeah,
Tall
Bud.
boy.
195 in one
That's
can.
it?
That's propaganda.
That's a lie. They're working with the government.
190.
It seems like it should be way more than that. It's only 190
Yeah,
calories
because
for
so
a
what's
Bud
it?
Tall Boy?
So a normal one's what? 100?
That seems ridiculous.
120?
I don't buy it.
Yeah, I've seen there's like a commercial for Miller Lite or something. They're like, only one more calorie than Nick Ulster. No. Really?
Really?
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm having trouble buying it, but well, whatever. Either way, if you drink 12 of them, it's like after
Yeah.
the end of the night, you're just like, yeah, let me just have
It's
3.
another 1,000 calories.
Let me have 2 Subway buns.
So if you just drink 5 Bud Tall Boys, which many gentlemen do on a fine Saturday evening,
Yeah.
that's 1,000 extra calories.
Yeah, every night.
Every night. And if you hate your job, why not keep drinking? You
Yeah,
know?
yeah. So
Don't
you're right.
quit drinking if you hate your job.
That being said, I think the original hypothesis that it's better to just be on heroin probably isn't right either.
I think heroin is probably better for you if you get the stuff that Keith Richards is getting.
If you're doing it completely right, sure.
Yeah, he's getting heroin like straight out of Afghanistan. They probably fly it
You
in
think
on
he
a
gets the good
drone.
stuff?
He probably lands in his mansion in Connecticut on a drone.
Yeah. He
Drops
definitely's
off
got
a-
the guy.
A brick. You know, it's probably got like the brown paper over it and twine roping it together.
In 2018, he said he
Gives
only
up
been off
drinking almost.
for a year.
I got fed up with it.
Oh, he said he hasn't been on the hard booze for about a year.
So he drank
The
up
hard
until he was like
booze.
75.
That's gonna be
Guarantee-
that.
Yeah, but I guarantee he's still drinking. He just
Okay.
gave up on moonshine. He's
Yeah.
probably just drinking wine or something. He said he gave up on the hard. It said the hard drinks.
Favorite drink
See?
was Jack Daniels or vodka. Occasional glass of wine, still, or beer.
Yeah, so we'll have beers and wine. He just gave up on drinking Jack Daniels straight out of the bottle, like right there. And he lived
Taking it easy.
He's so
Yeah.
old.
I'm just gonna take it easy tonight too.
I saw them, and it was almost
Clumps
like
of wine.
a psychedelic experience.
Really?
Yeah. I was like mesmerized when I saw. I couldn't believe they were really there. I was like, "Holy shit! That really is
Yeah.
Mick Jagger. That really is Keith Richards." Like, wow.
Yeah, it is cool. Where'd you see them?
They were here. They were in Austin at the
Recently?
at the racetrack. Yeah, the COTA, the Circuit of Americas. It's
Cool.
fucking crazy to watch them that old still jamming out,
Yeah.
still doing it.
And
Mick
it
Jagger's
also-
still dancing around.
Doing like the dancing like a girl at like 85 is strange, right?
It's weird, but it's Mick Jagger. You let it go.
Of course, it's cool.
You know, whatever it is. But that's him. Dude.
I actually saw them in Toronto. There's this thing called SARS stock. Do you remember when SARS was coming around, the original COVID?
Yes, I do.
So they did a big festival. I think there was like a problem where the stage broke and some people died or something. I think it was.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was some big debacle there. But I saw them there.
Wasn't there a time like back in the day where the Hell's Angels killed the guy at one of their concerts?
That used to be the deal. Is like you hire Hell's Angels to be your bouncers.
Was that what they did?
Want to hear?
I thought it was like just audience members. I thought like the
No.
Hells Angels were in the audience. Is that what happened with that?
Well, I don't know if
See if you can find that
this
story.
specific one, but that used to be like a big thing in music is let's hire, Hell's Angels guys. But I think that
What a great idea.
I think it's a great idea until you realize they've got like they've got like a also they have a drug ring that they're running at your festival.
American man who was killed in 1969 Altamont Free concert. During the performance by the Rolling Stones, Hunter approached the stage and he was violently driven off by members of the Hells Angels motorcycle club who agreed to serve as security guards. Oh, so you're right.
Security
That's what
guards.
it was. That is it.
You want to? Can I tell you
Wow,
something?
so the guy was rushing the stage and they beat him to death? Is that what happened? I thought he got stabbed.
It was like the Chappelle thing, but they took it a little further.
But I feel like someone got stabbed. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Me and Jamie were talking
ready
about
for this?
all the Twitter fight clubs.
Shelter. Let me see.
It's on film. Oh my God. I don't know if
I guess it
wanna watch
would be,
this.
yeah. I mean, that's most of Twitter right now is watching fight videos that I don't want to see.
Dude, there's so much on Instagram that they let through. So much like finds their way into your feed. You're like, how am I watching this? How is this okay?
I can't tell what's happening.
Yeah, that is wild.
And this is 1969, man. I don't think you or I is really I don't think we're ever going to really understand how crazy 1969 was.
No.
I think we missed it. Whatever the fuck.
People aren't big that there's no people that are that big anymore, really.
Well, there are, but it's a different thing, right? It's a different thing with the internet. The whole thing is different. It's
decentralized?
What I'm saying is like the change between the 1950s and 1969. Only
In which
19
way?
years. In the way the culture was.
Yeah.
Like think about just music. Think about Buddy Holly, like fucking, all that kind of Big Sue.
Yeah.
Big. It's great music, but you go from that to Hendrix.
Yeah.
Like what happened? What the fuck happened?
I
Like,
always
the
think that
world
there's-
changed.
Yeah, and I always look at culture through music a little bit, but like it's always that things go so far, one way and people get sick of it. Like, even like punk and stuff, it always goes like very soft, and then there's some guy kind of singing about his girlfriend and stuff like that, and then people get so sick of that shit that the next guy's like, "Oh, I hate women."
Yeah, well, it's like every now and then the culture needs like a jolt of something different. Like
You get sick of it.
That's
Just get
what
sick of
Nirvana
it.
was. There was all hair bands, and then Nirvana came along, and
Yeah, the grunge
Nirvana
scene.
essentially killed the hair band.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to be moody. Like, yeah, I'm tired of partying, man. I just want to be moody. I want to be like deep.
Yeah, and also
Mysterious.
the next generation's like that. It also gets corporate too, right? So the thing becomes it's so hip and it's so
a
cool.
genre.
The genre becomes
Right.
corporate, right? And then there's some new scene that isn't like. That's why I always like all art. It's so cool to me that's why Austin to me is this, because all art always happens in these little pockets, right? Like the grunge was Seattle.
Yeah.
You guys have your Austin thing where it's like I'm even just like kind of hanging with you guys at the Vulcan. It was like, there's 5 or 6 of you and there's no one telling you what to do. And just like really just this like movement. I remember like Toronto, I felt like I had that where it was just, there's no one telling you what to do. It's
Yeah.
8 people that are all kind of inventing a new little style and pushing each other. And that's how culture always kind of forms the best. And then that becomes, someone from that culture gets so popular. And then after 8 years, everyone gets a little sick of that.
Yeah, they'll get sick of everything, no matter what. But this idea that shouldn't be the case. That you shouldn't.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's good. Good that things shift around.
Yeah, it's cool.
And when something is as good as Nirvana, like all that hairband stuff, there was like a weird moment where I think people lost their fucking minds, where it was all like guys had just giant big hair and wearing makeup.
Yeah.
And it was real glammy, very strange, very strange.
Yeah.
And then Nirvana came along and just fucking tanked it.
Yeah, they were
tanked
just
the
like
whole
enough
thing.
of this whole thing. Yeah.
They really
I'm gonna be wearing.
did.
I'm gonna be wearing like a crappy sweater and
Yeah.
crappy jeans. Yeah.
Screaming "rape me."
yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ. You're not the only one. They were so good.
Yeah.
They were so good that they tanked an opposing industry.
Honestly, yeah.
Just with their talent.
I mean,
all that stuff just went away. All that stuff went away.
That was
all that crazy hair. There was like 100 of those bands.
And they all look exactly the same, too, by the way.
They all had crazy big hair, and they were all wearing like leopard skin jackets and shit.
Yeah,
they had lipstick on. It was so weird. It was so
hilarious.
It was such a weird thing.
I love it. Yeah, that's
It
funny.
was such a weird thing that like a very feminized like male was like super attractive in the music business only.
Yeah. What
It was not
right
like one of
before
those
that?
guys was like an action star and was like kicking ass with like makeup on
Yeah.
And fucking Kiss heels. There wasn't that, but there was something about those guys singing that there was you accepted a certain amount of gender bending.
Yeah. And you also, those guys, there is a big difference that I think people always miss when they're talking about, like, the guys used to dress like that. But those guys were dressing like that, but they were, like, very masculine dudes. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
Like
it was a bunch, just
Paul
like
Stanley.
Yeah, just like a band van is a very similar to like a sports dressing room. It's a bunch of guys. Anytime you put like a bunch of guys together for a long time, like there's a dynamic there, right? So yeah, they're a bunch of dudes acting like dudes, but then they put makeup on.
Yeah, and then they're giant heels.
But they're not saying
and they get their hair
women.
teased up.
Yeah.
And they fucking get out there and shake their hips. You know what the craziest thing to
and
me?
they sing about getting girls too, which is funny.
Look at what Rob Halford did. Because Rob Halford from Judas Priest was so fucking good.
Yeah.
Judas Priest was so good that they got people to dress up like a biker.
Yeah.
Like everybody decided to dress up like a biker.
They got everyone on
That
board
was like
with
the
that.
thing. They kind of
Like a gay
got
biker.
How many people? Yeah. When you find out that Rob was gay,
They tricked
you're
everyone.
like, do you know how amazing?
Do you
that
think
is?
that there was any guy at the club when they found out he was gay that was like, what the? ripping off his leather?
Do you know how many guys must have tweaked out when they found out he was gay?
He's got the gimp mask on
got
with the
another
zip.
thing coming.
You're telling me this guy's gay? Ripping off his bondage outfit.
Dude, I had a friend of mine in high school. He used to listen to Rob Halford. Like, you got another thing coming. That was like his mantra.
Yeah.
Like for him,
He loved it.
getting out of the town. He was that dude that was like kind of like socially troubled, and he had to get out of the town. He was gonna make his way. You got another thing. That was his. I remember going, damn, that is a fresh song. That song was amazing.
So he would listen to that song
Yeah.
to get hyped up about leaving town? Did he
Yeah,
leave? Did he
I
ever
don't
get
know.
out?
I lost touch with him.
If you ever
I
go
don't know
back
what
and he's like
happened.
working at the tackle shop.
I'm only in touch with a couple of my friends from the high school. Two of my best friends that I'm still friends with.
That's all you need.
Back then, my two friend Jimmies. Those were guys I went to high
Jimmies?
school with. The Jimmies, yeah. But they went to North. I went to high school in Newton South, so we were like
Yeah.
in the same town, but we didn't go to the same school. So I'm only friends with one dude who was from my art class, who was like the best artist in the art class. This guy John DeVore, and he and I we communicate on email sometimes. But he was like the guy when we were kids. It was like this,
It's
amazing
Joe
comic
Rogan,
book
Lawhorn.
illustrator.
How's he doing now? Was he comic book
He's got-
illustrator?
No, he runs a speaker company.
Interesting
He actually
world.
stopped doing art for the same reason that I did, because the teacher that we had in high school was such a douchebag. He made you not want to do art.
Interesting. What did he do?
He was just miserable.
He was like, you
And
can
so
try this, but it's a waste of time.
So this guy, John, my friend from high school, told me that teacher gave him an F. And I just told you he was the most talented guy in the class, by far.
Yeah.
I was number 3. There was this dude named Kevin. He was number 2, and I was number 3. But we both did it. All three of us did a comic book together.
Cool.
Yeah, like some martial arts dragon thing. I forget what it's called. But we
When you're young, it's so funny because
Oh,
you're
my
like,
God.
we're gonna take over the world
But
with
we
this comic
loved
book
it.
stuff.
Like,
Yeah.
and we would hang out and do art together. But the teacher was such a twat. He was such a twat. He was like this
Ruined it for you.
miserable older guy with I remember his pot belly, like he was pregnant. But he was a tiny man. It was very thin, but with a pot belly.
Yeah.
And he was just saying, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do with your life. If you're going to be an artist, you're going to have to draw things you don't want to draw. There's no way.
Like me,
yeah.
nude after class if you want an A. Not everyone gets what they want.
Bro, he doesn't want to fuck anybody. He didn't want to fuck anybody.
Yeah.
He just wanted to go to sleep. That guy was
Just hated his
He
life.
was miserable, and he was just really bad to be around. because you were young and full of energy, and you just wanted to like do something with your life, and this is a thing that you were doing that you were kind of getting good at. Of
course.
And you're like, maybe I could be an artist. I love comic books. Maybe I could draw comic books.
The art teacher says no.
Such a cunt. He was such a cunt. You're like, oh my god, I got to get away from you. So negative.
It's kind of a weird thing with art because, it is true when someone says, hey, this isn't a good idea.
Yeah.
Like, they're right statistically. So there is something to be said about, like, I feel like you actually need most people being like, listen, this is probably a bad idea to try to be a comedian. Like,
yes.
that is the actual responsible. So when parents, they're like, that's okay, this is not a good idea. They're right. But you only need one person that's like, you can though. Like you need one guy in your corner. You can't have every person says no because then it's too, you're too afraid. But I think that a lot of times there's this weird, like, sometimes people say you need too much support. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if everyone's like, you could do this, like,
that's
because the
much.
people that are going to make it, you are going to break through a level of adversity usually, The people who are going to make it work, they don't care that people are saying no. But if everyone's saying no, I feel like that's what, like, ruins some people that could have been great. Does that make sense?
Everyone's saying no, so like their family's saying no.
Yeah, like imagine your dad's like, listen, go to school. This probably isn't a good idea. Your mom's saying that. Maybe your teacher's saying that. But then you had one teacher that's like, no, you got something here. Like, give one encouraging person for a guy. Like, I think a lot of young dudes don't have like one encouraging person.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I think also, whatever the fuck you're trying to do, whether you're trying to do stand-up comedy or anything else, it's gonna be a long-ass road. And you can't hope you get successful really quick. And the problem with comedy as opposed to everything else is that people think they have like a giant head start. Like people fine line.
That's what I mean.
We really don't know until it works. Like, so many different people succeed in stand-up comedy that you wouldn't have thought would have if you didn't know any better, or if you didn't see them in like the first year of their career when they sucked.
Yeah.
If you only saw them like 7-8 years later, you would probably never imagine how bad they sucked 8 years ago. There's certain guys like that.
Yeah. Or how like much of a dick they were or something.
But it's all about constant improvement and constantly working at it, and some people just don't do that, man. The thing about comedy is nobody tells you to do it. Like, if you're a comic, you can kind of fuck off, especially if you've like there is if you're like in New York and you kind of are making a living, maybe you have a podcast, you can really just like do the bare minimum. But you just do a few sets here and there and do the same 15 minutes.
But whenever you see those people, like, I always kind of like a little bit binary with people. I'm always like, would you bet on that guy? Like, when you see someone 2-3 years in, I don't say, I never
bet on them.
That's what I say. I go, I don't say like, what should they do better? What should they do worse? Like, what moves should they make? Should this guy be this? Should he be that? I just go, would you bet on that guy? And if yes, he'll figure the rest out. Yeah. That's what I usually think.
Yeah.
And there's a few people I can think like that where I'm like, I would bet on. And then there's public people you'll see someone come on the scene and you go, that guy's going to be huge. Like, you can just tell.
Oh, yeah. There's certain guys that there's certain people that just have a thing. And you're like, wow, you got a thing. Like,
I
look at
love
that thing. Yeah.
When you see a new guy, you go, who's this guy?
Yeah. And then there's other people that just keep getting a little better. Just keep getting a little better. And then you see him a year later, you're like, nice, man. Like how you tighten that up.
Compounds.
Keep getting better. Like, the first time I saw Tim Dillon, he was very funny. It was very funny. But the second time I saw him was a long time later. Second time I saw him live was a long time later. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I go, dude, that was amazing. It was
Something
amazing.
clicks, right?
Yeah, he was just doing the road a lot. He said he was just constantly doing the road. So he's like doing all these headliner spots. He's doing so much time. He's like, everything just tightened up and,
Especially when you're doing there's different personalities are easier to do when you're starting. Like, let's say you're like a big, fun, fat guy. Like, that personality, 6 months in can kind of connect,
Right.
But if you're being like an asshole, Like there's so many people where you're like, yo, that's really funny, but not enough funny for how much of you're being an asshole.
Right. You're not likable at all.
I'm that. Like,
Yeah.
it took me forever to figure out that right, like, balance of, like, telling the audience I'm better than them, but also, like, I don't know. It takes,
There's also a defensive thing too, right? Because like if you think you're gonna bomb, a little bit of you is like, "Fuck these people," you know, because like you don't want to admit that you're not doing it right yet. You want to believe that it's them. Camping me.
The audience has no data whatsoever. You know what? This is what I was kind of thinking of. What I kind of feel like the audience sometimes, because there is comics that almost treat it like a job, especially in cities. I'm sure in LA you saw a lot of this. Boston, you probably saw a ton of this. The guys that it's a very like a job for them where they go, hey, you know, oh yeah, the 10 o'clock's pretty good. The 11 o'clock, you know, a little bit of a loud table at the back. The sex stuff doesn't go. You probably want to keep it to the relationship material for the table. And like it's very, you know, like we want the audience to have a good time. That's the job, right?
Right.
And I was kind of thinking like, it's almost, you know, the game Keep Up, like
No.
Like where you just like you're playing with like a let's say like a soccer ball and you're just trying to keep it in the air like with your feet and
okay.
Yeah, just like a simple game like that or hacky sack, right?
Right.
I feel like sometimes stand-ups like Keep Up where if you just say that the job is to keep the ball in the air, that's the job, but then you go, what's the guy doing when the ball's in the air? The other guy's like underneath doing like a flip, then he puts it up. But if you're just watching the ball in the air, that's the audience. So there is data. If it fell down, you go, that didn't work.
Right.
But the data is like you want to keep the job is to keep the ball in the air, keep the audience happy. But then what else are you doing while you're even able to do that? That's kind of how I think of stand up a little bit sometimes.
Interesting. That's an interesting way to think about it.
Because you're like, yeah, those two people both killed. They both did the job. But you're like, that guy did a backflip and then did the ball. That guy just kept it up again.
Yeah. Well, I definitely feel like that if I feel like someone is using tricks. Like if someone's killing with tricks.
All of
like
the tricks.
That's a little tricky.
You ever seen someone kill and you're just like, oh man, they're like someone that you know, and they're like,
Believe in your power and reach for victory.
So you want to bring it?
Battle 1. Fight!
No escape.
What's this? One strike. What's this? One strike. What's this?
your
So, you wanna fight?
bring it on. Battle 1. Fight. Let's go. Battle 1. Fight. Watch this. What? your power and reach for victory. So bring it. Battle 1. Fight. No escape. Hurry up. Battle 2. Fight. Sinking darkness. Entertain me. Yeah. Ta. Cha. What? See ya. See ya. Watch this. It's yours. Battle 3. Fight. Sinking darkness. So watch this. Battle 4. Fight. Sinking darkness. Sinking darkness. See ya. Get ready. Want to see hell? Claim victory and bask in the glory.
Loyalty and love. I ride with the homie to get buzzed. I ride with the homie
Yeah,
to
my
get
Xbox.
plugged. Loyalty and love. I ride with the homie to go to war. I ride with the homie, I bring the gloves. Loyalty and love. I ride with the homie.
Can I see the
to
chat?
grave. I ride with the homie to the judge. Loyalty and love.
Yeah, I'm going through Streamlabs,
We came up together out the mud.
but I guess this is like a page version of it, so. I mean, if you want to run it on ranked, yeah. Maybe I guess we could practice, whatever.
Picture me rolling in the 8 zip. Wanna see me take an L, I keep a K near me. Cause I'm trying to see an M and shit, I owe it to myself. I had to grow this shit myself. Back
Yeah, whatever, I don't care.
10 toes on the pavement.
Wanna run
Grammy
some?
was a dog, then he folded at arraignment. Cloud cases say my name for entertainment. Shoot him in his face on his live, that's your boosters engagement. You trying to get your lights up, you need to get your life up. Dripped in pride on the all stage, promoters know the price up. Royalty in my region, all these sold out venues. See me rhyme some words about the shit that I've been through. Front line, I seen the evil that many. For that triple up, gotta hit it with the cut like a gym. Mama told me love yourself, don't let opinions offend you. Turn your weaknesses to strength before they use them again.
Put that down a little bit.
If they know that they can end you, they'll attempt it. That's why it's 4 or 5 hitters with me every time I've been through. And bandicoots, tinted windows on the floor, and they rather see me in a jumpsuit that's orange. Got blind at the world through my rearview mirror. I hope God forget my friends, you know I be with them drillers. Drinking liquor out the bottle, know it's killing my liver. Slide up on you, you see flashes, we ain't taking no pictures. I pour this liquor in my cup until my cup overrunning. They criticize me, but they never did this shit like I done it. And I can't leave the crib without to keep that shit by my stomach. 100,000 in my denim if we been 100. Been 100. Look, picture me rolling in the M8.
What is A6?
With the template. You click good when you miss.
I don't know what that means, dude.
Go back to your hood when you're in straight. Mama told me to be independent. That just showed me not to have no codependence. Never sign something for you know the business. If it comes down to it, gotta blow the witness. It gets lonely in the road stop.
Are you talking about the one chick, the chick? Hey yo, for some reason, I think these fucking people fucked me over. I had the full game at one point, and now I don't. I don't think I can make a create a character like that. It's so stupid.
I hope God forget my friends, you know I be with them drillers. Drinking liquor out the bottle, know it's killing my liver. Slide up on you, you see flashes, we ain't taking no pictures. I pour this liquor in my cup until my cup overrunning. They criticize me, but they never did this shit like I done it. And I can't leave the crib without to keep that shit by my stomach. 100,000 in my denim if we been 100. Been 100. What?
I feel like El Chapo, I'm a wanted man for 40 grand. Run up in your spot like this my only chance. Let fire plan. At your friend's sneakers, watch your homie dance. Just understand, you gotta pay to see this shit like OnlyFans. Before the iPhone, it was the Sony.
I don't get what you mean A6 consistent. I don't know what that means.
You can take your bro to the water, can't make him drink. Confront him with a problem to solve, but can't make him think. If you stay it too long in this car, you'll make you black. Like he trying to break the skin. My bad, nobody gonna tell you how to get rich. I think the king is like the chef on my built from Cuban links. Chinese neck on the back, it's a red dragon. Not trying to get caught up in indictments. Have fast bragging, how they bag back. I ain't sitting up north and somebody stabbed me. Brother, hop out Ben's wagon with 100 M's left. I feel like El Chapo.
Believe in your power and reach for victory. Battle 1. Fight.
Ay, caray. Fuck. Alright. Fuck.
my name is the doc. Give a fuck about that batch niggas aiming to knock. Wall on my neck, you can take me to sign.
Remind me of facts, factions, throwing the Lexus in different directions. Not persuaded to visit my section. It's high level rap when you sit in these sessions.
Yeah, I did flip, but I didn't know my lesson. I still be jealous, a lot of aggression. But I know on this body that way you can grab the message. Bitch, I want no family, that's how the
Oh, bitch.
Gotcha.
Let's go.
Swallow a handwork the game. I'm feeling like
I might be in Boston, I might be in Harlem. She kept falling for me, I called that bitch autumn. No, he might have died, and that mama we called him. What fuck is she talking on my kind? Don't make it that old.
Just on the floor, R.I.P. pop, I've been dripped into your great. Cause I really be eating. It's the destruction of rip your opinion.
Pablo, I'm like, you think it's the novel. That family is like it, and that's my charcoal. I'm back in the hooky, talking my car. Get you to the murder, to all the pussy, that pop at the liquor.
Let's go. Let's
Let's
go.
Swear on these potholes, wrist collapse. We slid out of barcode, Cartier, Sigma, Gucci, the goggles. Came up selling shit you could do in your nostrils. Down in the trenches. Big ice on my neck right in front of the projects. Running for bags and we died as the model. Pablo Blanco, Blanco, Pablo.
Challenge your limits.
Swear on these potholes, wrist collapse. We slid out of barcode, Cartier, Sigma, Gucci, the goggles. Came up selling shit you could do in your nostrils. Down in the trenches, the food of the tribe. Big ice on my neck right in front of the projects. Running for bags and we died as the model. Pablo Blanco, Blanco, Pablo. I pulled up a powder, they knew it was Kane. Got this ATV swerving in two different lanes. Moving his wife was blowing the chain. Popping the purchase to move through the pain.
That pop at the liquor store, I had to borrow a bottle. Trying to hide from the cameras, got caught with a model. I took the God, then I took the Diablo. Won't run out of powder, this Pablo and Blanco.
Swear on these potholes, wrists colossal. We slid out of barcode, Cartier, Shades, Gucci, the goggles. Came up selling shit you could chew in your nostrils. Touchdown in the trenches, the flu to the tropics. Big ice on my neck right in front of the projects. Running for back till we died as the model. Pablo and Blanco, it's Blanco and Pablo. Gang.
Challenge your limits.
Yeah. Go hard in the hot slug. It's not love. Them boys will pop up. Leave you shocked up. It's a lot of pussy niggas, but it's not us. We got cuffed. Why you think
Let
it's
your
frontin' in the
desire for
truck?
victory take you
Grind in the work
beyond your
real hard.
limits.
Was a pot luck. Another broken pot. Couple niggas shot up. More fine time to the more fine crime. The more I see the soft shit, the more that I'm inclined. Let the real niggas know it's all about the shine. Let them get it in the sun. Get your gun when the moon falls. Soon tell the
Oh, I forgot I had my mic on.
when the rules get lost, the spoons fall. Take a small man to get it on the spirit falls. Singing you will never find by real rules. Think you can live, let a crib got me keep it going. Can't snooze off, nor take my shoes off. A lot of niggas is rude, that shit'll throw your mood off. A lot of niggas is cruel, trying to cut your fuel off. Watch your ride die. Little joke, they ain't broke you up, but I bet you they got a switch. Rain here, city, skunk food, city left, or death. They on the hunt for you, maybe you just blind, or maybe you just fine. Pussy by design. What? Mama told me to pray in the mountains. Stuck in this place. God forbid we don't make it to morning. In the rain that I feel on the water. Baby, I feel like she moans. She might not be home. When you get die, you can violate. Eyes dilate, no need trying to vibrate. Come in the size nines, when the tri-state, standing sharp to the killer. All you live think you feel it a titan. Although you only 5'8", born in the jungle, made it out. I survived this, run with the gorillas in my chest. Like I'm a primate, giving me the lead pirate, the nose pirate. We line without a ruler, nine that you're looking for, Lord, for the cooler. Body chopped up in Mexico, in the cooler rate, next to a shooter and his best friend. They need chest, but they put him in, checked in. If you know the math on the rap, he is less than from the south side, but I hustle on the west end.
You want to send me an invite or what? It's not.
The juice jars, the juice bars, back to back cruise park. Keeps on soup sharp. Got a big trunk for parting in a few stars. A few good men from loose ends to Lou Hall. I ain't no shoot guard. Closet I do more dunks in than a oop law. What he say? Oop more trophies than hoop stars. Could decorate the room with a few bras. Listen. Mr. Show Off, no need, take my coat off, knock your favorite goat off. I've been waiting to go off, to start dropping like airplanes, hitting the load off. American made, very sealed, throwing the coke off. I go get it, I don't wait. A minute is no late. I'm driven with no break. I got a gay driver, I tell him to go straight. The rims are like 4 plates. Oh, 8, chrome 8 with the ghetto ring. Bullets to settle things. When it's fire, smoke like the stove in the kettle steams. No denying it's dope like it's supposed to better beams. Union 4s, move short, both with yellow strings. I burst down with swag in the worst town. Had them wearing rugby, going patches on shirt wild. Playing in the field like trapping on turf now. I seen a lot of chains move faster than first down.
Let your desire for victory
That ain't my type. I ain't like 4-4s. Pull up on 2-4 with a blue force. Serious way, take the shoes off. Woke up early, I cut the snooze off. Do the talk, but I'm deaf to it. Niggas follow trends, that ain't me. Let the rest do it. I ain't trying to go, what you call them fab shit. Let the rest do it. I'ma really aim like nephew. I feel like rips. I put my chef in the goat. We took a boat, never tasted pussy unless it smell like it got me soaked. Niggas trying to hang, I call local, just bring a rope. Mind fucking with me lately, I think I just seen a ghost. I pray it's not evil. All these travel tripping bitches, I trust 5 people. 12 younger than 10. Reach never told me that holding the breath. I don't fuck with you, it is what it is. It's very personal. They get in their feelings. couple verses. I won't work with you. Full out shows, I done rehearsed a few. Leave my clothes, glasses, chrome off. Everything I do is classical. I feel like Mozart. Can't move it, they won't start. Catch me if you can, nigga. I'm Leonardo. Leave crazy, see tomorrow. Ava Rexes from Lexus doing the car show. Nine Virgil, low fighter, Louis Vuitton. Cash money move like a nigga, more like the arm. Like every day I wake up, I pray that nobody harm. Crazy, smoke 100 steps in the memory of my aunt's ball. Iceberg sweaters, my bills up like Chomp. Still with your ass like Kane fucking up Chomp.
We ain't drink no Henny since Shooter died. That shit hit so hard, even my shooter cried. To the peace, my nigga, that nigga Shooter high. Dre Max still rolling the east, moving high. We ain't drink no Henny since Shooter died. That shit hit so hard, even my shooter cried. To the peace, my nigga, that nigga Shooter high. Dre Max still rolling the east, moving high. We ain't drink no Henny since Shooter died. That shit hit so hard, even my shooter cried. To the peace, my nigga, that nigga Shooter high. Dre Max still rolling the east, moving high. High.
Challenge your limits. Let your desire for victory take you beyond. Battle 1. Fight!
Yo, I'm at the label with text out. Like I don't give a fuck. Make sure I'm the next out. I come from under street rules, just like the best out. Don't need to say names if I can shout the rest out. Too many girls that be left out. 53 buttons, just the collar is decked out. Just cop the townhouse, grill on the deck out. In the community, security when we checked out. Y'all trying to compete, I'm just trying to complete. Trying to feed plenty and too many trying to eat. Pouring out hitting every day and night a week. So many die in the streets, but niggas trying to sleep. Everything won't go, rolling the whole bowl. Putting in the colors they won't roll. Yeah, your phone need 100 mil, we won't go. Color voices with 1 million followers, bring more rolls. Yeah. Got a pen again and wearing shit off the win again. 3-3, so the 3-P, Jeff Hamilton. Link a level on whatever storm we damaging. Boy, going him again. Yeah, I'm a mannequin. Got a pen again, they wearing shit off the mannequin. 3-P, so the 3-P, Jeff Hamilton. Link a level on whatever storm we damaging. Your boy going him again. Niggas impressing me. Franklin and Snowfall, I wouldn't get him the recipe. Got it going through customs like there's no intercepting me. All these rappers, my sons, about to have a vasectomy. Shit, like I don't need no accepting me. Only approval needed is a card to registry. Niggas' money is funny, can't pay their bill, belling me. Me and that blue cheese go together like celery. What you telling me? Cause it's definitely sounding more like a cliche. Since for lawsuits and knee checks. Keep a bad mommy and mama sushi on me like I'm Enrique. Broadway love me like Felipe. Call on her. Nobody I call a friend if I can call on her. That pay the full money fall on her. They fall door on her. Pushing that rock, that John Wall on her. Plus that good D can't score on her. Bottom. Yeah, I'm the man again. Got a pen again, they wearing shit off the man again. 3-P, so the 3-P, Jeff Hamilton. Like a level on whatever storm we damaging. Your boy going him again. Yeah, I'm the man again. Got a pen
Back roll.
They think like this rap shit lit. I got homies in the feds, I got homies doing life. I got people trying to take mine. Look, picture me rolling in this 8 series. They wanna see me take a L, I keep a K near me. Cause I'm trying to see an M and shit, I owe it to myself. I had to grow this shit myself. Back against the wall, 10 toes on the pavement. On the gram, he was a dog, then he folded at arraignment. Cloud chasers say my name for entertainment. Shoot him in his face on his live, that should boost his engagement. You trying to get your likes up, you need to get your life up. Dripped in Prada on an off day, promoters know the price up. Royalty in my region, all these sold out venues. Just to see me rhyme some words about the shit that I've been through. Front line, I seen the evil that men do. For that triple up, gotta hit it with the cut like a jinsu. Mama told me love yourself, don't let opinions offend you. Turn your weaknesses to strength before they use them against you. Cause if they know that they can end you, they'll attempt to. That's why it's 4 or 5 hitters with me every time I've been through. In Benz coupes, tint the windows on the foreign. They rather see me in a jumpsuit that's orange. Got me staring at the world through my rearview mirror. I hope God forget my friends, you know I be with them drillers. Drinking liquor out the bottle, know it's killing my liver. Slide up on you, you see flashes, we ain't taking no pictures. I pour this liquor in my cup until my cup overrunning. They criticize me, but they never did this shit like I done it. And I can't leave the crib without to keep that shit by my stomach. 100,000 in my denim if we been 100. Been 100.
Look, picture me rolling in the M8. 40 on my lap with the 10 plates. You click good when you're men straight. Go back to your hood when you're in straight. Mama told me to be independent. That just showed me not to have no co-defendants. Never sign something for you know the business. If it comes down to it, gotta blow the witness. It gets lonely and the road's dark. They manufacturing heroin like Ozark. Takes a genius to compose like Mozart. You know these niggas is nosing just like these hoes are. Palm angels and palm trees. Buckets of ace of spades and Dom P's. The voice and flow is exquisite. They wanna see me in the gray sweatsuit on the visit.
The world through my rearview mirror. I hope God forget my friends, you know I be with them drillers. Drinking liquor out the bottle, know it's killing my liver. Slide up on you, you see flashes, we ain't taking no pictures. I pour this liquor in my cup until my cup overrunning. They criticize me, but they never did this shit like I done it. And I can't leave the crib without to keep that shit by my stomach. 100,000 in my denim if we been 100. Been 100.
What?
You have 1 minute left.
Hey, Block, I'm proud of you, bro. Go get those blessings. You deserve everything that's coming to you, bro. It's motivation, you heard? We talked about this shit for over a decade, man. It's been life.
Okay, my fan base been waiting on me. I'm getting lit cause every day somebody hating on me. Just threw another chain, another bracelet on me. Bitch keep on calling, she like, damn, you getting famous on me. Lately I've been losing sleep, I pop a pill to rest. I keep on numbing my emotions, I can't feel the stress. They keep on telling me I made it, I don't feel success. I fucked 2 hoes at one time because it feel the best. I lost Mecca 15 and shit, I'm still depressed. Even when I'm smiling, trips to different islands. Sober got like 5 and he was in the city wild. I'm sending free prints to the joint with that shit on, I be styling. Industry people keep on saying we should do lunch, but I ain't seen my loved ones in like a few months. I built my following off talent, I don't do stunts. No, I don't do skits, I put you on a news clip. Cloud chasers trying to rap beef to build traction. I'm posting flyers with the date and time, you still rapping. Blue hundreds in my pockets like I'm still trapping. Legal grips and throwaways because I know that it could still happen. Pull up in the physical, then wheel you off the critical. Must be fucking with that fatty, you should stay from around them chemicals. Sometimes the love and hate can look identical. All this weight that's on my shoulders, I'm still smiling in my interviews.
Keeping it silent today, put me under. Started off small, now we all doing numbers. Gotta thank God, cause he keep doing wonders. Heart is so cold, keep the heat like the summer. When it a love, turn to hate. 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 Oh.
Look, they say they love
me, but that love could turn to hate sometime. I can't get caught up in your feelings, gotta take what's mine. Some people scared to be successful, they afraid to shine. Presidential rollie out the Lambo, I've been racing time. National attention, yeah, my buzz is up. But if I fall back for a second, I could fuck it up. I'm independent, staying down because my hustle up. Wrote down a plan and follow through cause I don't fuck with luck. Yeah, gotta be mindful who you sign to. Cautious who you align with, they could be the ones to line you. Contradictions, tell my God kids don't do as I do. Everything's a game until it turns into the Hunger Games. You affected by them comments on the web, then you ain't built for this. Bitch, I give my life for this, I'm down to get killed for this. They see me comfy in the trenches, they don't know the blood been spilled for this. Stupid motherfuckers, I'm with ruthless motherfuckers for real.
Keeping it solid today, put me under. Started off small, now we all doing numbers. Gotta thank God, cause he keep doing wonders. Heart is so cold, keep the heat like the summer. When it a love, turn to hate. 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 Oh.
And everything I said about you, I ain't mean this shit. I had some demons at the time that I was dealing with. You left a scabbers on my heart, I keep on peeling it. I'm getting blasted in the dark, wish I was dreaming it. Cause I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, it really in my soul, but it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure. I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, it really in my soul, but it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure. Yeah, 30 in my pocket, 40 on my lap too. She gon' take a sniff, yeah, Molly out the capsule. She love me for my drip and she love me for my rap too. She said, boy, don't ever switch, and then she got my name tattooed. Yeah, I'm out the bottle with this drink, I'm on that Hennessy. I think too much, so I've been dulling up my memories. Now I'm in my pain with all these drugs, that's a remedy. You was my dog, so how you turn into my enemy? And everything you said to me, I think about it daily. Look me in my face and said you dead to me, and now I'm thinking safe. And I put a smile on in the public so they can't see all the pain. Without you, I've been feeling crazy, you know everything is sane to me. It's starlight, I wanna stare at the starlight. My shit is broken, what's your heart like? Even on my dark nights, I wanna stare up at the starlight. My shit is broken, what's your heart like? And everything I said about you, I ain't mean this shit. I had some demons at the time that I was dealing with. You left a scabbers on my heart, I keep on peeling it. I'm getting blasted in the dark, wish I was dreaming it. Cause I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, it really in my soul, but it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure. I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, it really in my soul, but it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure. Liquor in my liver, I need toxins cause I'm toxic. She gon' take me back if she get flew out to the tropics. Raised up by my mama, by the streets I was adopted. Crazy what my youngins out here doing for a drop six. It's hard to see blood in my eye, fuck up my optics. I told her we don't do no pillow talk, no gossip. That reposado fill my cup until I'm nauseous. I keep that on my body cause I'm cautious about my life. I'm going in a spiral. Out in Vegas and the lights bright. Let me tell you about my life. I'm going in a spiral. Out in Vegas and the lights bright, and the doors are suicidal. I'm faded under Vegas nights, searching for euphoria. Pouring my emotions out with every cup she pouring up. Got me staring at the world through my rearview, getting blasted. Pass the bottle to my trauma, maybe that could get me past it. Dead homies know I'm living proof. Tinted out the V so I can spin the coupe. She calling me a dog, I'm out in Cali on that gin and juice. Fluorescent lights floating in my memories. Protect me from my friends cause I can handle all my enemies. Liquor in my liver, I need toxins cause I'm toxic. She gon' take me back if she get flew out to the tropics. Raised up by my mama, by the streets I was adopted. Crazy what my youngins out here doing for a drop six. It's hard to see blood in my eye, fuck up my optics. I told her we don't do no pillow talk, no gossip. That reposado fill my cup until I'm nauseous. I keep that on my body cause I'm cautious about my life. I'm going in a spiral. Out in Vegas and the lights bright, and gotta be all in at this point.
Save your tears, baby.
Now Salvi, Blanco. Look, drowning in this Remy, trying to numb the pain. I hate the shit it put me through, but I still love the game. Lost Mecca, that shit hit me like a hurricane. And C's left Haiti 6 days before the hurricane. Fuck am I to do? I take a shot or two. Parmesan on park benches, that's what got us through. Where's the God in you? Feel like the devil's guiding you. We don't got no chemistry, this 40 blow apart your molecules. My brothers bit and left me in a state of solitude, while they in solitary eating garbage food. My mind confused. We chase material, obsessing over diamond jewels. Bullets made his body ooze, hit him twice like copy cool. Left him pissing in the bag, can't eat no solid food. I try to tell little bro to get the bag, but he thinks sliding cool. And honestly, it kinda is if that shit for your brothers. Free the ones that never told, assassinate the suckers. No father figures, so we grew up having worried mothers. The most hated, but we love each other. Yeah, no father figures, so we grew up having worried mothers. The most hated, but we love each other. Devil on my soul, but I can't go out cause I'm godly. Ride around with poles, you know this jugging shit I hobby. Just me and all the bros, we 40 deep up in that lobby. And they gon' let it go, no over me, they catching homies. I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave. I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave.
Multiply the shots, Cinnabons over stocks, certificates for these rocks, those sixes under the box. You know the wiretap, don't be mentioning who we pop. Insignificant ops, they ain't posting when buddy drop. Love me or love me not, left for lonely, I'm hugging blocks. This shop I possess me, more than me than these thoughts. I do not cooperate with lawmen or the cops. Lying to my lawyer, even though he all I got. I know these suckers want my song. Totaled out the load with all the fireworks they thrown. We double back in something dope. Indicted on that pole. Got me against the rope, but I'ma fight it like I'm Tyson. Ain't no Cody's to the throat. Caution on your approach. Watch what you niggas post, and I can't do no nerd shit, cause I know they watch me the most. Remember rocking up soap, grab a bottle, popping and toast, cause we the ones that niggas tapping with soon as they touch the coast.
Devil on my soul, but I can't go out cause I'm godly. Ride around with poles, you know this jugging shit a hobby. Just me and all the bros, we 40 deep up in that lobby. And they gon' let it go, no over me, they catching homies. I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave. I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave. No.
Blanco, you know how we feel already, nigga. Fuck the ops. We on their ass 24/7, 365, nigga. If I'm alive, this shit don't stop.
Get to the money and keep it consistent. I know what I'm risking. Walk in the building surrounded by hitmen. My life is different. We tryna see what the drop out. We catch an op, make them opt out. We clean them up, bring the mops out. All of my youngins a pop out. Been through your shit in the bird and send them the urge. She giving me top in the car while I'm swerving. Pussy so good when I fucking be cursing. I know the feds on my gram lurking. All of my youngins in mass purging. Put the cut on the dope surgeon. I'm in my bag and she want a Birkin. I do the drill cause 5 on bill. Back at the hammer, somebody get nailed. My bro got an L and he need a pill. Saddle ain't working so she need a pill. I'm tryna see with her mouth out. She's tryna see what this clout bout. She got them C's on her purses. She hop on the top and reverse it. 20 on me in a Tesla. I call her plug my investor. I'm tryna stretch for the. I know they don't like us, but they gon' respect us. Walk by the bouncer and metal detectors. Her can be helping me rest up. My young and he shoot from his chest up. Diamonds they dance fiesta. Fiesta. Get to the money and keep it consistent. I know what I'm risking. Walk in the building surrounded by hitmen. My life is different. We tryna see what the drop out. We catch an op, make them opt out. We clean them up, bring them mop out. All of my youngins a pop out.
It's one or the other. You gon' be an op or you gon' be my brother. He gotta show me shoe in the cover. Bro to get bail and I'm putting dub up. I need me that extra perico. I don't knock on the door, I just shoot through the peephole. Catch me a lick and take care of my people. And I gotta sit you with me, huh? You ain't let your own chill in the city with me. You wasn't outside spending 50s with me. I can remember the drill. I smoke and I think and remember the thrill. All these RP posts and these RP shirts only make me remember the kill. They see my face and remember me still. I fill my body with Henny and pills. I feel like I'm climbing the heaviest hills. If I survive, then I'ma give me a deal. I'm still living like I'm in a pack. I'm getting money, bitches getting gas. You haven't seen the Addy niggas on the ass.
Get to the money and keep it consistent. I know what I'm risking. Walk in the building surrounded by hitmen. My life is different. Trying to see what the drop out. We catch an eye, make them opt out. We clean them up, bring them mop out. All of my youngins will pop out.
This is a real story of kindness, shared with us by a customer from one of our Westchester County Starbucks stores.
It was a usual crazy morning. You know, waking up early, getting the kids up and fed and off to school. So after I dropped them off at the bus stop, I went into my local Starbucks and ordered my usual. But guess what? When I reached into my pocket, I noticed I had left my wallet and phone at home. Thankfully, the kindest woman was standing in line behind me and offered to pay for my coffee. I don't know her name, but thank you so much to whoever you are.
A wonderful reminder that a little kindness is never really little.
Is this a distracting leaky faucet? Or is it the morning dew dripping into a quiet lake? At Siggy's, we enjoy life with less distractions and more of what's meaningful. Like 15 grams of protein, no strange flavorings, and not a lot of sugar. Siggy's Skyr Yogurt. Less sets you free. Tap to find Siggy's near you.
Care. It's more than a word. It's the heart of our mission and purpose for more than 25 years. Today, we serve 2.3 million members, partnering with top quality providers and caring for communities across New York State. This is Fidelis Care. If you need health insurance or if your coverage is changing, Fidelis Care can help. Call 1-888-FIDELIS, TTY 711, or visit fideliscare.org.
Most of my homies in the grave are doing state bits. That shit keep me up at night. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most of my homies in the grave are doing state bits. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most of my homies in the grave are doing state bits. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. Yeah. System wanna clip your wings, don't wanna see you fly. They wanna take your drive from you like a DUI. But we live like sky's the limit till we meet the sky. I pray them angels will protect me if them demons slide. California dreaming in these B&Bs. Pistol under the pillow, just for the B&Es. You know we move them supplements like GNC. Model bitch give me brain like she got 3 degrees. Chain cold as shit like 3 degrees. Told my youngins if they clip me slide, you don't need degrees. And my gang know I got them till eternity. School of hard knocks, only killers in my fraternity. Can't understand how y'all be out here with no urgency. Got a good heart, but life brought out the worst of me. Underdog, said I wouldn't make it, took it personally. Red Sox in 04, it ain't no cursing me. Blanco. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing state bits. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing state bits. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it.
Pour a little bark out, or some dark out. No longer running when the knocks out. Feeling lost, light a candle up. Lost a lot of homies asking God what he planned for us. I know tonight could be the last one. So if I'm in the whip, it's a fast one. Gotta know where to go when the cash come. Gotta know how to act when the flash come. Now that's a picture or a gunshot. I ain't got the picture of a gunshot. That is really unfortunate, but I know the streets figured how to be a boss in it. I'm feeling lost, but they said I made it. They say I'm shining, but I'm feeling jaded. They say I'm lit, but I'm feeling faded. So now I meditate on the shit that's sacred.
I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing state bits. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing state bits. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it.
Pablo y Blanco.
We could fly, you know what I like. Butterfly doors on passenger side. We could ride out suicide. risk it all for my foolish pride. Sometimes I see blood in the sky. Broken wings help me learn how to fly. Call it fool's paradise. Call it fool's paradise. Yeah. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I've sacrificed. The things that I've sacrificed. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I sacrificed.
Yeah. Burgundy seats in the Cullinan. Found out she like the rest of them hoes. Fell out of love again. Sober mind, I couldn't cut the tension past the drugs again. I sweep my problems under the rug again. Yeah, I reached out, got no reply, so I'm like, fuck it then. Digital dash with a stash, it's a custom Benz. Lust and ends, being broke just gave me tougher skin. Then on me, feeling like I'm birdie and above the rim. Who made these rules? I think they confused. Even when I couldn't pay these bills, I had to pay these dues. Under pressure, standing tall like we 8 feet 2. Watching Stadies cruise, praying we don't make the news. Costa Rica trips, wish that we could speak a bit. I had to take that time away from you, I probably needed it. I throw that shit on every night, look like an Easter fit. The coupe clean, I'm riding dirty, picture me legit.
We could fly, you know what I like. Butterfly doors on passenger side. We could ride out suicide. Risk it all for my foolish pride. Sometimes I see blood in the sky. Broken wings help me learn how to fly. Call it fool's paradise. Call it fool's paradise.
Turquoise leather look like a Charlotte Hornet. Ferrari mornings talk the shooter before I start performing. It's not your business why you talking on it. Surrounded by steppers, we be walking on shit. Papados, I ordered crawfish. Pontiac, that Grand Am, I got it from an auction. Seen caution tape around my projects. Clinton was in office. He was in the Oval Office getting ate up. We was trying to scrape up. No Paddocks, it was Jacobs. Lennox Ave, hungry as fuck, I would go to Jacobs. Tom Shep talking the flip, they can't erase us. Me and Smiles would argue, he got me out of the Matrix. Lean on me like I'm Mr. Clark, my life was dangerous. Time for the occasions, it's movies without the script. I think a nip, this shit is so different without my crib. I think of chill well every time that I take a sip. I think of fuck niggas every time that I take a shit. Work them up.
Fly, you know what I like. Butterfly doors on passenger side. We could ride out suicide. Risk it all for my foolish pride. Sometimes I see blood in the sky. Broken wings help me learn how to fly. Call it fool's paradise. Call it fool's paradise. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I've sacrificed. The things that I've sacrificed. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I sacrificed.
Pablo y Blanco.
Mason. You can't fuck with me on any level. I like that. Blanco, look. I catch her op doing dirty. All of the thotties prefer me. Her body is slim but she curvy. She giving me brain cause she nerdy. I pop me a fool when I'm thirsty. I had to put down the perkies. My youngin' is 20 but he got a 30. Warrior shooting like Kirby. Back at the Lambo in traffic. I sent her home, she a catfish. The money can't fit in the lap with a bitch if she average. My youngin' shoot like he play for the Mavericks. They know I designed the fabric. Counting blue hundreds a habit. I'm in LA living lavish. Look, I had the digi to scale. We sent that shit in the mail. It was 10, but the YOLO was pale. Record an attempt and we posted this bail. All of my opposites pussy and frail. I just be winning, they pray that I fail. They pray that I fail, but I prevail. I'm counting my blessings. My enemies stress. Watch what you speak on. We doing recon. Fully inside of the Nissan. Young and a hunt to the beef going. We catch a rap and we put the beats on, but we ain't making with no music. Pouring this rock in my cup, I've been taking the fluid. Don't get in my way, I get ruthless. I'm flaming on them like Tatum, I do it. I back at the Lambo swerving. I feel like Rambo purging. 30 on me in a foreign interior orange. Kicking the door off the door hinge. Liquor we pour, get hot till I'm soaring. Trap at a time, you think that I'm touring. Blowing me up, I'm ignoring. Cause last time we fucked, it was boring.
You're actually taking me for a dickhead. Like, I don't know if it's because you feel like you got a sold out show in London or because you was in tape with the man them. I really don't know, but you're definitely taking me for a dickhead. Like, you're in tape with bare dead teams and you got a painting at home. Like, it is what it is though. I'm gonna see you. Be safe, my G.
Hands on my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like lately.
Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me. Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up.
Yeah, down on my luck, I'm tryna cope with my pain. I'm tryna deal with the stress before I blow out my brains. Cause when you play with that life, that shit a whole different game. And when it's blood on your hands, that shit a whole different stain. Yeah, maybe I should go to church or something. I get this rage in my body and I feel like hurting something. Now my emotions with these drugs don't feel no hurt or nothing. Retail therapy thought I could fix it if I purchased something. Sometimes I sleep away my problems like they don't exist. Sometimes I dream about a world that isn't cold like this. Sometimes I shut down on my thoughts because I know I'm bugging. And I told my mama I was sober, but she know I'm drugging.
Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me. Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up.
I'm incapable of loving you the way that I wanna love you. Cause we got too much baggage. I don't even trust myself, so it'd be hard for me to trust you. Trail turned me to a savage. I've been riding with my high beams on just so I can see clearer. Trying to gain perspective on myself. Act like I don't want you, but I swear to God I need you. And I'd rather argue with you than to be with someone else. Stuck in my ways, I call it live so you could come through. Tequila in the freezer, that's the shit I always run to. Clicking on your story and it look like you have fun too. I don't need to be reminded, it's a million guys that want you. You ask me why I question you like I don't know you or something. Maybe I'm just paranoid or I'm just going through something. I'm drunk, I think they mixed this Hennessy with homebrew or something. My brody locked behind the wall, he drinking homebrew and puff. I called your phone and got no answer, I ain't used to that. I know we fell out, I'm majority to do with that. Paragraph of my emotions, there's a lot of truth in that. Shit is out my character, you know I don't be doing that. I call your phone and got no answer, I ain't used to that. I know we fell out, I'm majority to do with that. Paragraph of my emotions, there's a lot of truth in that. For us, thing. I'm incapable of loving you the way that I wanna love you. Cause we got too much baggage. I don't even trust myself, so it'd be hard for me to trust you. Trail turned me to a savage. I've been riding with my high beams on just so I can see clearer. Trying to gain perspective on myself. Act like I don't want you, but I swear to God I need you. And I'd rather argue with you than to be with someone else.
3:49. Studio, just me and the engineer. My dog Brady.
Yeah. I tried to numb the pain with shopping, but it didn't work. I bought every pair of Marys out the whole store. Started painkiller popping, I was off the perks. Waking up in the morning, it just hurt more. Tried to sex the shit away, it was meaningless. And they was probably using me to do the same. She on demon time, I showed her what a demon is. Sometime when it's sunny, I still feel the rain. So pour it down on me. Fill my cup up to the top and numb the pain. Yeah, just pour it down on me. Sometime when it's sunny, I be feeling like it rain. So pour it down on me. Dealing with some things is so hard to explain, Lord. Just pour it down on me. Woke up in the morning feeling empty. Last night I was sliding in a Bentley. Yeah, I know that shit don't match. Oh Lord, I've been so disattached. I got 99 problems and the bitch is a few of them. Staring at these drugs, I don't know what to do with them. Maybe I should flush it, maybe I should take them. Hit the casino with some racks, hoping I break them. I got responsibilities to turn my brothers up. Me and my squad in the world that got no love for us. Grinded a decade and it keep getting closer. The more bread I get, I gotta keep me a toaster. That bitch was bad for me, I left with no closure. Saw me in the function, couldn't hold the composure. She made a scene, I made the money stack. To the point that when I leave, ain't no coming back. So pour it down on me. Fill my cup up to the top and numb the pain. Yeah, just pour it down on me. Sometime when it's sunny, I be feeling like it rain. So pour it down on me. Dealing with some things is so hard to explain, Lord. Just pour it down on me.
This is a real story of kindness, shared with us by a customer from one of our Westchester County Starbucks stores.
It was a usual crazy morning, waking up early, getting the kids up and fed and off to school. So after I dropped them off at the bus stop, I went into my local Starbucks and ordered my usual. But guess what? When I reached into my pocket, I noticed I had left my wallet and phone at home. Thankfully, the kindest woman was standing in line behind me and offered to pay for my coffee. I don't know her name, but thank you so much to whoever you are.
A wonderful reminder that a little kindness is never really little.
Care. It's more than a word. It's the heart of our mission and purpose for more than 25 years. Today, we serve 2.3 million members, partnering with top quality providers and caring for communities across New York State. This is Fidelis Care. If you need health insurance or if your coverage is changing, Fidelis Care can help. Call 1-888-FIDELIS, TTY 711, or visit fideliscare.org.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. With a Lowe's business credit card, you save 5% every day on eligible purchases. Because we know taking care of your business means managing your bottom line. With 4 card options that let you pay your way, we have the right credit solution to help get the job done. Open a Lowe's business credit card today to start saving 5% on eligible items every day. Lowe's knows partnership. Lowe's knows pros. Subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at lowes.com/credit for details. U.S. only.
Waking up in cold sweats, devil on me, but I'm so blessed. No rest, get the cut and watch the coat stretch. Dope wet, we in the street like a protest. And if that money ain't right, then it's gonna go left. I was 15 when Mecca died on me. Had me zoning at the wake, I couldn't cry, homie. I learned to spray, kept the pesticide on me. Suckers never slide on me, they just IG live on me, it's weak. The blick big, I mean the shit obese. Hit him in his widow's peak, leave him with a fish asleep. Viciously, they put that work in with efficiency. Fell out of love, I had to show that bitch a different me. Twisting trees, sparking Lucy's, take my high down. Know I'ma stand on the truth before I lie down. Twisting trees, sparking Lucy's, take my high down. Know I'ma stand on the truth before I lie down. I don't wanna go to sleep, I'm trying to make a killer. Should've worked the job, but that trap shit was appealing. Got my first 20, felt like I was up a million. Used to pull up with that hoopty, now this coupe ain't got no ceiling. And I'm swerving over potholes, tatted like a vato. Thought that bitch was loyal, then I found out that she not though. If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? Look, dawn like I'm Cartagena. All this water on me, Aquafina. She said I look like Amber, got a pock demeanor. You know that street shit get touchy like a heart procedure. We left a mess, it was hard to clean up. And Cartagena and these tats ain't henna. Might get at him with the 22 and plug like Lena. Dope pumper since they told me I had no jumper. Deaded all my hoop dreams, I had to find a new scheme. Yeah, it's a nice day out, but the coops mean. Roaring on McGrath with the 40 in the stash. Blanca Lotto got him stuck like hash. Give a fuck about this rap shit, I'm paid off gas. You out your element, we known for setting precedents. For dead presidents, effortless, no prerequisite. In life they say you get what you give. Where I'm from they told me get it how you live. So I just got it how I live. Go to sleep, I'm trying to make a killing. Should've worked the job, but that trap shit was appealing. Got my first 20, felt like I was up a million. Used to pull up with that hoopty, now this coupe ain't got no ceiling. And I'm swerving over potholes, tatted like a vato. Thought that bitch was loyal, then I found out that she not though. If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? Light me up, darling. I wanna see my homies live, you know? So much pressure on my shoulders, but I'm getting through it. I wanna see them grow, experience life. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. So seldom where we come from. So much pressure on me daily, but I'm getting through it. I gotta turn up for the ones that thought I couldn't do it. Smoke was fine to the face, I'm off the Henny fluid. I've been going through some things, I put it in my music. Free my brothers out the gym, they get my bros a natty. Feel like I'm slipping off the edge, I hope the Lord grab me. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. I still hear my dead homies calling, yeah. Feel like this pain became my whole life. Before bro died, it got me thinking about my old life. Like back when shit was normal, I was innocent. Now it's cushion painkillers staring out this limo tent. Pistol in the sock, if I pop, won't leave a fingerprint. Upper echelon in my city, I'm the big event. But give me space, I need breathing room. Flirting with my anxiety, I might jump the broom. Ever seen somebody lose their life right in front of you? Been through something crazy, can't cope with what it done to you. Where I'm from, we never make it, can't get comfortable. Soon as you see success, that's when they come for you. No Blanca Lotto, then a run to do. Bitch keep nagging, got me looking out for someone new. Something different, I've been trying to switch the energy. On these painkillers, cigarettes, and Hennessy. Elevated out of city where they rarely do. Only up cause I did everything they scared to do. They don't never keep in touch, so how they care for you? Cold world, close friends, I had to bury too. So much pressure on me daily, but I'm getting through it. I gotta turn up for the ones that thought I couldn't do it. Smoke was fine to the face, I'm off the Henny fluid. I've been going through some things, I put it in my music. Free my brothers out the gym, they get my bros a natty. Feel like I'm slipping off the edge, I hope the Lord grab me. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. I still hear my dead homies calling.
Them numbers double when the work ain't around. I'm from a drug town, they getting right and pull off a heist before they calm down. Alcoholic background, grandpop passed it around. I see him now, sipping yak in the clouds. Nickel play special, backing him down, right to his abdomen. Then lay low and nobody know, blowing extravagant. Trying to speak to God, thinking I'm an accident. I made a killing off the opposite of happiness. Little homie got bagged again. Back and forth, I'm looking like that's just me. Younger, of course, hustling raw. Seem like every day I'm struggling more. I got a phone call from a dead man's number, had me bugging for sure. Headshot, close range, you a target. Gotta get it how you live, it ain't no option. Hope he opened up them gates and say walk in. I still hear my dead homies calling.
So much pressure on me daily, but I'm getting through it. I gotta turn up for the ones that thought I couldn't do it. Smoke was fine to the face, I'm off the Henny fluid. I've been going through some things, I put it in my music. Free my brothers out the gym, they get my bros a natty. Feel like I'm slipping off the edge, I hope the Lord grab me. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. I still hear my dead homies calling. my pain when I cry out. Surrounded by the truth, you can't lie now. Demons in my mind trying to slide down. I don't think I'm okay. All this weight up on my shoulders like I'm benching. I've been sinning, but I'm searching for redemption. Under pressure, give me something for this tension. Cause I don't think I'm okay. Red bottoms told me she just wanna pair it to. When you better than the best, there's no comparing you. I'm only up cause I did everything they scared to do. Good heart probably should've killed them, but I spared a few. Brody got an L chasing W's. Hollywood, I'm getting faded in a W. Smoking out the big pack. He got a deal, but my shit made a bigger impact. Suckers hated on me, can't forget that. And now they act buddy, I ain't with that. Yeah, pour the muddy, let the seal crack. Yeah, pour the muddy, let the seal crack. They backed out on his birthday, fuck the police. I'm doing sold out dates, I'm on the road with East. But that don't mean the trap stop, we got coke for cheap. Rolling leaves, light it up and give my soul relief. Brought the ghosts around my way though. Even if it was only for a day though. Gave the youngins inspiration, let them hop in. Whoever slid on something with me, then we locked in. You know them sharks smell blood in the water. Stack this money for my unborn son and my daughter. I can hit you with the work, just don't fuck up the order. C&B where you 12 and learn to hustle a quarter. Blanco. Can you hear my pain when I cry out? Surrounded by the truth, you can't lie now. Demons in my mind trying to slide down. I don't think I'm okay. All this weight up on my shoulders like I'm benching. I've been sinning, but I'm searching for redemption. Under pressure, give me something for this tension. Cause I don't think I'm okay.
Smoke gas every day to keep my mind clear. People always in your business, tell them mine is. Ain't nobody gonna help you, gotta grind here. Now I'm a pioneer that used to pack and find fear. If you ain't in your own lane, you the weird type. If your homie ain't real right, tell him beer right. I love designer, but always keep me a pair nights. Cooking coke in a pot, look like I'm staying right. They don't want love, they want a handout. Sitting on their ass, wonder why they don't stand out. First they had a little run, guess that shit ran out. Tricking on these bitches wasn't helping the fam out. Take the man route, you out of your class. Get money and do dumb shit, that's why I don't last. I know you're doing bad, that's why I don't ask. Yeah, y'all broke as a joke, so I started to laugh. Cause in the past, people ain't get me. Moms told me from day one they ain't with me. I remember running fulls and they ain't pick me. Remember they was busting moves and they ain't hit me. But everybody wanna keep in touch when you up. But don't nobody never give a fuck when you stuck. I stay around my people when it's rough cause it's tough. Don't ever gotta second guess the trust cause we us.
Can you hear my pain when I cry out? Surrounded by the truth, you can't lie now. Demons in my mind trying to slide down. I don't think I'm okay. All this weight up on my shoulders like I'm benching. I've been sinning, but I'm searching for redemption. Under pressure, give me something for this tension. Cause I don't think I'm okay.
I don't know, like, shit, sometimes I be getting mad fucking drunk and high sometimes, and I be like reaching out to God, cause man, shit be going wrong. Everybody's life. And I believe in that shit, like, I believe that GA's watching over us too. Like, we get pulled over sometimes with a lot of dirt on us, and ask GA, yo, like, watch over us. Don't let it, you know what I mean? Cause we good people. We ain't fucking robbing nuns out here and shit like that, so I believe God looks after us. We got good karma.
Stop playing with these niggas.
Hey, look. 50 in the gym bag, I'm about to get this workout. Barcelona blue beamer, but she blew on perp out. Youngin' got some real 30s, now he about to perk out. If it ain't about a bag, that's the shit that you get curved out. I already got a nut, but another she gon' slurp out. Peanut butter guts, they get jelly when I swerve out. Crosses on my face, but I couldn't take the church route. Killing with success, bitch, I'm about to bring a hearse out. Politicking with some life, it's on the line. They my brothers, blew a bag on Securus, sent some money to their mothers. Told them it be hard to win, cause the game full of suckers. Black Suburban full of dope, play the highway like a truck. Play the highway like a truck. Little rappers spreading rumors about me. Ex-hoes on Clubhouse making rooms about me. Taught her everything she knows, she gon' lose without me. My bro pull up with a mop, stick in a broom about me. I feel like Marshall with a triple beam. Lawless with a vicious team, she goggled me like Listerine. 6 figures seen off her features, I'm a real rapper. 6 figures seen off gelato, I'm a real trapper. Count it up and let it peel backwards. Snap his body in half like a steel backward. Flow sick and ain't nobody got the antidote. Hit him in his melon, knocked the seed out his cantaloupe. Down bad under pressure, did I panic? No. I shook back off a gram of dope. Drought time in the city, running digits up. Same hoe I used to like, can't even get me up. Hey, you love that bitch.
Lolo, turn that up. Hey.
Yo, GG, turn it up.
Yeah. I be trying to live my life, but I be feeling like the reaper on me. Send a prayer to God, cause I be feeling like it's evil on me. Swerving on this drink and I can feel the perky creeping on me. You ain't qualified to say my name, so why you speaking on me? Trapping out the peas, I get a pack and make a somersault. If you make the right jokes, then you could take a whole summer off. I just pulled up in the drop, the red leather seats was butter soft. She don't live up to my expectations, then I gotta cut her off. Cause I'm diving off the deep end. Yeah. Lately I've been diving off the deep end. Yeah. Look, diving off the deep end on this Molly for the weekend. Missed calls in my jack and hit you back cause I was geeking. Shipping smooth with my main joint, my side when all was beefing. Getting reckless in my texts every evening for no reason. Probably think I'm cool with Satan, how I slide around with heathens. These hundreds on my open wounds just to stop the bleeding. I just woke up in Colombia, I feel like Carpe Diem. Elevated, now I'm hated cause they say they hardly see him. Everything is calculated, if I curve it's for a reason. Said you loyal to the gang, but you been out here doing treason. I just did my wrist in ice and every stone that's on me freezing. Learn to hold myself down cause people switch up like the seasons. Snotty nose young and back in school they used to tease him. Now it's 2700 on this coat for no reason. I got power in my city, real life, I'm Tommy Egan. Talk crazy on my page, I hit his wife and now we even. Friends switch up like it's climate change. I just hopped inside a range. You porn for a living, I swear that's a different kind of brain. Way too many clout chasers, they be trying to die for fame. Before I sell my soul, I'd rather hit the plug and buy some cane. I'm trying to live my life, but I be feeling like the reaper on me. Send a prayer to God, cause I be feeling like it's evil on me. Swerving on this drink and I can feel the perky creeping on me. You ain't qualified to say my name, so why you speaking on me? Trapping out the peas, I get a pack and make a somersault. If you make the right jokes, then you could take the whole summer off. I just pulled up in the drop, the red leather seats was butter soft. She don't live up to my expectations, then I gotta cut her off. Cause I'm diving off the deep end. Yeah. Lately I've been diving off the deep end. Yeah. Swimming with the sharks, I keep diving off the deep end.
Life is an amazing ride. Career, kids, dogs, moves, trips, doing that thing you always wanted to do. At Edward Jones, we want you to make the most of all of it. That's why an Edward Jones financial advisor works with you one-on-one to build a personalized strategy for today and tomorrow. From life's biggest moments to the small decisions that can have a big financial impact all along the way. Life is for living. Let's partner for all of it. Learn more at edwardjones.com.
This is a real story of kindness, shared with us by a customer from one of our Fort Lauderdale Starbucks stores.
I was feeling a little down on my birthday, so decided to treat myself to a birthday drink. And the barista, she was so nice. She helped me pick out my drink. And then when I rolled up to the drive-thru window, she had called over a few other baristas to sing happy birthday to me. It was such a surprise and a sweet little moment of kindness, right when I needed it the most.
A great reminder that a little kindness is never really little.
Reese's peanut butter cups are the greatest, but let me play devil's advocate here. Let's see. So, no, that's a good thing. That's definitely not a problem. Reese's, you did it. You stumped this charming devil.
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to make car care make sense. That's why we offer personalized service reviews that swap car talk for straight talk, so you know what your car is telling you and what to do about it. Putting you in the driver's seat of car care, that's a job for Jiffy. To find a Pennzoil pouring service center near you, visit jiffylube.com.
D-Mac on the fucking track.
Hey Cameron, you the man now?
stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me. I left a mess that I can't clean up. Sometimes I get high and I can't stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me. I left a mess that I can't clean up. Feel like I'm drowning, no one around me. But I did this shit to myself though, didn't I? Trying to keep it all the same, I told you different lies. But I can't escape the facts, and I swear I be hating that. Slipping off the edge, I know that water deep. Thoughts keep running through my head and make it hard to sleep. I crush this gas up in my fingers, roll it in a leaf. Crack this bottle of tequila, hope to get relief. I know I can't erase the pain, I can't rewrite the past. I'm staying up and thinking about you, so many nights done passed. You probably think I'm moving on, but I've been staying still. And some nights I think the hope is gone, but I've been praying still. Sometimes I get high and I can't stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me. I left a mess that I can't clean up. Sometimes I get high and I can't stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me. I left a mess that I can't clean up.
Man, you raw as a motherfucker.
It's like the storm and never stop, it's like the levee's broken. Shut down my emotions, Perkins get me open. Hey. I've been going through some real life shit. Real shit. I've been dealing with some real life shit. Feel like that storm and never stop, it's like the levee's broken. Shut down my emotions, Perkins get me open. Sometimes I spark a cigarette and let the Henny soak in. Try to think back on the good times when my memory's broken. Yeah, I still think about my land the last time I seen her. Son of Katrina, I was ballin' in the wrong arena. He keep talking over that net, we serve him like Serena. Don't get it fucked up with this rap because we brand is Nina's. That's on my soul, I'm in the cold, I got a frozen heart. Where the pills take to of everything, that's Noah's Ark. I'm off the deep end, think this life should rip my soul apart. Even though my bro was guilty, he got overcharged. And I was deep up in my feelings when they read the verdict. I get deep up in my feelings when I'm off them Perkies. I get deep up in my feelings off the Annie dog. Can't believe that bitch cheated, had to cut her off. It wasn't worth it. Tie me up, I think it's crazy, but I like the pain. Already feel like I've been hurt, so it's like twice the pain. When you seen so much death, can't look at life the same. When you seen so much death, can't look at life the same. I've been dealing with some real shit. I've been dealing with some real life shit. I've been going through some real shit. I've been going through some real life shit. And when it's time for me to die, I hope I die on my terms. Spread the ashes for my urn. I got everything I earned. I've been going through some real life shit. Brand new pistole, came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press it a suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. Told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier. Brand new pistole, came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press it a suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. Told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier. I bought in Miami with all of my chains. I'm feeling like Michi, just send me the tag. I'm out in LA and I feel like a Laker. I put up this paper to give me a bag. No, I had to risk it, so I ain't conflicted. I want it, I got it, and that bitch is bad. We had to weigh it and bag it and break it and stab it and go out and sell it and slag. You know that's a Fendi. I might just Fendi a purse. She bad enough, I might Chanel it. Plug said he just took a loss in the air, so I'ma just link him. I told him don't mail it. Money embellished, gelato the color of relish, and only the family I cherish. Flashing that little shit all on the gram. I pull out these racks that'll have you embarrassed. I might just Dolce Gabbana the coat. I'm on a yacht getting top on the boat. Blowing my vibe, she be doing the most. But I think I just fell in love with her throat. Weigh it and bag it and ship out the dope. She came with a friend, so I'm trying to hit both. Won't turn on the family, cause I took an oath. All of this drip on my body, I'm soaked. Brand new pistole, it came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press the suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. I told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier. Brand new pistole, it came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press the suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. I told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier. I don't lie with my music, I'm an open book. Time I do this shit with no hook. Just let it spill for real. Hey, look. Crushing up this X pill, think about my next thrill. Rope it down for 15, but he catching wreck still. I just cut my side joint, so now I got one less bill. Moving up the first class, I wonder how that jet feels. Disrespected by they last offer, probably curb the next deal. I'm from where they still pop them, even though it's press pills. A lot of rappers richer than me did this shit with less skill. So I know I could get on quicker if I kept it less real. Going through the motions, pour a triple shot of something. Used to bag up in my mama bathroom with the water running. Woodrow Wilson in the lobby, I would post up like I'm drumming. Homicide was at my door with subpoenas getting summoned. Me and Dada in that central, busting moves, I would stone them. Off of exit 36, like the ounces in a brick. In the biddy got some blood, homies, and I fuck with Crips. Fast to put you in that blender, don't get caught up in the mix. Cause they'll have you in the tank next to junkies getting sick. Replace the bust down and put shackles on your wrist where them diamonds go. The jeweler won't give you half of what you spent in your pockets, but you coming up with lint. Don't make no sense. Say a prayer for me, I'm feeling hopeless. All I know, I'm fed up with this broke shit. My PTSD way too much to cope with. On probation, but I gotta make this dope. I used to think about my life like it didn't matter. Risk my freedom, roll the dice like it didn't matter. Blew my last on some ice like it didn't matter. Made the same mistake twice like it didn't matter. Yeah.
I put it in the air, I blow it, I don't throw it. I'm from where if you really got it, you don't show it. Crack spoken word or either the dope poet. And even if you know, if they ask you, you don't know it. See me, I'm from the put in work era. I was sliding way before the syrup and perk era. All you gotta do is hit the switch and it work better. They say when you get right up on them, it hurt better. I ain't gotta up it, cause I don't never tuck it. So any funny moves in this bitch, I'm a bucket. Real niggas in the room, that's who I'ma fuck with. That's why I'm probably stuck with what I'm stuck with. All I know is shit is real, it be hard to focus. Niggas that know everything always be the brokest. It's crazy how you could get rich off one dope flip. But say a prayer for me, I'm feeling hopeless. Damn.
Say a prayer for me, I'm feeling hopeless. All I know, I'm fed up with this broke shit. My PTSD way too much to cope with. On probation, but I gotta make this dope. I used to think about my life like it didn't matter. Risk my freedom, roll the dice like it didn't matter. Blew my last on some ice like it didn't matter. Made the same mistake twice like it didn't matter. Yeah. Off-white sweater. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got a feeling like it's frostbite weather. Break the dope down on the pool table. My old head off the Johnny Walker blue label. Everything is facts, I don't do fables. Young and aiming at your hattie, tryna two-pay you. Put the fire on you, souffle you. They gon' point them sticks at you, try to 2K you. Crush the yellow perk, got my mood stable. Ride with it cause the rap game is too fatal. They never take me alive. All my losses had to take it in stride and put my pain to the side. Toast food, champagne in the sky. For my gang campaign till I die. My side joint look like Jasmine in Aladdin. On my grass, blueberry Benz wagon. PUA came and when I kept stacking. Built my leverage in this rap game. This year I'm finna cash in. Thrill seeker, I'm addicted to the action. Money off the books, blew a grip on the fashion. Gucci robe and the slippers is matching. Almost drowned in the pussy, think this bitch an assassin. She know I'm notorious. Money got her hypnotized. Make it out of Massachusetts. Shit I used to visualize. Diamonds in a spare piece. Mob is what it symbolized. Everybody thought he was a thug until he testified. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got him feeling like it's frostbite weather. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got him feeling like it's frostbite weather. Young and riding with a stick. He gon' point it out the window, he gon' hit. She gon' pull up, she gon' lick. I got, yeah. Go against the family, it's a genocide. Kicked the cup at 17, now I'm energized. Same neighborhood we war for was gentrified. And we risked our lives. Shit got critical, but now I'm in the city. 8 series, bitch, I'm visible. See it, but you can't touch. Creasy trying to cripple you. Pistol like a trampoline, get the flipping you. I be with the same ones, never with a different crew. You be with them lame ones. What you trying to get into? I put it on that bitch tongue and she was out there kissing you. I understand you want some company, you miserable. It's way too many bags, you should get a few. Should really get some money. They love me for my showmanship. Same gun as your favorite rapper, we don't show them shit. And my neck look like it's soda brick. Walk hard, dirty soda sip. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got him feeling like it's frostbite weather. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got him feeling like it's frostbite weather. Young and riding with a stick. He gon' point it out the window, he gon' hit. She gon' pull up, she gon' lick. I got. My soul in this shit, let it bleed, you know what I mean? Smoking while I'm riding, 100,000 on the engine. 90-something milligrams, this addy got me geeked up. Finally off probation, I was tired of the peacup. Benny did the bracelet, so I gotta roll my sleeves up. They love you when you winning, but that type of love don't mean much. Used to curb me as a youngin', bitches thought that I was dirty. Same clothes the whole week, thinking back, that shit hurt me. That was champagne every day, and them same hoes is thirsty. Lord knows I love my mama, but the dope game at birth. Invested time in some suckers that ain't never reimbursed me. I was born with a gift, same shit that probably cursed me. Ain't no limit to my hustle, I be feeling like I'm Percy. Might see me in Kentucky, betting racks at the dirt. They talk about me on these apps, but never put a hand on me. Ex-trapper, white rapper, bet I got a blam on me. I was really 14, 112 grams on me. 100 pounds soaking wet with a rope of tan on me. I got jumped for Brandon Smoke, can't believe he ran on me. So I had to shake it off and start to pick my friends better. I took cases to the hoop, people took the stand on me. Really built it up from nothing, I'm a fucking trendsetter. Me, Blanco. Smoking while I'm riding, 100,000 on the engine. Run these hundreds up that they can't fool. Bitches in my DM and these suckers in my mentions. Every day that I wake up, get a bang. I be in my duffel, I don't be up in my feelings. Remember sleeping on the floor and now the coupe ain't got a ceiling. If I hit that bitch raw, that mean I find that bitch appealing. If the drab shit doesn't work, then I get back to drug dealing.
Fit the handy to the dome, got me smashed up. Still spin the wheels out of state to get my cash up. Took so many losses in this game, but my stats up. All off of street shit, tribulations and bad luck. Mom see me leaving out the crib with some packed stuff. Before my trap jumped, I watched my road models letting gas bust. And drug serving, pull up on the wrong person. The grip circum, chest shots hit you like bourbon. My niggas working, business minded with a better purpose. Forever grinding, you won't catch me nervous. I cut my people off like a bad phone service. He got out of jail, acting funny on the surface. Only God do the judge a motherfucking gavel. I got money with snakes, but who gon' trust the rattle? They say it's all love, but only love value. Knife to your back for some racks that we more than glad to. Got 'em.
Smoking while I'm riding, 100,000 on the engine. Run these hundreds up that they can't fool. Bitches in my DM and these suckers in my mentions. Every day that I wake up, get a bang. I be in my duffel, I don't be up in my feelings. Remember sleeping on the floor and now the coupe ain't got a ceiling. If I hit that bitch raw, that mean I find that bitch appealing. If the drab shit doesn't work, then I get back to drug dealing. Yeah.
This is a real story of kindness, shared with us by a customer from one of our Fort Lauderdale Starbucks stores.
I was feeling a little down on my birthday, so decided to treat myself to a birthday drink. And the barista, she was so nice. She helped me pick out my drink. And then when I rolled up to the drive-thru window, she had called over a few other baristas to sing happy birthday to me. It was such a surprise and a sweet little moment of kindness, right when I needed it the most.
A great reminder that a little kindness is never really little.
Virginia is for families, all sorts of families. My family, your neighbor's family, for families of all species, for beach chair sitting families and paddleboard standing families, for families that like to camp outside and the ones that would rather museum inside. Yep, we got plenty of those to choose from. For mountain hiking families and would rather hang out by the pool resort going families. Come to think of it, that's more my speed. So, in conclusion, Virginia has all sorts of things your family could love. So, come love it for yourself.
Is this the leaking faucet that keeps distracting you from tomorrow's deadline? Or is it the morning dew dripping off the leaves of a tree and into a quiet lake, breaking the reflection of the surface, ripples slowly disappearing underneath a rolling fog? At Siggy's, we enjoy life with less distractions and more of what's meaningful, like 15 grams of protein, no strange flavorings, and not a lot of sugar. Siggy's Skyr Yogurt, less sets you free. Tap to find Siggy's near you.
Only rap my life. I don't know about that other shit at all. I gotta look at what's in front of me. Now standing on that shit, right?
Little rapper dissing on me, hoping it'll get him engagement. Might tell my bro to hunt him down and put his face in the pavement. Just took a trip to Port-au-Prince, I'm locked in with the Haitians. You know, for every bad bitch, I got like 60 replacements. Slide around and hoop these nice groupies in this 8-series racing. Always knew my time was coming, I've been patiently waiting. Henny binging over years, it burnt a hole in my stomach. Them Percocets ain't help neither, we get loaded in public. Talking to my bro, he feeling low, I know depression hurt. And where I'm from, they skip out on their rent to get a necklace first. Hit it with that cut and turn that dope into some extra work. Crazy, he ain't never leave his state before he left this earth. Snitching make you less than worse, forever we accountable. 100,000 on the table, double down, I'm trying to count a few. Pulled up in the Mary jeans, the Jordan ones was powder blue. Rapping, but I get you knocked off because I'm powerful. Salute me for my militants, we slide around with limo tint. Trying to make $1 million while they trying to match my fingerprints. Sorry mama, but somewhere along the road I lost my innocence. I knew that I'd be someone back then and shit, I'm still convinced. Blanco. Running from my sins, I got my whole life ahead of me. Gotta told this pole, if I don't, could be the death of me. And I can't stay the same, I gotta change into a better me. And I ain't had no shrink, but I had perkies and amphetamines. Yeah, I'm smoking dope until I feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life. Yeah. My life. I'm smoking dope cause I don't feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Yeah. It's hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life.
If I tell you about my life, you probably think I'm different. Trench baby, I call a case before I caught detention. I wasn't into playing sports, I'd rather play the kitchen. I'll play the chicken and put a nigga in a great position. Nigga, I remember coming in that late night. Nana crying, lights off, shit ain't right. You know a nigga like me ain't gotta think twice. A few hours on the Ave, had my bank right. Nigga, put my gun in my drawers. Let a nigga try front, then it's gonna go off. I ain't never been a pussy, I'm a son of a dog. Even mama, she a gangster, you don't want it with mom. Nigga, I fell in love with shooters on my first one. But never thought them crackers get me for my third gun. Just left the county jail, South Bay the worst one. 23 and old in my celly, making the nurse come.
Running from my sins, I got my whole life ahead of me. Gotta told this pole, if I don't, could be the death of me. And I can't stay the same, I gotta change into a better me. And I ain't had no shrink, but I had perkies and amphetamines. Yeah, I'm smoking dope until I feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life. Yeah. My life. I'm smoking dope cause I don't feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Yeah. It's hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life. I don't believe in luck. I'm blessed. Crown on my head to the soul of my mind. Oh yeah, hey Mark, you on? Look. solo in this coupe with the ceiling off. Try to trail me home, I knock your ceiling off. Dirty money thumbing, hunters keep on peeling off. Falling out of love, I had to go and cut my feelings off. Dulling my emotions, I was so consumed. I use this paper as a bandage for my open wounds. Blanca Lotto got me tripping like a dose of shrooms. I know the nationwide dealers and the local goons. Allegedly, my pedigree is what you never be. Intelligent like German Shepherd breed, fight to the death of me. American bully, I'm married a hoodie. I'm out in Cali with Burner and he keep flaring up cookies. 500 for the lunch, my first car was that. Throwing vodka back and thinking where we started at. They talk wild, we run down and then they walk it back. My bar level got me feeling like a garden rat. Little bro up in your corner, get up on you, blow the heat twice. Lift your spirit in the air like a cheap flight. Life is cheap, right? You lose it over 3 dice. C&B life, dirty money, cop the clean nights. It's Blanco.
I feel like all that pressure made me a diamond, you know? VS1 clap.
They say they love me when they see me, but I know it's hatred. Resent me for my accolades and the hoes I dated. I froze the bracelet, they would rather it be golden plated. Living legend in Boston and I'm a golden Cambridge, know the basics. I stick and move like a prize fighter. I'm just myself, you play a role like Mekhi Phifer. I do this for the single mothers trying to buy diapers. Same old Blanco, but the ride's nice. It lit like 5 lighters, flow fire like butane. Knocking Wu-Tang in a blue range. Courtside at the Garden so much you would think I knew Ainge. Too much trauma in my past, I'm numb to new pain. Brown Maserati, color poop stain. I'm shitting on them, vicious on them. As I blow a bag, drop a 50 on them. Bust down, glisten on them. Thotties, I ain't tripping on them. Lit from selling trees, I went Christmas on them. I said I'm lit from selling trees, I went Christmas on them. Little bro up in your corner, get up on you and blow the heat twice. And lift your spirit in the air like a cheap flight. Life is cheap, right? You lose it over 3 dice. C&B nights, dirty money, cop the clean nights. Blanco.
Yeah, daughter. Been a hell of a ride. No. All praises due to the Most High. Whether I'm down on my last or on multi, God looked me in both eyes, and He told me to win.
Look, jumping off the porch, I hit 1,000 jugs. Taught to turn 1 to 3 when the powder's good. Drug lingo, C&B, that's where I learned it at. 100,000 in 20s, that's where I earned it at. Buddha doing life, they gave my bro a natty. I send him pictures of bitches I'm hitting out in Cali. He live vicariously through me till the pills granny. 20-pack Blanca Lotto got me off this planet. Trying to stay afloat, don't let the yacht sink. Frozen water got my wrist cold as hockey rink. Brody known to keep a stick like a hockey player. Whatever I did was from the heart, so I forgot the favors. Himalayas dropped, I'm litty for the 100th time. Barry Sanders, they won't stop me on my run this time. Bernie Sanders, how they block me off of politics. Drop the work off in Vermont, that's a power trip. I mean a powder trip. Beast touch 1,000 bricks, he home trying to do right, cause he don't need to do life. Old flings calling me, concerned about my new wife. I left them bitches in my rear view like blue lights. Crosses tatted on my face like I knew Christ. Or like I chilled with Moses, I'm still getting over COVID. My body's still aching, heart is still breaking. RIP the nip, I'm on this marathon, I'm still racing. Code of silence every time I face investigations. The SWAT team killed Yuri, where's the restoration? Where's the restitution? I'm in the Tesla zooming. Told her focus on the facts and do less assuming. In DR, I touch the trenches before we hit the villas. Ex-trapper, white rapper that be with the killers. Ain't an artist on this planet, versatile as millies. If you ain't lived through what I've been through, gon' be hard to feel me. $100,000 car started in a hoopty. I'm still drinking Henny, still sparking Lucy's. I still play cherry with the port shooters. Still post up in the field with all the dope movers. East had me overseas, I'm forever grateful. Sold out everything in Boston, cause I've been a staple. You know you litty when them sucker rappers hate you. Pussy boy, I let this pistol penetrate you. Shot spiders in the bridge because we active too. My city got the richest dope boys in Massachusetts. So let them false narratives cease. Blanco Tres, HLR, hottest shit in the streets. Gone.
This album is dedicated to Charlene, who died before her time in C&B. To Daisy Rodriguez, who lived months after they told her it was impossible. Dedicated to my brother Rock Ducati, who died with the soul of a warrior. Cause a warrior only dies once. To every kid in the struggle, living with the uncertainty of what the world brings, I'm with you. Blanc.
Blanco 3.
Ray Beats, you disgusting for this shit. Blanc. Where I'm from, they selling fireworks for fireworks. My youngest said he riding on the ops until the tires burst. I lost religion when I watched the preacher lie in church, trying to flip his whip and hop out and hit the driver first. Chrome to his heart, that shit guaranteed to die a shirt. Mecca died, and when I look into his mother eyes, it hurt. I keep on thinking about his funeral, my mind berserk. Wishing he was coming back to life, the ghost ride the hearse. COVID in my lungs, that shit affected my breathing. Think this post-traumatic stress been affecting my sleeping. Need 300K for starters just to sit in a meeting. Range Rover color steak sauce, I really been eating. Trying to turn a pandemic to a pandemic. Still racked up when the government can't lend it. You suckers spending unemployment checks on Class A, avoiding wreck like dudes ain't put your homie in the ashtray. It's nasty. Got it on me right now, I'm sliding through the trenches. You never lived this lifestyle, we grew up jumping fences. Life or death game, I had to play this shit relentless. Surviving on my instincts, had to heighten on my sense. I stay up at night and think about the things I saw. And I roll up the flight and watch another drink it pour. Rest in peace, the ones we lost because I miss them all. Rest in peace, the ones we lost because I miss them all.
I got it on me right now while I'm pushing through the A. We was over the stove like we was cooking up a plate. It was 4, 5, 6 on 7, cooking up an 8. When I first turned to pro, I was a rookie with the weight. Soon after that, I became a vet with the bricks. If I hit a doggy style, you need a vet for your bitch. If I fuck, I might perspire, but I ain't sweating no bitch. And I done fucked some bitches you niggas could never could hit. Nowadays, I look both ways before I get in the whip. Watch, I done things to niggas that they probably never forget. Aftermath when we be letting it rip. Swear I've been lucky like I've been stepping this shit. Cause I've been as reckless, just as reckless could get. Spent $350, make sure the necklace is lit. Shit. Crash the Benz and we just left in the ditch. Call a cab cause tomorrow we just gon' go get a new whip, bitch.
Got it on me right now, I'm sliding through the trenches. You never lived this lifestyle, we grew up jumping fences. Life or death game, I had to play this shit relentless. Surviving on my instincts, had to heighten on my sense. I stay up at night and think about the things I saw. And I roll up the flight and watch another drink it pour. Rest in peace, the ones we lost because I miss them all. Rest in peace, the ones we lost because I miss them all. Look, make a movie like I'm Wes Craven. Cut a bitch off with no explanation. I just copped that new thing and now they extra hating. You could've did the same thing, but you lack dedication. Sold his soul to the devil, he in debt with Satan. Risk takers, life and death, and the bets we making. Coming from mass, I surpassed any expectations. Heart broke so many times, feel like my chest is aching. And feds don't care about that Yola, they want fentanyl. If you don't wanna get that time, then don't get involved. There's still a chance to dead the beef until the death involved. Seen killers fold up under pressure for a lesser charge. They snatching up the rail and letting rodents free. Atrociously, I'm paranoid and I can't go to sleep. They caught Loco with the package syringe. 9 in the morning, hit his door with the battering ring. Damn. Got it on me right now, I'm sliding through the trenches. You never lived this lifestyle, we grew up jumping fences. Life or death game, I had to play this shit relentless. Surviving on my instincts, had to heighten on my sense. I stay up at night and think about the things I saw. And I roll up the flight and watch another drink it pour. Rest in peace, the ones we lost because I miss them all. Rest in peace, the ones we lost because I miss them all.
Man, you raw as a motherfucker.
Feel like the storm will never stop, it's like the levee's broken. Shut down my emotions, Perkins get me open. I've been going through some real life shit. Real shit. I've been dealing with some real life shit. Feel like that storm will never stop, it's like the levee's broken. Shut down my emotions, Perkins get me open. Sometimes I spark a cigarette and let the Henny soak in. Try to think back on the good times when my memory's broken. Yeah, Yeah, I still think about my land the last time I seen her. Son of Katrina, I was ballin' in the wrong arena. He keep talking over that net, we serve him like Serena. Don't get it fucked up with this rap because we brandish Ninas. That's on my soul, I'm in the cold, I got a frozen heart. Where the pills take to of everything, that's Noah's Ark. I'm off the deep end, think this life should rip my soul apart. Even though my bro was guilty, he got overcharged. And I was deep up in my feelings when they read the verdict. I get deep up in my feelings when I'm off them perkies. I get deep up in my feelings off the any dog. Can't believe that bitch cheated, had to cut her off. It wasn't worth it. Tie me up, I think it's crazy, but I like the pain. Already feel like I've been hurt, so it's like twice the pain. When you seen so much death, can't look at life the same. When you seen so much death, can't look at life the same. I've been dealing with some real shit. I've been dealing with some real life shit. I've been going through some real shit. I've been going through some real life shit. And when it's time for me to die, I hope I die on my terms. Spread the ashes for my urn. I got everything I earned. I've been going through some real life shit.
Reese's peanut butter cups are the greatest, but let me play devil's advocate here. Let's see. So, no, that's a good thing. That's definitely not a problem. Reese's, you did it. You stumped this charming devil.
Care. It's more than a word. It's the heart of our mission and purpose for more than 25 years. Today, we serve 2.3 million members, partnering with top quality providers and caring for communities across New York State. This is Fidelis Care. If you need health insurance or if your coverage is changing, Fidelis Care can help. Call 1-888-FIDELIS, TTY 711, or visit fideliscare.org.
Virginia is for eaters and drinkers, all kinds of eaters and drinkers. For oyster shuckers and slurpers. Winery samplers are all-day wine drinkers. Brewery hoppers and distillery sippers. For those who order grits and those who order cheese grits. We all know what the right way to order is. For barbecue triers who turn into finger lickers and meat off the bone suckers. All right, all this talk of food is making me hungry. I gotta go get some mac and cheese. Like I was saying, Virginia is for all sorts of food lovers. So come love it for yourself.
Prepare for avocado awesomeness at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 organic large Hass avocados for $3.60 with Prime through February 21st. So, supercharge your breakfast bowls, smoothies, and more while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Run that up, Rico.
They got that bank money that should stick together. You gotta thumb through. Light me up, though. Look. Go and get mine with a digi. We get the word, let it fly like a frisbee. Addy off with, yeah. My trunk and it's weight on my shoulders. Bitch, where I'm from in the summer, it's cold. 170 word, hold up. Yeah. I had to go and get mine with a digi. We get the word, let it fly like a frisbee. Off of the Addy, that hang on me dizzy. Hang on me now, wow. 4 in the baby, we shaving the boulders. Weight in my trunk and it's weight on my shoulders. Bitch, where I'm from in the summer, it's cold. Mob ties, we selling chickens like Popeyes. I leave them missing like bye-bye. Broke her the body, that's my guy. Double cup filler with 19. Spin through his block like we sightseeing. A Mary bandana on my jeans. Roll up the lotto, it's bright green. She loving my aura, got her open. I pop a bean, the Hennessy soap. Spent on the chain, the BBs is frozen. She give me top right on top of the toe. Flex on the op, I just got her provoke. And broke her the case and smacked it in motion. I hit the lick with a trapper's devotion. Walking the Fago, my favorite is potion. Woke up with the drink, got me negative. That's why I pop me a sedative. This life's too short, so you better live. Spinning, we spin, we repetitive. Up in the score, we competitive. This for the bros that got sentences. I'ma get calm on. Painkillers in my body, I got a lot of stress. I was just broke, I gotta flex. Die for the bros, I gotta rep. I got the juice, you ride a mess. I put your bitch in a Prada dress. I was just down, so I gotta flex. I had to go and get mine with a digi. We get the word, let it fly like a frisbee. Off of the Addy, that hang on me dizzy. 4 in the baby, we shaving the boulders. Weight in my trunk and it's weight on my shoulders. Bitch, where I'm from in the summer, it's cold.
Young got so woke up. 2 perks, Mally.
you know I keep a gun tucked. All the ops is mad, but all of my thoughts is mad nuts. Damn, what? But I don't really give two fucks. Everywhere I go, I walk on a pole. I see me, boy, you know that I blow. Cops coming, man, I gotta get low. Damn, I gotta get low. How the fuck you hurt me? When a nigga all perkies. I got shooters out in Jersey. Haiti sent them to Missouri. Hey, look, did I so you insane, bro? Damn, why? The fuck you got a Draco? Cause ops steady plotting, tryna lay low. Hey, so I see him. I shoot their eyes to the case closed. Low bitch. I had to go and get mine with a digi. We get the word, let it fly like a frisbee. Off of the addy that hang on me dizzy. Four in the baby, we shaving the boulders. Weight in my trunk and it's weight on my shoulders. Bitch, where I'm from in the summer it's colder. Ay, whenever I hit you from the back, I feel alive again. Say you gon' drown me in that water, I keep diving in. You throw it back and say my name, I know you vibing it. Whenever I'm with you, I be feeling so alive again. Yeah, this my love song, this my motherfucking love song. Yeah, 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 yeah. This my love song, this my motherfucking love song. Yeah, 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 yeah. Flipping you over on your side, I like your profile. Instagram where we met, I liked your profile. I couldn't tell from all them pictures, you was so wild. You barely drink, but when you do, you like to go wild. Sick of them suckers, you was fed up to the max with it. You put some C's on your purse and stuff some racks in it. First time I hit, I busted early, it was an accident. Next time I hit, I had to show you that I could last in it. Gripping your throat, I like to see you put your back in it. We barely kiss, but when we do, it be so passionate. I feel alive, I'm so addicted to your attractiveness. Whatever type of mood I'm in, I swear you matching it. And you ain't met nobody like me. Yeah, you the cocoa to my iced tea. I talk dirty, we don't do this shit politely. You do them tricks with your tongue, that shit excite me. Whenever I hit you from the back, I feel alive again. Say you gon' drown me in that water, I keep diving in. You throw it back and say my name, I know you vibing it. Whenever I'm with you, I be feeling so alive again. Yeah, this my love song, this my motherfucking love song. Yeah, 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 yeah. This my love song, this my motherfucking love song. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey Pablo, you did the right thing. Racked up in my city, I feel like the mayor. Cause I could tell them boys chill, I could tell them slayers. Drink plug in the south, we met him in Decatur. Ballin' in Florida, I feel like a gator. Pink Molly look like salt from the Himalayas. Dior runners all summer.
I don't know why the panic of others gives me comfort, you know, or seeing someone scared makes me happy, like super nervous.
So the same thing that calms Jeffrey Dahmer calms you.
Yeah, it does.
I fire hose people and I tell them what's going on with me, and then I deal with me, and then I just walk away and I go, that was a good conversation.
Dude, that's this podcast.
100%. Cheers.
You are looking so much better. Sober October is really working on you. You're down to
I gotta be honest with you, man. I feel like you.
You feel like me.
Like boring. Like, like I do.
This episode is sponsored by Dermalogica. At Dermalogica, they don't just cover or blur the problem, they actually treat it. Their highly trained skin therapists have massaged, extracted, and soothed the skins of millions. But see the results for yourself. Get a personalized skin analysis and treatment plan today at dermalogica.com/treat. And to get a special gift with a $35 purchase, use the code TREAT.
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is here, and we here at Breaking Points are already thinking of ways we can up our game for this critical election.
We rely on our premium subs to expand coverage, upgrade the studio, add staff, give you guys the best independent coverage that is possible. If you like what we're all about, it means the absolute world to have your support. What are you waiting for? Become a premium subscriber today at breakingpoints.com.
Experts who will do your taxes for you, so you can do anything else.
We wanted to start with breaking news this morning. Vladimir Putin delivering his State of the Nation address. This is very closely watched. The context here is that the war this Friday will hit its one-year anniversary of when Russia invaded Ukraine. We, of course, covered yesterday President Biden making a surprise trip into the active war zone, meeting with Zelensky himself in Kyiv. He is in Poland today. He is expected to give his own address. So the White House trying to go for sort of like a split screen moment here. In terms of what Putin actually said, most of it was retreading ground that we've heard before. He once again was talking about, if we're sending longer range missiles, that they're going to have to respond in kind. So this sort of like inflammatory rhetoric. There were a few veiled nuclear threats involved in there. But the biggest news, I think, out of this that actually has real world policy implications is Russia is officially withdrawing from the New START arms control treaty. This was like the final remaining arms control treaty that we were still involved with. Now, inspections with regard to that have been paused since the pandemic, but still obviously a negative sign and development that Russia is now officially withdrawing.
Was this surprising to you?
Not in particular,
but
no.
Is it surprising that he rolled it out in the speech at this time? Also, I don't think it's particularly surprising, but it is an interesting bit of timing.
Yeah, to me, I guess I was actually surprised that the speech didn't contain more new rhetoric.
Aggressive.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think a lot of people, myself included, were kind of watching this closely. Sagar actually, from his time away, was like, he's in a different time zone, so he's up like live texting us like updates on the speech. So this was very closely watched. So the fact that ultimately it was a very kind of status quo speech from Putin in terms of rhetoric that we've heard before. He blames the West for the war, said something like, we're enforcing the peace with force or something that doesn't make any sense like that. And he We wanted to start with breaking news this morning. Vladimir Putin delivering his State of the Nation address. This is very closely watched. The context here is that the war this Friday will hit its one-year anniversary of when Russia invaded Ukraine. We, of course, covered yesterday President Biden making a surprise trip into the active war zone, meeting with Zelensky himself in Kyiv. He is in Poland today. He is expected to give his own address. So the White House trying to go for sort of like a split screen moment here. In terms of what Putin actually said, most of it was retreading ground that we've heard before. He once again was talking about, if we're sending longer range missiles, that they're going to have to respond in kind. So this sort of like inflammatory rhetoric. There were a few veiled nuclear threats involved in there. But the biggest news, I think, out of this that actually has real world policy implications is Russia is officially withdrawing from the New START arms control treaty. This was like the final remaining arms control treaty that we were still involved with. Now, inspections with regard to that have been paused since the pandemic, but still obviously a negative sign and development that Russia is now officially withdrawing.
Was this surprising to you?
Not in particular,
but
no.
Is it surprising that he rolled it out in the speech at this time? Also, I don't think it's particularly surprising, but it is an interesting bit of timing.
Yeah, to me, I guess I was actually surprised that the speech didn't contain more new rhetoric.
Aggressive.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think a lot of people, myself included, were kind of watching this closely. Sagar actually, from his time away, was like, he's in a different time zone, so he's up like live texting us like updates on the speech. So this was very closely watched. So the fact that ultimately it was a very kind of status quo speech from Putin in terms of rhetoric that we've heard before. He blames the West for the war, said something like, we're enforcing the peace with force or something that doesn't make any sense like that. And he, used the same type of rhetoric about responding in kind if there's escalation. But beyond that, there was no real new ground tread here. He did refer to it as a war, which is kind of, new and different, but not all that shocking either. So I think the other thing to watch will be, of course, today when President Biden gives his speech later today in Poland to see what he announces, if there's additional military aid or any revelations about his conversation with Zelensky, et cetera. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that.
Yeah, super interesting. And on the 1-year anniversary, both sides to watch the split screen, as you said, Biden in Poland, Zelensky, as he's been talking about the 1-year anniversary too. Just a big week.
Yeah, the other news that I saw this morning is you already had a number of voices out of the UK calling for the shipment of fighter jets, which of course would be a dramatic escalation far beyond what was contemplated in the early days of this war from the US and NATO allies. Liz Truss, the former prime minister, very briefly in office, famously did not outlast a head of lettuce. Anyway, she is now adding her voice to those who want fighter jets to be shipped to Ukraine. So there's continued escalatory pressure from voices in the UK, certainly voices in the US. Yesterday, I mentioned Senator Lindsey Graham, who is sort of famously hawkish, has been calling for the same. So those pressures continue. This comes in the wake of really getting confirmation of how the U.S. acted directly along with their NATO allies roughly a year ago, to circumvent any sort of peace process from ultimately unfolding. And so that's where we are now. Russia is started a spring offensive. Zelensky has been traveling around Europe and obviously was here in the U.S. as well, making his case for additional weapons shipment. So we'll see what Biden has to say about all of this today, and we'll certainly keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear what soccer has to say on Thursday.
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Soccer and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to upgrade the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, which is possible. So if you can help us out, become a premium subscriber today, breakingpoints.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us, and if you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working only for you.
I have a surprise for you.
I have a surprise for you.
What? Let's say it at the same time.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
I booked
a rustic cabin in Vermont.
Beach.
Free cancellation on most days.
Well, that's good too.
That's nice.
Booking.com, booking.
Yeah.
The higher you get, the harder it gets. That's life.
Because this is a war. It's a fight, it's a battle.
So, how long have you known each other?
We was like brothers. One day you came back. The past came back too.
There may have been a time when Damien had your back.
No friends in the industry.
But that's not what he's doing now.
My brothers been my brothers, man. They no killing me up back.
Before I got locked up, I was the best.
You a coward, bro. And a fraud. Try spending half your life in a cell. Watching somebody else live your life.
I had to draw the line.
I'm just getting started, little brother.
I had to draw the line between my brothers and my enemies.
I'm coming for it all.
It's not gonna stop.
Then you make him.
The one and only Adonis Creed, you're the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world. 3 years ago, it's been a minute since you've been out in these streets.
When I walked away from boxing, I walked away with some unfinished business.
Let's get to some domestic affairs here, because the news out of Ohio with this horrific train derailment just continues to get worse and worse. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. This from Steven Donziger tweeted this out, but this is a Huffington Post article. He says, breaking: the EPA claim that water in Ohio is safe to drink is based on only a few tainted lab samples funded by the very rail company that caused the disaster. The EPA apparently never tested the water themselves. He asks, why does the polluter get to do the testing? I think that is something all of us would wonder. If you click through to the piece here, they give a lot of details about exactly how this testing went down and just why this is so troubling, because they've been telling residents it's all clear, it's all good, you could go back to your homes, you could drink the water, no problem, we've tested it, it's safe, trust us, etc. And then the news breaks that they're basing that on rail company paid consultants doing testing. And not only that, it's not only the fact that the source of the testing is questionable at best, but the actual samples that were taken, there's some indications that they were contaminated and not handled according to EPA standards. So let me go ahead and read a little bit of this article to you guys so you can get a sense of it. So they start with the news that the state used preliminary results from railroad-funded sampling to declare that the drinking water was safe in the wake of the toxic spill. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, who's a Republican, on Wednesday afternoon announced that new testing from 5 wells that supply the town's municipal drinking water showed no evidence of contamination. With these results, he says, Ohio EPA is confident that the municipal water is safe to drink. But on its webpage about the derailment, the Ohio EPA links only to railroad-funded preliminary test results. That's the basis that they used for this press statement from Mike DeWine that it's all good, the municipal water is safe to drink. The Columbiana County, which is the county that East Palestine is located in, their general health district, they separately sampled East Palestine's public water system last week, but at least as of when this article was written a few days ago, the county's testing results had not been made public. So the only results that have been made public are these railroad-funded water testing results. The lab report on the railroad-funded sampling indicates the samples were not handled in accordance with federal EPA standards. Sam Bickley, who's an aquatic ecologist at Virginia Scientist Community Interface and Advocacy-focused coalition of scientists and engineers, he's the one who alerted HuffPost to these sampling errors. He called the report extremely concerning. Quote, their results that claim there were no contaminants is not a reliable finding. I find this extremely concerning because these results would not be used in most scientific applications because the samples were not preserved properly. And this is the same data they're now relying on to say the drinking water is not contaminated. To be clear, the federal EPA has not done its own sampling of municipal water in East Palestine. During a press call with reporters Friday, an official in the Biden administration said all the sampling that's been done in Ohio has been joint, not Norfolk Southern alone. It's been with the Columbiana County Health Department collecting samples along with Norfolk Southern and sending those as split samples to different labs for verification. So that is their defense here. And Emily, this comes as actually the EPA administrator, Michael Regan, is finally in Ohio today to visit with residents there, long overdue. But this follows a playbook of cover-up that we have seen so many times before. And it's something that, you know, a lot of social media users were actually warning about. When you see these sort of catastrophes, industrial accidents, et cetera, there is a common playbook that plays out where first the company is relied on for analysis of what's going on. The politicians echo whatever the company is saying, and then the media just echoes whatever the politicians are saying.
Right.
So the whole narrative comes from the person and the group that are most interested in downplaying the severity of what exactly is going on.
Right. The media will then repeat claims that have been sort of falsely baked together with just credulity. Like it's like, right, don't worry about it. We've looked into this. Now, here's another, I think, extremely disturbing quote from the HuffPost article, which is a great piece of journalism. James Lee, a spokesman for Ohio EPA, acknowledged the samples were not properly preserved or acidified, but said they were, quote, acceptable due to the next day processing at the laboratory. There is also a spokesperson from Norfolk Southern quoted in the article saying, though the initial data was valid, we wanted to ensure compliance with EPA standards and proactively asked the lab to rerun the samples with the remaining preserved vial from each sample. So again, these are the players who are sort of barely admitting that this is not an ideal set of samples. The Ohio government was not at all upfront about potential problems with these samples. Mike DeWine, I mean, it's incredible. People should know if they're making the decision to drink this water, exactly who tested the results, who came to the conclusion that said it was okay to do that. I bet a whole lot of people would have made different decisions based on that information.
Well, and the question remains, okay, if the county did their own testing, where are those results?
We still
Why
do not
aren't
have
those
them.
being made public? So this is deeply troubling because these residents deserve, every level of scrutiny to the situation in order to protect their health, both in the near and the long term. And the government pretends like, oh, we really know what's going on here, and the media just parrots this line. We're taking a look over the weekend. The New York Times wrote this piece that made me so mad about basically trying to frame everybody who was concerned about this ongoing crisis as you have residents continuing to say nausea, skin rashes, headaches, dizziness, trying to frame everybody who's concerned about that as a quote-unquote right-wing conspiracy theorist.
Right.
And if you read through that article, there was a way to write an article about people who were going way too far, spinning conspiracies where there's no evidence, et cetera. But they didn't do that. Instead, they just smeared everyone who was concerned of this, and they completely regurgitated the government official line about what was going on with zero skepticism about issues exactly like this. Like, where is this journalism in the New York Times?
Right.
And if you're going to parrot the government line, I mean, you're supposed to be journalists holding power to account. You don't have any questions for government. Your message to the public is just like, no, accept exactly what they're saying. And if you don't, you're a right-wing conspiracy theorist. Absolute garbage. At the same time, there continue to be a lot of questions. So we just talked about the water. There's continue to be a lot of questions about the air quality. There are lawsuits that are being filed left and right here. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. The 6th lawsuit claims, quote, controlled chemical release worsened the East Palestine situation. The suit alleges that burning vinyl chloride creates phosgene gas, a chemical warfare agent used in World War I. By the way, this isn't like wild speculation. That is what is created when you burn vinyl chloride. So the question is, the government claims, oh, it's all dispersed, everything's fine now. Residents continue to have health impacts and very worried about the future. The details here are the complaint was filed on Wednesday in the U.S. District Court by an injury firm. They allege the railroad dumped more than 1.1 million pounds of vinyl chloride into the environment during the incident. They claim that amount of that emission of the toxic chemical was more than 2 times the total amount of vinyl chloride that is released by all U.S. industries over an entire year. And they allege that burning vinyl chloride creates phosgene gas, a chemical warfare agent used in World War I that was banned by the Geneva Convention. Quote from the attorney here, I'm not sure Norfolk Southern could have come up with a worse plan to address this disaster. Residents exposed to vinyl chloride may already be undergoing DNA mutations that could linger for years or even decades before manifesting as terrible and deadly cancers. The lawsuit alleges that Norfolk Southern made it worse by essentially blasting the town with chemicals as they focused on restoring train service and protecting their shareholders. Authorities say they undertook what they called a, quote, controlled release of unstable chemicals to prevent a possible explosion at the derailment scene. And of course, vinyl chloride is a known carcinogen. And as was previously stated, this type of gas was banned by the Geneva Convention because of its toxic nature.
Well, and this is something that gets to the water as well. And a lot of people probably remember this with 9/11 first responders and people that were around the crisis scene around Ground Zero and on 9/11 and the weeks and months afterwards, is that we don't know. We really don't know the scope of the tragedy until years later. We don't know the scope of the effects of some of these cancer-causing chemicals, of some of the chemicals in general, whether they're in the air or the water.
Yes.
And so for the confidence to be projected by Mike DeWine, the Ohio EPA, Norfolk Southern, which of course their interest in this is obvious, you understand why they would be doing that, but for that confluence between the government and the private company here to be projecting that level of confidence instead of meeting people where they are, which is terrified that they're going to have effects from this down the road, years from now, that can't even be calculated right now or understood right now. I think it's just on a political level, purely political level, big swing and a miss, an obvious mistake. But even on a moral level, I mean, we have no idea. truly no idea what's going to happen.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I can't imagine being a resident of this town, wondering if you can go back to your home, wondering if it's safe to drink the water and breathe the air.
Your pets?
Yeah, exactly. We played for you guys last week. Jordan Cheriton, they've been on the ground with Status Quo, our partners, and he interviewed a fox keeper who one of his foxes had already died and all the others were sickened. Another one has now passed away. So people, and these, you know, you guys know how people feel about their pets. I'm sure you feel the same way about your pets. I mean, these are important parts of your family. And to watch them be killed by this incident and just to hand wave away, oh, it's safe now and don't worry about it. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute betrayal. And, you know, there's a couple other things to say about this. One is we now, with this horrific accident, have kind of tracked where the corruption started, you know, back in the Obama administration, at least with regards to this specific tale. Okay, the Obama administration wanted to institute more safety regulations. That was great. But then industry comes in to sort of curtail and undermine what the NTSB had said, what the restrictions should ultimately be. So there's a curtailing of the initial ambition under the Obama administration to be more industry friendly. Under the Trump administration, you see that go even further. They roll back some of the regs that were put in place in the Obama administration. Under the Biden administration, you actually see rail workers really rising up, saying, calling attention to major potential safety issues, not only in terms of their own lives, but in terms of the potential impacts on these communities. And you see a bipartisan effort, but led by Democrats, to crush this movement and silence their warnings and side ultimately with the railroad executives and the shareholders. And you also see they don't do anything to put back in place the regulations that had been curtailed by Obama and rolled back by Trump. So you can see this tale of how industry shaped the landscape to make it friendly for them. But what you realize in looking at this is, God, how many other instances throughout our country, you know, where this is going on, whether it's big oil or big chemicals or big pharma or big ag or whatever. I mean, this is happening every single day with our government and the people who are supposed to be keeping us safe, who are more interested about, you know, a campaign contribution or more interested in what their next job is going to be after they leave the EPA or whatever their agency they're at, instead of making sure that people are kept safe today. And I think for, you know, broader picture, zooming out from Ohio, that's what is so incredibly, incredibly troubling about this story, is because you realize that this is really just scratching the surface of the way that the whole system has been rigged to generate profits for a few over the health and safety of communities across the country.
And by the way, final thought on this, that's why the media is, I think, the single biggest problem in American politics, because business, industry, government can't get away with that level of collusion when you have a healthy fourth estate. That's why it's called the fourth estate. And so when people kind of roll their eyes about media bashing, actually, without a strong media, you don't get this level of corruption and collusion, because the media creates an incentive for the industry and the government partner with the industry not to behave badly. So to your point about where we might know this, where we might not know this is happening, well, we didn't know this was happening for years because the corporate press wasn't covering it. I mean, seriously, we have no idea how many other places in the, like you were saying, whether it's big ag, big pharma, where should media be looking right now to create disincentives for people to behave badly and to give the public information they need to vote wisely, to shop wisely, all of these different things. When you don't have that, you don't have a functioning system.
Yeah, and instead you have the New York Times literally running cover for the government and saying that anyone who questions them is a whack job. It is outrageous. We want to stay with this story. We've got Rich McHugh. He's a fantastic investigative reporter. He's with News Nation now. He is on the ground in East Palestine. Let's get to it. Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now. And Soccer and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to upgrade the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, which is possible. So if you can help us out, become a premium subscriber today, breakingpoints.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us. And if you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working only for you.
This winter, the only thing better than making plans is sleeping through them. Shop Mattress Firm's President's Day sale, where you can get a king for a queen and save up to $700 on Sealy and a free adjustable base. Save today at Mattress Firm.
Hurry to Kohl's February clearance event for savings you don't want to miss. Save up to 80% after an extra 30% off while you still can on must-haves like home favorites, active brands, jeans, sweaters, boots, and PJs. Kohl's.
Rich, it's so great to see you. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Good to see you.
Yeah, our pleasure. So you've been there on the ground in East Palestine, Ohio. Just give us a sense of how residents are feeling and what you're hearing from them.
Residents are angry. You know, they feel like the people that I've spoken to at least feel like they've been forgotten. Here we are, we're approaching 3 weeks, and they say help is finally just coming. And, walking around and talking to folks here, there's a lot of talk that like FEMA is here and people are here and like, but that's not, we haven't seen that. There's people handing out water and townspeople helping the other people in town. But like in terms of actual help, it's not everywhere. It's not like a normal disaster, setting, like where you go in and you see all these stations and people helping. I'm outside of a church right now where they're just opening this morning a health clinic, and people are starting to file in nurses and toxicologists, and then apparently there's at least 20 people signed up to come here this morning and get themselves checked out. So it's the residents I've talked to are angry. They say they're just not getting help. Their homes are not getting tested. They are saying Norfolk Southern is handling this the wrong way, and they need help.
Well, on that note, Rich, you've been tweeting some really, I think, disturbing images. We have one that we can put up on the screen here, just tracking what people are saying, the effects this may have had on their bodies. It's very early to know exactly the extent of all of that. But can you share with us more, examples like this? What are you hearing about people's health? What examples have you encountered of how this might have affected people's health?
I went to, there's a church set up where Norfolk Southern is set up to kind of try and reimburse people for hotels and assistance like that. And I went there to interview people on that. And one guy stopped me and he's like, listen, his eyes were bloodshot and red. And like, he's like, my eyes feel like they're going to pop out of my head. He's like, every time I sneeze, it's like bloody. I'm like, have you gone to the hospital? He's like, I haven't had time. We don't have time to do this. So I interviewed this other woman last week. She called me and she said, look, I just went back to my house. They'd been evacuated. I just went back to my house to move something around. And she's like, I was there for 30 minutes and I went to go take a shower. And that's the picture that you have. Her face and her neck was all covered in rashes. And so I went over there and she asked me if I wanted to go into that part of the house where she feels like she was exposed. I was like, I'm not going in there. Like, nobody's tested there. Nobody knows what's residing in. It was a low-level part of the house where she was in the direct line of the smoke the night that they kind of did the chemical release. So a lot of these houses have not been tested. Nobody really knows what is actually in them and if their houses are safe. There's just a lot of questions.
You had, I think, an important story for News Nation about how East Palestine residents were asked by Norfolk Southern to sign an indemnity form, a hold harmless form. Your lead here, you say, just weeks after a train carrying toxic chemicals derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, some residents say they're being asked to sign contracts they fear could prevent them from suing later on. So basically Norfolk Southern here trying to do a little CYA and convince residents to sign this contract that could prevent them from suing the company. What is the company's line on this, and what are residents saying about it?
So the residents say, like we spoke to, say, initially they came around, they said, we want to test your house. And they said, well, who is this? And it was like, apparently the EPA was there, but representatives like aligned with Norfolk Southern were there. And so in order to have your house tested, you had to sign this form. And one woman who was, kind of smart legally and said, I'm not signing this form. What is this? Can I have it? And I wouldn't give it to her. So she took a picture. She gave it to me. And basically it's a hold harmless agreement saying, if you agree to this testing, you'll hold us harmless as we enter your property and for any, like, basically future litigation. We asked Norfolk Southern about this, and they said, no, some of those were sent out by mistake. That language, indemnity language, should not have been included. going forward, it was a mistake. And so they basically said it was a mistake. And any people who did sign this will have not waived their right to future litigation.
So you just touched on something really interesting, is this was mistakenly sent out by the state, et cetera, and we know the Ohio EPA, as you mentioned earlier, and FEMA. There are people who are down there at least attempting to look like they're helping out, and maybe helping out to some extent. But when you're talking to people, Rich, you mentioned they're frustrated at Norfolk Southern. Are they also frustrated at the government? Are they frustrated at the governor? Are they frustrated at the EPA? What are people's sentiments towards their own government right now?
I think they're frustrated at everybody. They're like, one gentleman I interviewed called me this morning and asked me, like, where do I go for this health screening? How do I get tested? There's not a really centralized kind of blast out to this community. Like, here's where you can go for your health screenings. Here's where you can go for this. Like, they're having to hunt and gather this information in a way that when you kind of cover other disasters or a tornado rips through a town, it's all centralized and people have access to this information. Here, it doesn't feel like that to me. That's my impression. And people are upset. They're upset at the governor. They're upset at the EPA. They're just like, this is totally bungled from the start. And here we are 3 weeks later, and we're kind of in the same scenario. These people are like, look, the only people that have come to my house are the mailman. So it's baffling.
And finally, Rich, early on in this crisis, one of your colleagues at News Nation was trying to do his job and ended up getting arrested during a press conference that Mike DeWine, governor, was giving at that time. Have you had any trouble or roadblocks to doing your job as a journalist while you're on the ground there?
I can't say that I have. Since that, I'll let the video speak for itself on that with Evan, my colleague. I think he handled himself well. From my experience here in town, no, there's been no hindrances. There's been nothing to say that I can't continue my job, although we are, we have our guard up because of what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rich, thank you for spending some time with us today. And most importantly, thank you so much for being there on the ground doing real reporting about exactly what is going on.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me on.
Our pleasure. Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Sagar and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to upgrade the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, which is possible. So if you can help us out, become a premium subscriber today, breakingpoints.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us, and if you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working only for you.
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Meet with an expert who will do them for you, so you can do not taxes. Intuit TurboTax, 100% expert guaranteed.
Today, Tuesday, the Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments in a major case. It's called Gonzalez v. Gonzalez, and at stake is Section 230 itself. You've probably heard a lot about Section 230 in recent years. It basically shields internet companies from liability for harmful content that gets posted on their platform. Now, here's the Washington Post's quick summary of the case. Quote, in November 2015, 3 rifle-wielding ISIS gunmen opened fire at a restaurant in Paris, killing 23-year-old Nohemi Gonzalez, a college exchange student. Almost 8 years later, her family is seeking justice for her death, targeting not the gunmen, but the tech giant YouTube in a landmark case that could shift the foundations of internet law. Now, Crystal, there is something important about Section 230, I think, to recognize, which is that a lot of these big tech giants at this point, Facebook, for instance, has been running ads like in Axios for a year saying, we're okay with Section 230 reform, because they now know that they have the financial resources to kind of handle it. They've had a long time to figure out where to go with it. There's no question it would hurt them. But they're also sort of prepared for what might happen with Section 230. Now, any regulatory changes happening through a court decision, on the other hand, there's nothing they can do to lobby the Supreme Court. There's really nothing that they can do to predict what might come out of this case, what might come out of the arguments. The arguments today should give us some indication of how this case will unfold. Obviously, it's a pretty business-friendly Supreme Court, so Google has that going for it.
Right.
But Section 230, Clarence Thomas has come out against basically Section 230. He said that maybe we should have a different approach. We should maybe be treating them like common carriers, these tech giants like common carriers. Google, Facebook, Twitter, they want in general to not be considered publishers, even though they do all kinds of publishing, whether it's on the search engine itself, whether it's through YouTube. What they're doing fundamentally is publishing, and Section 230 allows them to do that without the liabilities that news outlets have when they publish harmful information. This is a fascinating case because we're talking about life and death.
Right. Well, it's also one of these weird, interesting horseshoe issues because there's a critique of Section 230 from the right, and there's a critique of Section 230 from the left. Oftentimes the right focuses on, and I think these concerns, by the way, are justified, on the ability of platforms like YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or Google to discriminate against creators and against content based on political ideology. I mean, the reality is they have carte blanche to do whatever they want with their recommendation algorithms. And so the critique from a lot of liberals and Democrats is that they aren't doing enough to combat harmful content, misinformation, et cetera, et cetera. And so the context here in terms of when this little provision was originally enacted, this was in the early days of the internet. It was kind of before these companies had become gigantic monopolies. It was before recommendation algorithms began to drive literally everything in terms of content distribution on the web.
Really before social media, too.
Correct. So this was really more, they were thinking about these message boards, for those of you who are old like me, like this is where you just post and it's there, and somebody else posts and it's there. And so they really were aimed more at a concern that if these companies had total liability as publishers placed on their heads, then it would stifle innovation. And I think those concerns, by the way, were justified. And in the wake of this provision being enacted, there was, in fact, an explosion of innovation. But it also then enabled the giant monopolization of the entire tech sector space. And so now you have critics of Section 230 from both the left and the right who are saying this should not have been interpreted as carte blanche. You can do whatever you want. You can manipulate this algorithm however you want and serve up whatever content you want and push whatever content you want without having any sort of responsibility as a publisher. So the question I think that's in front of the Supreme Court, as I understand it, is are there any limiting principles here? And basically what some people who have been thinking about this and proposing reforms, one direction you could go is, okay, there's still an opportunity to be held harmless of the type of content that's posted on your platform. I think that, under certain circumstances, that makes a lot of sense. But you have to meet certain guidelines. You have to be regulated. You have to meet certain standards that we want in terms of having a neutral platform that serves as really kind of the, a public utility at this point in terms of how we communicate with one another. So that's what's at stake here. I have no idea what this court is going to ultimately find, if they, curtail this at all, if they send it back to Congress. I really don't know what direction this will ultimately go in, but the implications of it could be hugely profound.
Yes, and I'm glad this is going to be, it's actually hard to overstate how important this is, the oral arguments today, because we're really going to get a glimpse into how justices are grappling with these huge questions. And one thing that our government has struggled with in the past, understandably so, is that new technologies for older generations, it's harder to sort of be in full contact with and understand exactly how profoundly they have changed human existence if they're not as central to your own existence because you grew up without them and you don't sort of have the level of tech fluency. So I'm really curious about that. But on the other hand, this is fundamentally about publishing, and that the insight into how the court is thinking about publishing, Clarence Thomas in particular, not the most vocal questioner, but someone who has said the public utility point that you made, the common carrier framework, treating these companies more like phone companies than their own little independent businesses is probably the best way to go. So I would expect to hear that argument fleshed out from who I considered one of the most important legal thinkers. I mean, whether or not you agree with him, he definitely is. So this is a huge day. This is really big implications, and this is more from the Washington Post. They say the Gonzalez family's lawyers say that applying Section 230 to algorithmic recommendations incentivizes promoting harmful content and that it denies victims an opportunity to seek redress when they can show those recommendations caused injuries or even death. And that's the publisher point that you're making this, argument about how they serve up things with their algorithms. They also put headlines on news stories. They decide which news stories to promote and which stories not to promote. That is a huge job. If people have ever worked in news, even if you haven't, one of the biggest things that people don't see behind the scenes is headline writing. It is a huge part of publishing. Story selection is a huge part of publishing. And from the perspective of journalists, these companies are doing all of that. They just don't have any of the liabilities that other journalists have, and they act like it's not journalism, so they don't take it seriously. They just serve up the dumbest stuff. And they
well, what they serve is whatever is going to keep you agitated and staring at their platform the longest, so that they can serve up the ads that are the real, core of the business model.
It's a slot machine.
It is. And so, I mean, if you think about it and you ask yourself, okay, should there be any limiting principle on Section 230? Imagine a theoretical platform where the recommendation algorithm is tuned so that the only stories that get amplified and recommended and served to people are left-wing stories. It's only about, whatever is going on. Everything that's on the right is sort of hidden. It's not banned or totally censored, although they could do that as well. And right now, the idea is it doesn't matter. You're still not a publisher. You still have no liability. Or imagine it the other direction, where your recommendation algorithm is designed so that it only pumps and promotes right-wing content about how great Trump is or whatever's going on there, right? Pizzagate or QAnon, whatever's hot at the moment. Can you really look at that with a straight face and say, oh, these are just, neutral common carrier platforms?
Right.
No, you can't. You can't. And so then the question becomes, okay, well, what is the limiting principle? What are the rules you have to follow? What is the business model that you have to engage in order to get the benefit of what is basically a giant gift and giveaway to these companies? So I think that most people would look at the situation and say, if you think about Fox News versus MSNBC, part of the way that they present their very one-sided views of the world is through the type of commentators they have on, the opinions they express, et cetera. But a big part of how they do it is through story selection. That's like their own recommendation algorithm. What are they going to promote as like the biggest problems in the world? What are they just not going to talk about? On Fox, you're going to get a lot of stories about, oh, there's a crime spike, there's an immigrant caravan, there's government spending gone wild, whatever. They're going to have their list. And if you're just consuming their content, the impression you're getting of the world is these are the core issues, these are the big things going on in society. If you're watching MSNBC, you're being presented a very different slate of issues to focus on as like the biggest threats to society, the most important issues ultimately in the world. That story selection is really, really critical to their propaganda efforts. And so we've basically said that social media companies can do the same thing. They can have these recommendation algorithms that are their own form of story selection that are dramatically, much more so than cable news at this point, shaping the way people perceive the world, and yet be totally held harmless for any harms that come to pass from those choices that they're ultimately making. And I think most people would look at that and say, that's ridiculous. Yes, in my opinion, there should be an availability of, that Section 230 where you can avoid liability. I believe in free speech. I believe in people being able to post all kinds of content. But when you get into the manipulation of what gets seen and what doesn't, that's, I think, where you run into a problem where, okay, now you really are serving as a publisher and not just sort of a neutral platform.
Well, and they've also entered the fact-checking space. And that's hugely, hugely important. Again, it's another act of journalism, and they try to outsource it to journalistic outlets, nonsense fact-checking outlets that have so little credibility except for the fact that Facebook contracts with them or whatever, and that's their kind of fig leaf to get away with this. So they're absolutely acting as publishers. There's no question about it. This case is huge, especially because because we also, as we mentioned, the Gonzalez family wants opportunities to seek redress. They're saying those opportunities don't exist properly because of Section 230. Tech has come to terms with the fact that maybe they should be lobbying for Section 230 reform because it hurts any potential competitors to the extent that it's even possible to compete with them way more. They can shape what the legislation would look like. They can lobby to make it friendly to them, and they can weather the regulatory burden way better than any potential new competitors can. So but you can't do that in the court. You can't shape the regulation that might come out of the Supreme Court. So just a fascinating, fascinating day, and a really important one for the future of the internet. And not one that I think many people are paying attention to, but it is unfolding today, Tuesday, here in Washington.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Soccer and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to upgrade the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, which is possible. So if you can help us out, become a premium subscriber today, breakingpoints.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us, and if you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working only for you.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing you care about most is a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe no matter what you're working on, you need high-quality tools at a great price. And that's what we have in stock here. So whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Quality tools, lowest prices.
I have some more news from that side of the aisle. You want to set this one up, Emily?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has called for a national divorce, using that exact language. She was sort of mocked for this tweet yesterday. This is the quote: "We need a national divorce. We need to separate by red states and blue states and shrink the federal government." Everyone I talk to says this, from the sick and it's like Trump, right? Many people are saying, from the sick and disgusting woke culture issues shoved down our throats to the Democrats' traitorous America Last policies, we are done. We are done. All right. So obviously, somebody with now as much clout in the Republican Party as Marjorie Taylor Greene actually does have. She is in a position right now. I wouldn't have predicted this maybe a couple of years ago, but she is in a position right now where she does genuinely have some clout in the Republican Party. And here she is calling outright for a national divorce. That's why we're covering it here, because it is worth talking about. There have been, on the right especially, some rumblings of this. There always are. By the way, you probably remember this, like going back years. There's always that conversation. There's an interesting point to be made about the fact that we have sort of come apart, to borrow the language from the book Coming Apart, in socioeconomic ways, in that people who are at very different ends of the socioeconomic spectrum are basically living in different worlds within our own country at this point. But that said, Marjorie Taylor Greene's argument falls apart because of her own state. What do you do with Georgia, right? I mean, seriously, a purple state like Georgia.
Do you live in a blue state?
Exactly. Exactly. And are your neighbors, who you might get along with fine, and who voted for Warnock or who voted for Ossoff, what do you think of them? Do you think they should live in a different country? Do you think that they do live in a different country and it hasn't been formally determined at this point? And so I think it's an opportunity, I think, to really consider the impracticality, not just, I don't mean that like logistically, but just like actually philosophically, it makes no sense. It's an incoherent kind of idea.
I mean, there's a few things to say about this. To me, it feels like a sort of throwing up of your hands and abandonment of any idea of a democratic, small d, democratic nation, where, okay, you disagree with whatever the Biden administration is doing, there's going to be another election. Like, that's the whole idea is, okay, we have this push and pull, and yeah, the country has different ideas about exactly how we should accomplish it. That's why we have a democracy, where you appoint representatives and where you elect representatives and where you run on a platform and you make your case for your ideas, and may the best ideas win. That's the whole idea of what we're doing here. That's number one. Number two is, I mean, part of why I wanted to cover this because we don't cover the utterances of Marjorie Taylor Greene all that often on this show, is because it's really the polar opposite of the view of the country that we believe in and are trying to promote with this show. I mean, you know, I'm sitting here with you. We have some different ideas about things. Sagar and I have some different ideas about things. And in no world am I like, this is irreconcilable. We must get a national divorce. And I think that the reason the show, I think, has been successful is because that is much more reflective of how people actually live in their normal lives than this like bizarrely fringe, ultra online take of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
It is ultra online.
It's only if you're like okay, she says like everybody I talk to says this. Are you only talking to the worst people on Twitter? Because that's what the view of the world you would get is if you spend way too much time down a rabbit hole on like Twitter or Getter or True Social or whatever your social media of choice happens to be. But if you're actually like existing in the world and living with your neighbors, many of whom may have different ideologies and vote for different politicians than you, like this is not the experience of the country that most people have on a day-to-day basis. I live in a county that is quite conservative and has been for a long time, voted for Donald Trump. I mean, this is where I was born and raised. And again, at no moment have I been like, this is irreconcilable. We need to give up on democracy and just split at the seams. I think it's a very sad and very pessimistic view of the country ultimately.
Yeah, and again, it is true that we are having a hard time agreeing on like very, very, very fundamental questions about, for instance, what is gender? What is truth? What is disinformation? What is democracy? Like, we actually are having a hard time coming to terms with those questions. That is not unprecedented in American history. We have had a very hard time determining the value of human beings. There are people who disagreed on that, perhaps the most fundamental question in human existence in this country. And that's not to say that we've handled it perfectly. It's not to say that everything is just peachy and that the United States is the perfect example of how to sort of work through these questions. But it is to say the whole point of what we do, as opposed to what other countries have done in human history, is work through these things and use this tool of constitutional democracy to create a more peaceful existence to the best of our ability. The best of our ability is not always going to be perfect, and it is going to be, sadly, tragic, violent, all of those things. Human existence is tragic and violent and all of those things, but we're working towards a better form of it. And to give up on that,
yeah,
that's really sad.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of people on there who were like, this is treasonous, whatever. She can say what she wants to say, but I do think it's kind of I would say that the sentiment at the core of it is kind of anti-American because of exactly the reasons that you're laying out. Mm-hmm. It goes against the core of the best notions of what America is supposed to be. Not that we've lived up to it, not that we live up to it today, but again, I find the comments profoundly sad that you would just sort of like give up on the country in this way. And I wasn't the only one. There were lots of Republicans who were not impressed with what she had to say here. This is Spencer Cox, who is the governor of Utah, Republican, in case you are surprised by that. In Utah, obviously, it's Republican. And what he said in response to this is this rhetoric, we can put this up on the screen. Mediaite had a kind of roundup of some of the criticism here. They say she was roundly condemned after calling for a national divorce on Twitter. Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, said this rhetoric is destructive and wrong and honestly evil. We don't need a divorce. We need marriage counseling. And we need elected leaders that don't profit by tearing us apart. We can disagree without hate. Healthy conflict was critical to our nation's founding and survival. He has a little Reagan quote there. But then I liked what he said here. He said that he doesn't mean just civility and kindness, although we definitely need more of that too. I mean passionate disagreement that does not destroy our souls and our country. Healthy conflict is good and foundational, but we must be Americans first and partisans second or last. And I like the way he phrased that because sometimes these things get just like bound up in decorum and civility politics, which I think is silly. There should be fierce debates. It should be raw. It should be passionate. There is nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But, you know, the idea that, oh, we're just going to give up on the other half of the country that disagrees with me, frankly, I think it's disgusting.
No, and that's such an important distinction because the like nonsense respectability theater that our politicians want to drag us into, which is like, you can't, how dare you say anything that's so critical of the American media or the American government, or you can't criticize our institutions because you're going to sow institutional distrust. Well, first of all, our institutions deserve to be distrusted. And so that's, I think, a distraction, but we should be able to. For instance, I have this long-standing disagreement with most people when they look at the Jon Stewart clip of him laying into Tucker Carlson and Paul Begala on Crossfire.
Yeah.
I forget what year it was, like 2004, somewhere around there.
Somewhere in there.
I don't think that was a great moment because I think what we lose when we take away that sort of public example of debate, heated debate, intense debate, but where you have two representatives, and it's important that they do actually represent both sides of the argument and they do it well, butting heads in public on television. I think that's a cathartic and important thing for Americans to be able to do and for Americans to be able to see. It's part of why this show works so well and that you and Sagar have always worked so well. It's because people do need to be able to see that because we can all do that with each other. And when you lose that, and when the corporate press, as they do now, tries to push us away from that and tries to say no purveyors of disinformation or hate or whatever deserve to breathe the same oxygen in our green rooms or get any room in our pages, then this is how you set the stage for the national divorce conversation, because people no longer think they can talk through these things because they don't see it happening.
Yeah, and it's about, I can't control these other people, so I just have to, like, it's an almost totalitarian instinct, honestly. On the Jon Stewart point, I think what people are reacting to is how inauthentic that particular debate, how it was just theater.
Cartoonish.
Cartoonish,
yeah,
exactly.
Right. Yeah.
But the core point of having people disagree and like genuinely going at it and battling it out, I think that's the core of what we should all be about. Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Sagar and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to upgrade the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, which is possible. So if you can help us out, become a premium subscriber.
Me rolling in this 8 series. They wanna see me take a L, I keep a K near me. Cause I'm trying to see an M and shit, I owe it to myself. I had to grow this shit myself. Back against the wall, 10 toes on the pavement. On the gram, he was a dog, then he folded at arraignment. Cloud chasers say my name for entertainment. Shoot him in his face on his live, that should boost his engagement. You trying to get your likes up, you need to get your life up. Dripped in Prada on an off day, promoters know the price up. Royalty in my region, all these sold out venues. Just to see me rhyme some words about the shit that I've been through. Front line, I seen the evil that men do. For that triple up, gotta hit it with the cut like a Jinsu. Mama told me love yourself, don't let opinions offend you. Turn your weaknesses to strengths before they use them against you. Cause if they know that they can end you, they'll attempt to. That's why it's 4 or 5 hitters with me every time I've been through. In Benz coupes, tint the windows on the floor, and they rather see me in a jumpsuit that's orange. Got me staring at the world through my rearview mirror. I hope God forget my friends, you know I be with them drillers. Drinking liquor out the bottle, know it's killing my liver. Slide up on you, you see flashes, we ain't taking no pictures. I pour this liquor in my cup until my cup overrunning. They criticize me, but they never did this shit like I done it. And I can't leave the crib without to keep that shit by my stomach. 100,000 in my denim if we been 100. Been 100.
Look, picture me rolling in the M8. 40 on my lap with the 10 plates. You click good when you're men straight. Go back to your hood when you're in straight. Mama told me.
Of course there's one there, huh?
That just showed me not to have no co-defendants. Never sign something for you know the business. If it comes down to it, gotta blow the witness. It gets lonely in the road's dark. They manufacturing heroin like Ozark. Takes a genius to compose like Mozart. You know these niggas is nosy just like these hoes are. Palm angels and palm trees. Buckets of ace of spades and Dom P's. The voice and flow is exquisite. They wanna see me in the gray sweatsuit on the visit.
The world through my rearview mirror. I hope God forget my friends, you know I be with them drillers. Drinking liquor out the bottle, know it's killing my liver. Slide up on you, you okay. We ain't taking no pictures. I pour this liquor in my cup until my cup overrunning. They criticize me, but they never did this shit like I done it. And I
This
can't
is
be the
boxing.
to keep that shit by my stomach.
It doesn't matter that you got knocked down. You can get him back in the next round. You did the right thing, though. You took your time and you got back up. Your father would be proud of you. That's what champions do, Andre. They get back up.
You have 1 minute left.
I can't feel the stress. They keep on telling me I made it, I don't feel success. I fucked 2 hoes at one time because it feel the best. I lost Mecca 15 and shit, I'm still depressed. Even when I'm smiling, trips to different islands. Sober got like 5 and he was in the city wild. I'm sending free prints to the joint with that shit on, I be styling. Industry people keep on saying we should do lunch, but I ain't seen my loved ones in like a few months. I built my following off talent, I don't do stunts. No, I don't do skits, I put you on a news clip. Cloud chasers trying to rap beef to build tracks. I'm posting flyers with the date and time, you still rapping. Blue hundreds in my pockets like I'm still trapping. Legal grips and throwaways because I know that it could still happen. Pull up in the physical, then wheel you off the critical. Must be fucking with that fatty, you should stay from around them chemicals. Sometimes the love and hate can look identical. All this weight that's on my shoulders, I'm still smiling in my interviews.
Keeping it solid today, put me under. Started off small, now we all doing numbers. Gotta thank God, cause he keep doing wonders. Heart is so cold, keep the heat like the summer. When it a love, turn to hate. When it a love, turn to hate. When it a love, turn to hate. When it a love, turn to hate.
Look, they say they love me, but that love could turn to hate sometime. I can't get caught up in your feelings, gotta take what's mine. Some people scared to be successful, they afraid to shine. Presidential rollie out the Lambo, I've been racing town. National attention, yeah, my buzz is up. But if I fall back for a second, I can fuck it up. I'm independent, staying down because my hustle up. Wrote down a plan and follow through because I don't fuck with luck. Yeah, gotta be mindful who you sign to. Cautious who you align with, they could be the ones to line you. Contradictions, tell my God kids don't through his eye. Everything's a game until it turns into the Hunger Games. You affected by them comments on the web, then you ain't built for this. Bitch, I get my life for this. I'm down to get killed for this. They see me comfy in the trenches, they don't know the blood been spilled for this. Stupid motherfuckers, I'm with ruthless motherfuckers for real.
Keeping it solid today, put me under. Started off small, now we all doing numbers. Gotta thank God, cause he keep doing wonders. Heart is so cold, keep the heat like the summer. When it a love, turn to hate. 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 Oh.
Yeah, and everything I said about you, I ain't mean this shit. I had some demons at the time that I was dealing with. You left a scabbers on my heart, I keep on peeling it. I'm getting blasted in the dark, wish I was dreaming it. Cause I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, and really in my sober, it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure. I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, and really in my sober, it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure. Yeah, 30 in my pocket, 40 on my lap too. She gon' take a sniff, yeah, Molly out the capsule. She love me for my drip and she love me for my rap too. She said, boy, don't ever switch, and then she got my name tattooed. Yeah, I'm out the bottle with this drink, I'm on that Hennessy. I think too much, so I've been dulling up my memories. Now I'm in my pain with all these drugs, that's the remedy. You was my dog, so how you turn into my enemy? And everything you said to me, I think about it daily. Look me in my face and said you dead to me, and now I'm thinking safe. And I put a smile on in the public so they can't see all the pain. Without you, I've been feeling crazy, you know everything is sane to me. And starlight, I wanna stare up at the starlight. My shit is broken, what's your heart like? Even on my dark nights, I wanna stare up at the starlight. My shit is broken, what's your heart like? And everything I said about you, I ain't mean this shit. I had some demons at the time that I was dealing with. You left a scabbers on my heart, I keep on peeling it. I'm getting blasted in the dark, wish I was dreaming it. Cause I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, it really in my soul, but it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure. I don't ever wanna say it's over. I think about you so much, it really in my soul, but it got me in a coma. Sometimes I wish I didn't know ya, I wish that we was closer. I can't hold my composure, we never got no closure.
February 23rd, Bel-Air returns on Peacock.
What's going on, Will? Got me staying in South LA. Just want to take care of myself.
The house just isn't the same when
Will's not home.
It's the series critics called fresh, compelling, and wildly entertaining.
Get dressed and buckle up, fool.
Will is reverting back to his old ways.
You make a decision and I just gotta live with it?
Colton!
I have anxiety trying to fit into this Bel-Air bubble. A real man faces what scares him.
There's a real world outside.
Bel-Air new season, streaming February 23rd, only on Peacock.
You are unstoppable, going from one exciting thing to the next. That's why at Simple Mills, we use purposeful ingredients like almond flour to make tasty snacks, like delicious soft-baked snack bars and crunchy chocolate chip cookies with just the right amount of sweetness, and crackers bursting with flavor, so you have enough energy to keep going, even after spin class, school drop-off, 5 meetings, and walking your neighbor's Great Dane because they're in Tulum for 2 weeks. Simple Mills, nutritious snacks that never slow you down. Live full.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Look at my liver, I need toxins cause I'm toxic. She gon' take me back if she get flew out to the tropics. Raised up by my mama, by the streets I was adopted. Crazy what my youngins out here doing for a drop 6. It's hard to see blood in my eye, fuck up my optics. I told her we don't do no pillow talk, no gossip. That reposado fill my cup until I'm nauseous. I keep that on my body cause I'm cautious about my life. I'm going in a spiral. Out in Vegas and the lights bright. Let me tell you about my life. I'm going in a spiral. Out in Vegas and the lights bright. And the doors are suicidal. I'm faded under Vegas nights, searching for euphoria. Pouring my emotions out with every cup she pouring up. Got me staring at the world through my rear view, getting blasted. Pass the bottle to my trauma, maybe that could get me past it. Dead homies know I'm living proof. Tinted out the V so I can spin the coupe. She calling me a dog, I'm out in Cali on that gin and juice. Fluorescent lights floating in my memories. Protect me from my friends cause I can handle all my enemies. Look at my liver, I need toxins cause I'm toxic. She gon' take me back if she get flew out to the tropics. Raised up by my mama, by the streets I was adopted. Crazy what my youngins out here doing for a drop 6. It's hard to see blood in my eye, fuck up my optics. I told her we don't do no pillow talk, no gossip. That reposado fill my cup until I'm nauseous. I keep that on my body cause I'm cautious about my life. I'm going in a spiral. Out in Vegas and the lights bright. And the doors are suicidal. Let me tell you about my life. I'm going in a spiral. Out in Vegas and the lights bright. And the doors are suicidal. Oh, this shit get better. We gotta be all in at this point.
Save your tears, baby.
Nothing else out there, Blanco. Look. Drowning in this Remy, trying to numb the pain. I hate the shit it put me through, but I still love the game. Lost Mecca, that shit hit me like a hurricane. And C's left Haiti 6 days before the hurricane. Fuck am I to do? I take a shot or two. Parmesan on park benches, that's what got us through. Where's the God in you? Feel like the devil's guiding you. We don't got no chemistry, this 40 blow apart your molecules. My brothers bit and left me in a state of solitude, while they in solitary eating garbage food. We chase material, obsessing over diamond jewels. Bullets made his body ooze, hit him twice like copy cool. Left him pissing in the bag, can't eat no solid food. I try to tell little bro to get the bag, but he thinks sliding cool. And honestly, it kinda is if that shit for your brothers. Free the ones that never told, assassinate the suckers. No father figures, so we grew up having worried mothers. The most hated, but we love each other. Yeah, no father figures, so we grew up having worried mothers. The most hated, but we love each other. Devil on my soul, but I can't go out cause I'm godly. Ride around with poles, you know this jugging shit a hobby. Just me and all the bros, we 40 deep up in that lobby. And they gon' let it go, no over me, they catching homies. Nah, I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave. I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave.
Multiply the shots, Cinnabons over stocks, certificates for these rocks, those sixes under the box. You know the wiretap, don't be mentioning who we pop. Insignificant ops, they ain't posting when buddy drop. Love me or love me not, left for lonely, I'm hugging blocks. This shop I possess me, more than me than these thoughts. I do not cooperate with lawmen or the cops. Lying to my lawyer, even though he all I got. I know these suckers want my soul. Totaled out the load with all the fireworks they thrown. We double back in something dope. Indicted on that pole. Got me against the rope, but I'ma fight it like I'm Tyson. Ain't no Cody's to the throat. Caution on your approach. Watch what you niggas post, and I can't do no nerd shit, cause I know they watch me the most. Remember rocking up soap, grab a bottle, pop it and toast, cause we the ones that niggas tapping with soon as they touch the coast.
Devil on my soul, but I can't go out cause I'm godly. Ride around with poles, you know this jugging shit a hobby. Just me and all the bros, we 40 deep up in that lobby. And they gon' let it go, no over me, they catching homies. I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave. I'm dropping ashes in the Maybach, 30 on my sleeve, 40 on my lap, you gotta go before I leave. No.
Blanco, you know how we feel already, nigga. Fuck the ops. We on their ass 24/7, 365, nigga. If I'm alive, this shit don't stop.
Get to the money and keep it consistent. I know what I'm risking. Walk in the building surrounded by hitmen. My life is different. We tryna see what the drop out. We catch an op, make them opt out. We clean them up, bring the mops out. All of my youngins a pop out. Been through your shit in the bourbon. Send them the urge. She giving me top in the car while I'm swerving. Pussy so good when I fucking be cursing.
When I fucking be cursing.
Soul Calibur 6.
I know the feds on my lurking. All of my youngins in mass purging. Put the cut on the dope surgeon. I'm in my bag and she want a Birkin. I do the drill cause 5 be on bed. Back at the hammer, somebody get my bro got an L and he need a pill. Sado ain't working so she need a pill. I'm tryna see with her mouth out. She's tryna see what this clout bout. She got them C's on her purses. She hop on the top and reverse. 20 on me in a Tesla. I call her plug my investor. I'm tryna stretch for the know they don't like us, but they gon' respect us. Walk by the bouncer and metal detectors. Her could be helping me rest up. My youngin' he shoot from his chest up. Diamonds they dance fiesta. Fiesta, fiesta. Get to the money and keep it consistent. I know what I'm risking. Walk in the building surrounded by hitmen. My life is different. We tryna see what the drop out. We catch an eye, make them opt out. We clean them up, bring them mop out. All of my youngins are pop out.
It's one or the other. You gon' be an oppa, you gon' be my brother. He gotta show me shooting the cover. Bro to get bell and I'm putting the dub up. I need me that extra perico. I don't knock on the door, I just shoot through the peephole. Catch me a lick and take care of my people. And I got to sit you with me, huh? You ain't let your own chill in the city with me. You wasn't outside spending 50s with me. I can remember the drill. I smoke and I think and remember the thrill. All these RP pros and these RP shirts only make me remember the kill. They see my face and remember me still. I fill my body with Henny and pills. I feel like I'm climbing the heaviest hills. If I survive, then I'ma give me a deal. I'm still living like I'm in a pack. I'm getting money, bitches getting gas. You haven't seen the addy niggas on his ass.
Get to the money and keep it consistent. I know what I'm risking. Walk in the building surrounded by hitmen. My life is different. Trying to see what the drop out. We catch a op, make them opt out. We clean them up, bring them mop out. All of my youngins will pop out.
Let's do it.
My homies in the grave doing stay bigs. That should keep me up at night. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing statements. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing statements. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. Yeah. System wanna clip your wings, don't wanna see you fly. They wanna take your drive from you like a DUI. But we live like sky's the limit till we meet the sky. I pray them angels will protect me if them demons slide. California dreaming in these B&Bs. Pistol under the pillow, this for the B&Es. You know we move them supplements like GNC. Model bitch give me brain like she got 3 degrees. Chain cold as shit like 3 degrees. Told my youngins if they clip me slide, you don't need degrees. And my gang know I got them till eternity. School of hard knocks, only killers in my fraternity. Can't understand how y'all be out here with no urgency. Got a good heart, but life brought out the worst of me. Underdog, said I wouldn't make it, took it personally. Red Sox in 04, it ain't no cursing me. Blanco. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing statements. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing statements. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it.
Pour a little bark out, or some dark out. No longer running when the knocks out. Feeling lost, light a candle up. Lost a lot of homies asking God what he planned for us. I know tonight could be the last one. So if I'm in the whip, it's a fast one. Gotta know where to go when the cash come. Gotta know how to act when the flash come. Now that's a picture of a gunshot. I ain't got the picture of a gunshot. That is really unfortunate, but I know the streets figured how to be a boss in it. I'm feeling lost, but they said I made it. They say I'm shining, but I'm feeling jaded. They say I'm lit, but I'm feeling faded. So now I meditate on the shit that's sacred.
I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing statements. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it. I'm lighting up for all the ones that didn't make it. Pouring liquor out my cup, I hold you sacred. Most my homies in the grave are doing statements. I'm feeling lost, but they keep telling me I made it.
Pablo y Blanco.
We could fly, you know what I like. Butterfly doors on passenger side. We could ride out suicide. Risk it all for my foolish pride. Sometimes I see blood in the sky. Broken wings help me learn how to fly. Call it fool's paradise. Call it fool's paradise. Yeah. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I've sacrificed. The things that I've sacrificed. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I sacrificed.
Yeah. Burgundy seats in the Cullinan. Found out she like the rest of them hoes. Fell out of love again. Sober mind, I couldn't cut the tension past the drugs again. I sweep my problems under the rug again. Yeah, I reached out, got no reply, so I'm like, fuck it then. Digital dash with a stash, it's a custom Benz. Lust and ends, being broke just gave me tougher skin. Bandana on me, feeling like I'm birdieing above the rim. Who made these rules? I think they confused. Even when I couldn't pay these bills, I had to pay these dues. Under pressure, standing tall like we 8 feet 2. Watching Stadies cruise, praying we don't make the news. Costa Rica trips, wish that we could speak a bit. I had to take that time away from you, I probably needed it. I throw that shit on every night, look like an Easter fit. The coupe clean, I'm riding dirty, picture me legit.
We could fly, you know what I like. Butterfly doors on passenger side. We could ride out suicide. Risk it all for my foolish pride. sky. Broken wings help me learn how to fly. Call it fool's paradise. Call it fool's paradise.
Turquoise leather look like a Charlotte Hornet. Ferrari mornings talk the shooter before I start performing. It's not your business why you talking on it. Surrounded by steppers, we be walking on shit. Papados, I ordered crawfish. Pontiac, that Grand Am, I got it from an auction. Seen caution tape around my projects. Clinton was in office. He was in the Oval Office getting ate up. We was trying to scrape up. No Paddocks, it was Jacobs. Lennox Ave, hungry as fuck, I would go to Jacobs. Tom Shep talking the flip, they can't erase us. Me and Smiles would argue, he got me out of the matrix. Lean on me like I'm Mr. Clark, my life was dangerous. Time for the occasions, it's movies without the script. I think a nip, this shit is so different without my crib. I think a chill will every time that I take a sip. I think of fuck niggas every time that I take a shit. Work them up.
You know what I like. Butterfly doors on passenger side. We could ride out suicide. Risk it all for my foolish pride. Sometimes I see blood in the sky. Broken wings help me learn how to fly. Call it fool's paradise. Call it fool's paradise. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I sacrificed. The things that I sacrificed. See the hate in their eyes. They envy this life. The things that I sacrificed.
Pablo y Blanco.
Prepare for avocado awesomeness at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 organic large Hass avocados for $3.60 with Prime through February 21st. So, supercharge your breakfast bowls, smoothies, and more while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
February 23rd, Bel-Air returns on Peacock.
What's going on, Will? Got me staying in South LA. Just want to take care of myself.
The house just isn't the same when
Will's not home.
Yeah. It's the series critics called fresh, compelling, and wildly entertaining.
Get dressed and buckle up, fool.
Will is reverting back to his old ways.
You make a decision and I just gotta live with it?
Colton!
I have anxiety trying to fit into this Bel-Air bubble. A real man faces what scares him.
There's a real world outside.
Bel-Air new season, streaming February 23rd, only on Peacock.
Virginia is for eaters and drinkers, all kinds of eaters and drinkers. For oyster shuckers and slurpers. Winery samplers are all-day wine drinkers. Brewery hoppers and distillery sippers. For those who order grits and those who order cheese grits. We all know what the right way to order is. For barbecue triers who turn into finger lickers and meat off the bone suckers. All right, all this talk of food is making me hungry. I gotta go get some mac and cheese. Like I was saying, Virginia is for all sorts of food lovers. So come love it for yourself.
End every workout the right way with Core Power. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein to give your body what it needs, when it needs it. Recover and build lean muscle with Core Power.
Mason.
You can't fuck with me on any level. I like that. Blanco, look. I catch her out doing dirty. All of the thotties prefer me. Her body is slim, but she curvy. She giving me brain cause she nerdy. I pop me a voo when I'm thirsty. I had to put down the perkies. My youngin' is 20, but he got a 30. Warrior shooting like Kirby. Back at the Lambo in traffic. I sent her home, she a catfish. The money can't fit in their lap with a bitch if she average. My youngin' shoot like he play for the Mavericks. They know I designed the fabric. Counting blue hundreds a habit. I'm in LA living lavish. Look, I had the digi to scale. We sent that shit in the mail. It was 10, but the YOLO was pale. Record an attempt and we posted this bail. All of my opposites pussy and frail. I just be winning, they pray that I fail. They pray that I fail, but I prevail. I'm counting my blessings. My enemies stress. Watch what you speak on. We doing recon. Fully inside of the knee zone. Young and a hunt to the beef going. We catch a rap and we put the beats on. But we ain't making no music. Pouring this rock in my cup. I've been taking the fluid. I'm getting my my way, I get ruthless. I'm flaming on him like Tatum, a dude. I back up the Lambo swerving. I feel like Rambo purging. 30 on me in a foreign interior orange. Kicking the door off the door hinge. Liquor we pour. Get hot till I'm soaring. Trap at a time you would think that I'm touring. She blowing me up, I'm ignoring. Cause last time we fucked, it was boring.
You're actually taking me for a dickhead. Like, I don't know if it's because you feel like you got a sold out show in London or because you was in tape with the man them. I really don't know. But you're definitely taking me for a dickhead. Like, you're in tape with bare dead things and you got a painting at home. Like, it is what it is though. I'm gonna see you. Be safe, my G.
Hands on my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me. Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Yeah, down on my luck, I'm tryna cope with my pain. I'm tryna deal with the stress before I blow out my brains. Cause when you play with that life, that shit a whole different game. And when it's blood on your hands, that shit a whole different stain. Yeah, maybe I should go to church or something. I get this rage in my body and I feel like hurting something. Now my emotions with these drugs don't feel no hurt or nothing. Retail therapy thought I could fix it if I purchased something. Sometimes I sleep away my problems like they don't exist. Sometimes I dream about a world that isn't cold like this. Sometimes I shut down on my thoughts because I know I'm bugging. And I told my mama I was sober, but she know I'm drugging. Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me. Demons in my mind, I'm going crazy. Really ain't been feeling like me lately. Pop another pill just to sedate me. Mama keep me sleeping, don't you wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. I'm incapable of loving you the way that I wanna love you. Cause we got too much baggage. I don't even trust myself, so it'd be hard for me to trust you. Betrayal turned me to a savage, and I've been riding with my high beams on just so I can see clearer. Trying to gain perspective on myself. Act like I don't want you, but I swear to God I need you. And I'd rather argue with you than to be with someone else. Stuck in my ways, I call it lift so you could come through. Tequila in the freezer, that's the shit I always run to. Clicking on your story and it look like you have fun too. I don't need to be reminded, it's a million guys that want you. You ask me why I question you like I don't know you or something. Maybe I'm just paranoid or I'm just going through something. I'm drunk, I think they mixed this Hennessy with homebrew or something. My brody locked behind the wall, he drinking homebrew and puff. I called your phone and got no answer, I ain't used to that. I know we fell out, the majority to do with that. Paragraph of my emotions, there's a lot of truth in that. Shit is out my character, you know I don't be doing that. I call your phone and got no answer, I ain't used to that. I know we fell out, the majority to do with that. Paragraph of my emotions, there's a lot of truth in it. For us thing. I'm incapable of loving you the way that I wanna love you. Cause we got too much baggage. I don't even trust myself, so it'd be hard for me to trust you. Betrayal turned me to a savage, and I've been riding with my high beams on just so I can see clearer. Trying to gain perspective on myself. Act like I don't want you, but I swear to God I need you. And I'd rather argue with you than to be with someone else. out right now, pouring, matter of fact. It's like 3:49. Studio, just me and the engineer. My dog Brady. Yeah. I tried to numb the pain with shopping, but it didn't work. I bought every pair of Marys out the whole store. Started painkiller popping, I was off the perks. Waking up in the morning, it just hurt more. Tried to sex the shit away, it was meaningless. And they was probably using me to do the same. She on demon time, I showed her what a demon is. Sometimes when it's sunny, I still feel the rain. So pour it down on me. Fill my cup up to the top and I'm the pain. Yeah, just pour it down on me. Sometimes when it's sunny, I be feeling like it rain. So pour it down on me. Dealing with some things is so hard to explain, Lord. Just pour it down on me. Woke up in the morning feeling empty. Last night I was sliding in a Bentley. Yeah, I know that shit don't match. Oh Lord, I've been so disattached. I got 99 problems and the bitch is a few of them. Staring at these drugs, I don't know what to do with them. Maybe I should flush it, maybe I should take them. Hit the casino with some racks, hoping I break them. I got responsibilities to turn my brothers up. Me and my squad in a world that got no love for us. Grinded a decade and it keep getting closer. The more bread I get, I gotta keep me a toaster. That bitch was bad for me, I left with no closure. Saw me in the function, couldn't hold the composure. She made a scene, I made the money stack. To the point that when I leave, ain't no coming back. So pour it down on me. Fill my cup up to the top and I'm the pain. Yeah, just pour it down on me. Sometimes when it's sunny, I be feeling like it rain. So pour it down on me. Dealing with some things is so hard to explain, Lord. Just pour it down on me. Waking up in cold sweats, devil on me, but I'm so blessed. No rest, get the cut and watch the coat stretch. Dope wet, we in the street like a protest. And if that money ain't right, then it's gonna go left. I was 15 when Mecca died on me. Had me zoning at the wake, I couldn't cry, homie. I learned to spray, kept the pesticide on me. Suckers never slide on me, they just IG live on me, it's weak. The blick big, I mean the shit obese. Hit him in his widow's peak, leave him with a fish asleep. Viciously, they put that work in with efficiency. Fell out of love, I had to show that bitch a different me. Twisting trees, sparking Lucy's, take my hide in. Know I'ma stand on the truth before I lie in. Twisting trees, sparking Lucy's, take my hide in. Know I'ma stand on the truth before I lie in. I don't wanna go to sleep, I'm trying to make a killing. Should've worked the job, but that trap shit was a penalty. Got my first 20, felt like I was up a million. Used to pull up with that hoopy, now this coupe ain't got no center. And I'm swerving over potholes, tied it like a vato. Thought that bitch was loyal, then I found out that she not though. If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? Look, dawn like I'm Cartagena. All this water on me, Aquafina. She said I look like M, but got a pop demeanor. You know that street shit get touchy like a heart procedure. We left a mess, it was hard to clean up. And Cartagena and these tats ain't henna. Might get at him with the 22 and plug like Lena. Dope pumper since they told me I had no jumper. Betted on my hoop dreams, I had to find a new scheme. Yeah, it's a nice day out what the coops mean. Roaring on McGrath with the 40 in the stash. Blanca Lotto got him stuck like hash. Give a fuck about this rap shit, I'm paid off gas. You out your element, we known for setting precedents. For dead presidents, effortless, no prerequisite. In life they say you get what you give. Where I'm from they told me get it how you live. So I just got it how I live. Go to sleep, I'm trying to make a killing. Should've worked the job, but that trap shit was a penalty. Got my first 20, felt like I was up a million. Used to pull up with that hoopty, now this coupe ain't got no center. And I'm swerving over potholes, tied it like a vato. Thought that bitch was loyal, then I found out that she not though. If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? If you ain't never slide with me, then how the fuck you my bro? me up, darling. I wanna see my homies live, you know? So much pressure on my shoulders, but I'm getting through it. I wanna see them grow, experience life. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. So seldom where we come from. So much pressure on me daily, but I'm getting through it. I gotta turn up for the ones that thought I couldn't do it. Smoke is frontal to the face, I'm off the Henny fluid. I've been going through some things, I put it in my music. Free my brothers out the jam, they get my bros a natty. Feel like I'm slipping off the edge, I hope the Lord grab me. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. I still hear my dead homies calling, yeah. Feel like this pain became my whole life. Before bro died, it got me thinking about my old life. Like back when shit was normal, I was innocent. Now it's cushion painkillers staring out this limo tent. Pistol in the sock, if I pop, won't leave a fingerprint. Upper echelon in my city, I'm the big event. But give me space, I need breathing room. Flirting with my anxiety, I might jump the broom. Ever seen somebody lose their life right in front of you? Been through something crazy, can't cope with what it done to you. Where I'm from, we never make it, can't get comfortable. Soon as you see success, that's when they come for you. No Blanca Lotto, then a run to do. Bitch keep nagging, got me looking out for someone new. Something different, I've been trying to switch the energy. On these painkillers, cigarettes, and Hennessy. Elevated out of city where they rarely do. Only up cause I did everything they scared to do. They don't never keep in touch, so how they care for you? Cold world, close friends, I had to bury too. So much pressure on me daily, but I'm getting through it. I gotta turn up for the ones that thought I couldn't do it. Smoke is frontal to the face, I'm off the Henny fluid. I've been going through some things, I put it in my music. Free my brothers out the jam, they get my bros a natty. Feel like I'm slipping off the edge, I hope the Lord grab me. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. I still hear my dead homies calling.
Them numbers double when the work ain't around. I'm from a drug town, they getting right and pull off a heist before they come down. Alcoholic background, grandpop passed it around. I see him now, sipping yak in the clouds. Nickel play special, backing him down, right to his abdomen. Then lay low where nobody know, blowing extravagant. Trying to speak to God, thinking I'm an accident. I made a killing off the opposite of happiness. Little homie got bagged again. Back and forth, I'm looking like that's just me. Younger, of course, hustling raw. Seem like every day I'm struggling more. I got a phone call from a dead man's number, had me bugging for sure. Headshot, close range, you a target. Gotta get it how you live, it ain't no option. Hope he opened up them gates and say walk in. I still hear my dead homies calling.
So much pressure on me daily, but I'm getting through it. I gotta turn up for the ones that thought I couldn't do it. Smoke is frontal to the face, I'm off the Henny fluid. I've been going through some things, I put it in my music. Free my brothers out the jam, they get my bros a natty. Feel like I'm slipping off the edge, I hope the Lord grab me. Reaching out to God, feel like I'm falling. I still hear my dead homies calling. My pain when I cry out. Surrounded by the truth, you can't lie now. Demons in my mind trying to slide down. I don't think I'm okay. All this weight up on my shoulders like I'm pinching. I've been sinning, but I'm searching for redemption. Under pressure, give me something for this tension. Cause I don't think I'm okay. Yeah. Red bottoms told me she just wanna pair it to. When you better than the best, there's no comparing you. I'm only up cause I did everything they scared to do. Good heart probably should've killed them, but I spared a few. Brody got an L chasing W's. Hollywood, I'm getting faded in a W. Smoking out the big pack. He got a deal, but my shit made a bigger impact. Suckers hated on me, can't forget that. And now they act buddy, I ain't with that. Yeah. Pour the muddy, let the seal crack. Yeah. Pour the muddy, let the seal crack. They backed out on his birthday, fuck the police. I'm doing sold out dates, I'm on the road with Easy. But that don't mean the trap stop, we got coke for cheap. Rolling leaves, light it up and give my soul relief. Brought the ghosts around my way though. Even if it was only for a day though. Gave the youngins inspiration, let them hop in. Whoever slid on something with me, then we locked in. You know them sharks smell blood in the water. Stack this money for my unborn son and my daughter. I can hit you with the work, just don't fuck up the order. C&B where you 12 and learn to hustle a quarter. Blanco. You in my pain when I cry out. Surrounded by the truth, you can't lie now. Demons in my mind trying to slide down. I don't think I'm okay. All this weight up on my shoulders like I'm benching. I've been sinning, but I'm searching for redemption. Under pressure, give me something for this tension. Cause I don't think I'm okay.
Smoke gas every day to keep my mind clear. People always in your business, tell them mine is. Ain't nobody gonna help you, gotta grind here. Now I'm a pioneer that used to pack and find fear. If you ain't in your own lane, you the weird type. If your homie ain't real right, tell him be right. I love designer, but always keep me a pair of nights. Cooking coke in a pot, look like I'm staying right. They don't want love, they want a handout. Sitting on their ass, wonder why they don't stand out. First they had a little run, guess that shit ran out. Tricking on these bitches wasn't helping the fam out. Take the man route, you out of your class. Get money and do dumb shit, that's why I don't last. I know you're doing bad, that's why I don't ask. Yeah, y'all broke as a joke, so I started to laugh. Cause in the past, people ain't get me. Moms told me from day one they ain't with me. I remember running fools and they ain't pick me. Remember they was busting moves and they ain't hit me. But everybody wanna keep in touch when you up. But don't nobody never give a fuck when you stuck. I stay around my people when it's rough cause it's tough. Don't ever gotta second guess the trust cause we us.
Can you hear my pain when I cry out? Surrounded by the truth, you can't lie now. Demons in my mind trying to slide down. I don't think I'm okay. All this weight up on my shoulders like I'm benching. I've been sinning, but I'm searching for redemption. Under pressure, give me something for this tension. Cause I don't think I'm okay.
I don't know, like, shit, sometimes I be getting mad fucking drunk and high sometimes, and I be like reaching out to God, cause man, shit be going wrong for everybody's life. And I believe in that shit, like, I believe that GA's watching over us too. Like, we get pulled over sometimes with a lot of dirt on us, and as GA, like, will watch over us. Don't let it, you know what I mean? Cause we good people, we ain't fucking robbing nuns out here and shit like that, so I believe God looks after us. We got good karma.
Well, stop playing with these niggas.
Hey, look. 50 in the gym bag, I'm about to get this workout. Barcelona blue beamer, but she blowing perp out. Youngin' got some real 30s, now he about to perk out. If it ain't about a bag, that's the shit that you get curved out. I already got a nut, but another she gon' slurp out. Peanut butter guts, they get jelly when I swerve out. Crosses on my face, but I couldn't take the church route. Killing with success, bitch, I'm about to bring a hearse out. Politicking with some life is on the line, they my brothers. Blew a bag on Securus, sent some money to they mothers. Told them it be hard to win, cause the game full of suckers. Black Suburban full of dope, play the highway like a truck. Play the highway like a truck. Little rappers spreading rumors about me. Ex-hoes on Clubhouse making rooms about me. Taught her everything she knows, she gon' lose without me. My bro pull up with a mop stick and a broom about me. I feel like Marshall with a triple beam. Lawless with a vicious team, she goggled me like Listerine. 6-figure scene off her features, I'm a real rapper. 6-figure scene off gelato, I'm a real trapper. Count it up and let it peel backwards. Snap his body in half like a steel backward. Flow sick and ain't nobody got the antidote. Hit him in his melon, knock the seed out his cantaloupe. Down bad under pressure, did I panic? No. I shook back off a gram of dope. Drought time in the city, run the digits up. Same hoe I used to like, can't even get me up. Hey, love that bitch.
Challenge your limits.
Hey, yo, Duke. Lolo, turn that up, hey.
Yo, GG, turn it up.
Swimming with the sharks, I be diving off the deep end. I don't know your type and I don't really wanna be friends. Booming out the trap and all these benefits of breathing. Swimming with the sharks, I be trying to live my life, but I be feeling like the reaper on me. Send a prayer to God, cause I be feeling like it's evil on me. Swerving on this drink and I can feel the perky creeping on me. You ain't qualified to say my name, so why you speaking on me? Trapping out the peas, I get a pack and make it somersault. If you make the right jokes, then you can take the whole summer off. I just pulled up in the drop, the red leather seats was butter soft. She don't live up to my expectations, then I gotta cut her off. Cause I'm diving off the deep end. Yeah. Lately I've been diving off the deep end. Yeah. Look, diving off the deep Been on this Molly for the weekend. Missed calls in my jack and hit you back cause I was geeking. Shipping smooth with my main joint, my side when all was beefing. Getting reckless in my texts every evening for no reason. Probably think I'm cool with Satan, how I slide around with heathens. These hundreds on my open wounds just to stop the bleeding. I just woke up in Colombia, I feel like Carpe Diem. Elevated, now I'm hated cause they say they hardly see him. Everything is calculated, if I curve it's for a reason. Said you loyal to the gang, but you been out here doing treason. I just did my wrist in ice and every stone that's on me freezing. Learn to hold myself down cause people switch up like the seasons. Snotty nose young and back in school they used to tease him. Now it's 2700 on this coat for no reason. I got power in my city, real life, I'm Tommy Egan. Talk crazy on my page, I hit his wife and now we even. Friends switch up like it's climate change. I just hopped inside a range. You porn for a living, I swear that's a different kind of brain. Way too many clout chasers, they be trying to die for fame. Before I sell my soul, I'd rather hit the plug and buy some cane. I'm trying to live my life, but I be feeling like the reaper on me. Send a prayer to God, cause I be feeling like it's evil on me. Swerving on this drink and I can feel the perky creeping on me. You ain't qualified to say my name, so why you speaking on me? Trapping out the peas, I get a pack and make a somersault. If you make the right jokes, then you can take the whole summer off. I just pulled up in the drive, the red leather seats was butter soft. She don't live up to my expectations, then I gotta cut her off. Cause I'm diving off the deep end. Yeah. Lately I've been diving off the deep end. Yeah. Swimming with the sharks, I keep diving off the deep end.
Blessings for those who have repeatedly escaped the clutches of death.
D-Mac on the fucking track.
Hey Cameron, you the man now? Yeah.
Sometimes I get high and I can't stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me, I left a mess that I can't clean up. Sometimes I get high and I can't stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me, I left a mess that I can't clean up. Feel like I'm drowning, no one around me. But I did this shit to myself though, didn't I? Trying to keep it all the same, I told you different lies. But I can't escape the facts, and I swear I be hating that. Slipping off the edge, I know that water deep. Thoughts keep running through my head that make it hard to sleep. I crush this gas up in my fingers, roll it in a leaf. Crack this bottle of tequila, hope to get relief. I know I can't erase the pain, I can't rewrite the past. I'm staying up and thinking about you, so many nights done passed. You probably think I'm moving on, but I've been staying still. And some nights I think the hope is gone, but I've been praying still. Sometimes I get high and I can't stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me, I left a mess that I can't clean up. Sometimes I get high and I can't stop thinking about you. I get deep in my feelings, thinking what the fuck happened between us. I get so faded and I go through the motions. You said that everything's on me, I left a mess that I can't clean up.
Man, you raw as a motherfucker.
Feel like the storm will never stop, it's like the levees broke. Shut down my emotions, purpose give me over. I've been going through some real life shit. Real shit. I've been dealing with some real life shit. Feel like that storm will never stop, it's like the levees broken. Shut down my emotions, purpose get me open. Sometimes I spark a cigarette and let the Henny soak in. Try to think back on the good times, but my memory's broken. Yeah, I still think about my land the last time I seen her. Son of Katrina, I was ballin' in the wrong arena. He keep talking over that net, we serve him like Serena. Don't get it fucked up with this rap because we brand is Nina's. That's on my soul, I'm in the cold, I got a frozen heart. Where the pills take two of everything, that's Noah's Ark. I'm off the deep end, think this life shit rip my soul apart. Even though my bro was guilty, he got overcharged. And I was deep up in my feelings when they read the verdict. I get deep up in my feelings when I'm off them perkies. Get deep up in my feelings off that any dog. Can't believe that bitch cheated, had to cut her off. It wasn't worth it. Tie me up, I think it's crazy, but I like the pain. Already feel like I've been hurt, so it's like twice the pain. When you seen so much death, can't look at life the same. When you seen so much death, can't look at life the same. I've been dealing with some real shit. I've been dealing with some real life shit. I've been going through some real shit. I've been going through some real life shit. And when it's time for me to die, I hope I die on my terms. Spread the ashes for my urn. I got everything I earned. I've been going through some real life shit. Brand new pistol, it came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press the suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. Told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier. Brand new pistol, it came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press the suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. Told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier. I bought in Miami with all of my chains. I'm feeling like Michi, just send me the tag. I'm out in LA and I feel like a Laker. I put up this paper to give me a bag. No, I had to risk it, so I ain't conflicted. I want her, I got her, and that bitch is bad. We had to weigh it and bag it and break it and stab it and go out and sell it and slag. You know that's a Fendi. I might just Fendi a purse. She bad enough, I might Chanel it. Plug said he just took a loss in the air, so I'ma just link him. I told him don't mail it. Money embellished, gelato the color of relish, and only the family I cherish. Flashing that little shit all on the gram. I pull out these racks that have you embarrassed. I might just Dolce Gabbana the coat. I'm on a yacht getting top on the boat. Blowing my vibe, she be doing the most. But I think I just fell in love with her throat. Weigh it and bag it and ship out the dope. She came with a friend, so I'm trying to hit both. Won't turn on the family, cause I took an oath. All of this drip on my body, I'm soaked. Brand new pistol, it came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press the suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. Told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier. Brand new pistol, it came with a beam. She wanna slide cause my aura contagious. 300 hoes when I press the suite. I told my main bitch I be going through phases. I told my shooter to ride with them lasers. Gelato so loud it could wake up the neighbors. Fuck what they doing, we doing it major. Ice on my body, I feel like a glacier.
Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening in your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make us your weekend destination. Stop by for free workshops, events, and activities for everyone to enjoy. We're getting active with fun local events like our upcoming Lowe's Bucket Ball Challenge and Kids Workshop. Visit Lowe's.com/events for our full event lineup. Count on Lowe's for all of your home improvement needs. And now, activities in your community with Weekending at Lowe's.
Prime members, catch deep seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Sustainable wild-caught Chilean sea bass fillets are 20% off through February 28th. So cast a line for better dinners while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
February 23rd, Bel Air returns on Peacock.
What's going on, Will? Got me staying in South LA. Just want to take care of myself.
The house just isn't the same when
Will's not home.
It's the series critics called fresh, compelling, and wildly entertaining.
Get dressed and buckle up, fool.
Will is reverting back to his old ways.
You make a decision and I just gotta live with it?
Colton!
I have anxiety trying to fit into this Bel Air bubble. A real man faces what scares him.
There's a real world outside.
Bel Air new season, streaming February 23rd, only on Peacock.
End every workout the right way with Core Power. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein to give your body what it needs, when it needs it. Recover and build lean muscle with Core Power.
I don't lie with my music, I'm an open book. Time I do the shit with no hook. Just let it spill for real. Hey, look. Crushing up this X pill, think about my next thrill. Rope it down for 15, but he catching wreck still. I just cut my side joint, so now I got one less bill. Moving up the first class, I wonder how that jet feels. Disrespected by they last offer, probably curb the next deal. I'm from where they still pop them, even though it's press pills. A lot of rappers richer than me did this shit with less skill. So I know I could get on quicker if I kept it less real. Going through the motions, pour a triple shot of something. Used to bag up in my mama's bathroom with the water running. Woodrow Wilson in the lobby, I would post up like I'm drumming. Homicide was at my door with subpoenas getting summoned. Me and Dada in that central, busting moves, I would stone them. Off of exit 36, like the ounces in a brick. In the biddy, got some blood, homies, and I fuck with Crips. Feds will put you in that blender, don't get caught up in the mix. Cause they'll have you in the tank next to junkies getting sick. Replace the bust down and put shackles on your wrist where them diamonds go. The jeweler won't give you half of what you spent in your pockets, but you coming up with lint. Don't make no sense. Say a prayer for me, I'm feeling hopeless. All I know, I'm fed up with this broke shit. My PTSD way too much to cope with. On probation, but I gotta make it dope. I used to think about my life like it didn't matter. Risk my freedom, roll the dice like it didn't matter. Blew my last on some ice like it didn't matter. Made the same mistake twice like it didn't matter. Yeah.
I put it in the air, I blow it, I don't throw it. I'm from where if you really got it, you don't show it. Crack spoken word or either the dope poet. And even if you know, if they ask you, you don't know it. See me, I'm from the put in work era. I was sliding way before the syrup and perk era. All you gotta do is hit the switch and it work better. They say when you get right up on them, it hurt better. I ain't gotta up it, cause I don't never tuck it. So any funny moves in this bitch, I'm a bucket. Real niggas in the room, that's who I'ma fuck with. That's why I'm probably stuck with what I'm stuck with. All I know is shit is real, it be hard to focus. Niggas that know everything always be the brokest. It's crazy how you could get rich off one dope flip. But say a prayer for me, I'm feeling hopeless. Damn.
Say a prayer for me, I'm feeling hopeless. All I know, I'm fed up with this broke shit. My PTSD way too much to cope with. On probation, but I gotta make it dope. I used to think about my life like it didn't matter. Risk my freedom, roll the dice like it didn't matter. Blew my last on some ice like it didn't matter. Made the same mistake twice like it didn't matter. Yeah. Two hoes better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. And this. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got a feeling like it's frostbite weather. Break the dope down on the pool table. My old head off the Johnny Walker blue label. Everything is facts, I don't do fables. Young and aiming at your hattie, tryna two-pay you. Put the fire on you, souffle you. They gon' point them sticks at you, try to 2K you. Crush the yellow perk, got my mood stable. Ride with it cause the rap game is too fatal. They never take me alive. All my losses had to take it in stride and put my pain to the side. Toast roof, champagne in the sky. For my gang campaign till I die. My side joint look like Jasmine in Aladdin. On my grass, blueberry Benz wagon. PUA came and when I kept stacking. Built my leverage in this rap game. This year I'm finna cash in. Thrill seeker, I'm addicted to the action. Money off the books, blew a grip on the fashion. Gucci robe and the slippers is matching. Almost drowned in the pussy, think this bitch an assassin. She know I'm notorious. Money got her hypnotized. Make it out of Massachusetts. Shit I used to visualize. Diamonds in a spare piece. Mob is what it symbolized. Everybody thought he was a thug until he testified. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got him feeling like it's frostbite weather. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got him feeling like it's frostbite weather. Young and riding with a stick. He gon' point it out the window, he gon' hit. She gon' pull up, she gon' lick. I got, yeah. Go against the family, it's a genocide. Kicked the cup at 17, now I'm energized. Same neighborhood we war for was gentrified. And we risked our lives. Shit got critical, but now I'm in the city. 8 series, bitch, I'm visible. See it, but you can't touch. Creasy trying to cripple you. Pistol like a trampoline, get the flipping you. I be with the same ones, never with a different crew. You be with them lame ones. What you trying to get into? I put it on that bitch tongue and she was out there kissing you. I understand you want some company, you miserable. It's way too many bags, you should get a few. Should really get some money. They love me for my showmanship. Same gun as your favorite rapper, we don't show them shit. And my neck look like it's soda brick. Walk hard, dirty soda sip. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got them feeling like it's frostbite weather. One hoe's cool, but two hoes are better. Make 100 bands in this off-white sweater. Do the money dance in this off-white sweater. Diamonds got them feeling like it's frostbite weather. Young and riding with a stick. He gon' point it out the window, he gon' hit. Wow. She gon' pull up, she gon' lick. I got. My soul in this shit, let it bleed, you know what I mean? Smoking while I'm riding, 100,000 on the engine. 90-something milligrams, this addy got me geeked up. Finally off probation, I was tired of the P-cup. Benny did the bracelet, so I gotta roll my sleeves up. They love you when you winning, but that type of love don't mean much. Occurred me as a youngin', bitches thought that I was dirty. Same clothes the whole week, thinking back, that shit hurt me. That was champagne every day, and them same hoes is thirsty. Lord knows I love my mama, but the dope game at birth. Invested time in some suckers that ain't never reimbursed me. I was born with a gift, same shit that probably cursed me. Ain't no limit to my hustle, I be feeling like I'm Percy. Might see me in Kentucky betting racks at the dirt. They talk about me on these apps, but never put a hand on me. Ex-trapper, white rapper, bet I got a blam on me. I was really 14, 112 grams on me. 100 pounds soaking wet with a rope of tan on me. I got jumped for Brandon Smoke, can't believe he ran on me. So I had to shake it off and start to pick my friends better. I took cases to the hoop, people took the stand on me. Really built it up from nothing, I'm a fucking trendsetter. Me, Blanco. Smoking while I'm riding, 100,000 on the engine. Run these hundreds up that they came for. Bitches in my DM and these suckers in my mentions. Every day that I wake up, get a bang. I be in my duffel, I don't be up in my feelings. Remember sleeping on the floor, now the coupe ain't got a ceiling. If I hit that bitch raw, that mean I find that bitch appealing. If the drab shit doesn't work, then I get back to drug dealing.
Fit the handy to the dome, got me smashed up. Still spin the wheels out of state to get my cash up. Took so many losses in this game, but my stats up. All off of street shit, tribulations and bad luck. Mom see me leaving out the crib with some packed stuff. Before my trap jumped, I watched my road models letting gas bust. And drug serving, pull up on the wrong person. The grip circum, chest shots hit you like bourbon. My niggas working, business minded with a better purpose. Forever grinding, you won't catch me nervous. I cut my people off like a bad phone service. He got out of jail, acting funny on the surface. Only God do the judging, motherfucker gavel. I got money with snakes, but who gon' trust the rattle? They say it's all love, but only love value. Knife to your back for some racks that we more than glad to.
Smoking while I'm riding, 100,000 on the engine. Run these hundreds up that they came for. Bitches in my DM and these suckers in my mentions. Every day that I wake up, get a bang. I be in my duffel, I don't be up in my feelings. Remember sleeping on the floor, now the coupe ain't got a ceiling. If I hit that bitch raw, that mean I find that bitch appealing. If the drab shit doesn't work, then I get back to drug dealing. Yeah. Only rap my life, I don't know about that other shit at all. I gotta look at what's in front of me. Now standing on that shit, right? Little rapper dissing on me, hoping it'll get him engagement. Might tell my bro to hunt him down and put his face in the pavement. Just took a trip to Port-au-Prince, I'm locked in with the Haitians. You know, for every bad bitch, I got like 60 replacements. Slide around and hoop these nice groupies in this A-series racing. Always knew my time was coming, I've been patiently waiting. Henny binging over years, it burnt a hole in my stomach. The Percocets ain't help neither, we get loaded in public. Talking to my bro, he feeling low, I know depression hurt. And where I'm from, they skip out on their rent to get a necklace first. Hit it with that cut and turn that dope into some extra work. It's crazy, he ain't never leave his state before he left this earth. Snitching make you less than worse, forever we accountable. 100,000 on the table, double down, I'm trying to count a few. Pulled up in the Mary jeans, the Jordan ones was powder blue. Rapping, but I get you knocked off because I'm powerful. Salute me for my militants, we slide around with limo tint. Trying to make $1 million while they trying to match my fingerprints. Sorry mama, but somewhere along the road I lost my innocence. I knew that I'd be someone back then and shit, I'm still convinced. Blanco. Running from my sins, I got my whole life ahead of me. Gotta told this pole, if I don't, could be the death of me. And I can't stay the same, I gotta change into a better me. And I ain't had no shrink, but I had perkies and amphetamines. Yeah. I'm smoking dope until I feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life. Yeah. My life. I'm smoking dope cause I don't feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Yeah. It's hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life.
If I tell you about my life, you probably think I'm different. Trench baby, I called case before I called detention. I wasn't into playing sports, I'd rather play the kitchen. I'll play the chicken and put a nigga in a great position. Nigga, I remember coming in that late night. Nana crying, lights off, shit ain't right. You know a nigga like me ain't gotta think twice. A few hours on the Ave, I had my bank right. Nigga, put my gun in my drawers. Let a nigga try front, then it's gonna go off. I ain't never been a pussy, I'm a son of a dog. Even mama, she a gangster, you don't want it with more. Nigga, I fell in love with shooters on my first one. But never thought them crackers give me for my third gun. Just left the county jail, South Bay the worst one. 23 year old in my celly making the nurse come.
Running from my sins, I got my whole life ahead of me. Gotta told this pole, if I don't, could be the death of me. And I can't stay the same, I gotta change into a better me. And I ain't had no strength, but I had perkies and amphetamines. Yeah. I'm smoking dope until I feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life. Yeah. I'm smoking dope cause I don't feel right. I'm getting loaded till I feel right. Yeah. It's hard to cope with this, my real life. It's my real life. Believe in love. I'm blessed. Crown on my head, soul on my mind.
Oh yeah, hey Mark, you on?
Love. Solo in this coupe with the ceiling off. Try to trail me home, I knock your ceiling off. Dirty money thumbing, hunters keep on peeling off. Falling out of love, I had to go and cut my feelings off. Dulling my emotions, I was so consumed. I use this paper as a bandage for my open wounds. Blanca Lotto got me tripping like a dose of shrooms. I know the nationwide dealers and the local goons. Allegedly, my pedigree is what you never be. Intelligent like German Shepherd breed, fight to the death of me. American bully, I'm married a hoodie. I'm out in Cali with Burner and he keep flaring up cookies. 500 for the lunch, my first car was that. Throwing vodka back and thinking where we started at. They talk wild, we run down and then they walk it back. My bar level got me feeling like a garden rat. Little bro up in your corner, get up on you, blow the heat twice. Lift your spirit in the air like a cheap flight. Life is cheap, right? You lose it over 3 dice. C&B life, dirty money, cop the clean nights. It's Blanco. I feel like all that pressure made me a diamond, you know? VS1 clarity. Oh, yeah, hey, they say they love me when they see me, but I know it's hatred. Resent me for my accolades and the hoes I dated. I froze the bracelet, they would rather it be golden plated. Living legend in Boston and I'm a golden Cambridge, know the basics. I stick and move like a prize fighter. I'm just myself, you play a role like Mekhi Phifer. I do this for the single mothers trying to buy diapers. Same old Blanco, but the ride's nice. It lit like 5 lighters, flow fire like butane. Knocking Wu-Tang in a blue range. Courtside at the Garden so much you would think I knew Ainge. Too much trauma in my past, I'm numbing a new pain. Brown Maserati, color proof stain. I'm shitting on them, vicious on them. As I blow a bag, drop a 50 on them. Bust down, glisten on them. Thotties, I ain't tripping on them. Lit from selling trees, I went Christmas on them. Set up lit from selling trees, I went Christmas on them. Little bro up in your corner, get up on you and blow the heat twice. And lift your spirit in the air like a cheap flight. Life is cheap, right? You lose it over 3 dice. C&B nights, dirty money, cop the clean nights. Blanco.
Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make us your weekend destination. Stop by for free workshops, events, and activities for everyone to enjoy. We're getting active with fun local events like our upcoming Lowe's Bucket Ball Challenge and Kids Workshop. Visit Lowe's.com/events for our full event lineup. Count on Lowe's for all of your home improvement needs. And now, activities in your community with Weekending at Lowe's.
Ashley's President's Day mattress sale is here to give you the best night's sleep. Save $1,000 on select Sealy mattresses, plus enjoy next-level comfort and convenience and save hundreds on select adjustable mattress sets this President's Day. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic or save up to $900 on Purple sets. Plus, get 0% interest for 60 months on top mattress brands. Hurry into America's #1 furniture and mattress store or tap the banner for better sleep and savings only at Ashley. See store ashley.com for details and availability.
Hey, is this line secure?
Franco's cybersecurity firm secured a contract, and that's all we're allowed to say.
We have a green light on hiring.
He needs web security professionals with a military background.
3 teams of 4, 24-hour rotations, but Protocol Zulu is on a need-to-know basis.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard, so you can stay organized and connected all the way to the hire. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
All praises due to the Most High. Whether I'm down on my last or a multi, God looked me in both eyes, and He told me to win. Look, jumping off the porch, I hit 1,000 jugs. Taught to turn 1 to 3 when the powder's good. Drug lingo, CMB, that's where I learned it at. 100,000 in 20s, that's where I earned it at. Buddha doing life, they gave my bro a natty. I sending pictures of bitches I'm hitting out in Cali.